Welcome back to Grimoire Audiobooks. Today, we continue with the grand finale of Destiny Reversed, a Harry Potter fanfiction penned by the talented Chattypandagurl. In this transformative tale, the lines of fate blur and the wizarding world takes an unexpected turn. Relationships are tested, destinies collide, and the choices made will echo through the tapestry of time. As we dive into Part 2, covering chapters 15 to 21, prepare to unravel the final threads of this intricate story. Secrets will be revealed, alliances forged, and destinies either fulfilled or completely rewritten. This is the culmination of a journey where courage, love, and sacrifice take center stage. About the author, Chattypandagurl, known for their exceptional character development and gripping narratives, has a unique talent for taking familiar characters and placing them in beautifully reimagined scenarios. Destiny Reversed is a shining example of their storytelling prowess, bringing depth and emotion to every chapter. Disclaimer: this fanfiction is a transformative work based on J.K. Rowling's Harry Potter series. All original characters, settings, and trademarks belong to their respective owners. This reading is created purely for entertainment, with no copyright infringement intended. So, sit back, relax, and prepare for a magical roller coaster with Destiny Reversed by Chattypandagurl at Grimoire Audiobooks. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit that notification bell for more magical adventures. Let's jump into the final chapters of this extraordinary tale. 15. Ghost. Stay out of trouble, and if anyone starts asking you questions about... James trailed off, unable to finish his sentence. If anyone asks you about the news article and you feel uncomfortable, just hex them. Sirius finished resolutely. Pad foot. Remus exclaimed disapprovingly. Sirius shrugged. It works, and if the buggers don't have the brains for subtlety, then they deserve it. Lily, who had been standing off to the side, chuckled at Sirius's comment. Oh, how she'd missed him. This happier Sirius untainted by Azkaban. Grimly, she looked around at the group, knowing it was dangerous to be standing right next to them, but unable to resist. They were all here together, her family. They've all suffered, haven't they, with their personal demons along with society's prejudices? Invisible to their eyes, she could observe them all without reserve. So that's how James would look if he'd lived 17 years more. Still looks good, Lily thought, smiling mischievously to herself. Hair's still impossible, though. Remus looked younger, something that didn't surprise Lily. Pranking and monthly adventures with the Marauders were the only things that really allowed him to have a childhood, but nearly 2 decades all alone hadn't done any good to her Remus. This one, however, she wished she could mesh them together somehow, but knew it wasn't her place to mess with this any more than she already had. Once Harry and Violet boarded the express, Lily tried to stay as close to them as she could, eventually sitting down in their compartment of choice, albeit a good distance away from their window seat. She briefly let her eyes rest as she struggled to retain her energy. Trying to stay unseen was exhausting. It would have been easier if she had situated herself in a bathroom stall or something, but she had not wanted to miss this opportunity to really see her son. Over the years, she'd watched him struggle through life and try to deal with the responsibility placed upon his shoulders, responsibility that she regretted she couldn't help him with. But Lily had never been this close. She had never had the opportunity to touch her baby again, run her hands through the trademark Potter hair he had the misfortune to inherit. It was so hard, watching him, but she knew she couldn't reveal herself.
Not yet.
It wasn't the right time. Merlin, Lily felt so manipulative doing this, but as much as she trusted her son's judgment, the consequences of him choosing the wrong direction would be dire and affect more people than he could ever imagine. So she sat back and watched as other kids came and went from the compartment, her eyes never straying from Harry. She had wanted to see him smile, and although Violet was doing a good job of trying to, Harry wasn't making much of an effort. Instead, he looked out the window, arms crossed with a pensive expression on his face, occasionally glancing almost mournfully at his friends. Lily smiled sadly. She would do anything to reverse time and give him a real childhood, where he'd be laughing happily along with everyone else instead of making the decisions she was sure he was making, the right one, the hard road. Knowing that her time was limited, Lily watched him, absorbed every part of her son who she wasn't able to watch grow up, guide to adulthood, comfort when he hurt. Some version of them had, in that graveyard during the Triwizard Tournament, but that was only a memory. It wasn't really them, not truly. "We should get our robes on," a bushy-haired brunette said quietly, glancing with worry at Harry. Lily recognized the brunette as Hermione, though this version seemed to be much more timid than the original. She realized the extent of the damage the war caused, not only on her son, but on everyone. They all looked exhausted despite the smiling facade they were upholding, especially this place's boy who lived. Neville was sitting even further apart from the group than Harry, fiddling with his wand almost carelessly. Like Harry, he would glance back at the group, but his face was contorted with shame and self-loathing. Something must have happened in the battle before Lily had been able to come to this place. Finally, the Hogwarts Express screeched to a stop, bringing back 7 years' worth of memories, of friends and enemies, of fights and makeups, of love and hate. Again, Lily wished James had been able to come with her. She felt so alone as she trailed Harry's group of friends, panicking slightly when she realized that she would have to sit through someone in order to get to Hogwarts. But she felt exhausted from the effort of staying invisible, so instead opted for an emptier carriage where she could have one seat to herself. Still, she was forced to listen to the 2 occupants' excessive giggling and gossiping. Their happiness didn't seem right to her after all that had happened. At the same time, she supposed she had no right to ask for people who couldn't possibly know. As soon as they reached Hogwarts, Lily immediately went searching for Harry. "I've turned into James," Lily thought wryly as she continued to stalk her son. For a moment, she actually made contact with him, her hand briefly going through his arm. Harry turned around rapidly, a strange, warm feeling on his arm. Squinting suspiciously at the corridor, he couldn't help but shiver. Ever since platform 9 3/4, he had the nagging feeling that someone was watching him. Wormtail couldn't possibly be here, could he? No, he'd have no reason to, and he has appearances to keep up a normal job. He balled his fists to release some of the anger that even thinking about Wormtail stirred up. Dad was supposed to start on an investigation, he had promised, but that doesn't mean Harry was going to relax at Hogwarts and do nothing. A profound sense of loss overtaking him with each step to the Great Hall, Harry tried to absorb as much as he could to the open sky, the buzz of excitement and anticipation, the rich smell of the house elves cooking. Soon, he would be in the places furthest from home, and will need those memories to keep him going. He was going to finish what he started alone. Harry was extremely tempted to say goodbye to Ginny, Ron, Hermione, Neville, and Violet at the very least. But he supposed it'd be easier on both sides if he didn't. He didn't want there to be any chance of them trying to convince him out of it. He was pretty sure that Violet would lock him up in the room of requirement until Dad got there if she did find out he was leaving, and he can't afford that delay. So after he and Hermione had finished their head duties and celebrated in the common room with Gryffindor for the last time, Harry had laid awake in his 4-poster bed as the gentle snores around him grew more frequent. Finally, at 1 a.m, Harry placed a silencio charm on his shoes to avoid waking up his dorm mates, grabbed his trunk, and quietly made his way downstairs. No one in their right mind would still be up this late the first night before classes. "I knew it." Harry turned around swiftly, wand out, recognizing the voice immediately. Violet looked like she wanted to murder him. "You bastard," she snarled. "How you bloody? What gives you the right to leave now of all times?" An angry, feral flashing in her eyes, Violet stepped directly in front of her brother, arms crossed with the intention that Harry would not get past her. "Don't make me hex you, Vi," Harry said seriously. "You don't understand. I need to go for Mum, for all the people who've died for me." Violet cocked an eyebrow. "What makes you think Mum died only for you?" Harry bit back a frustrated groan. He really didn't want to have to stun Violet, but if she forced him to. "I'm not saying that," he said. But as great as it is to finally get to know my family, I've still got a responsibility to everyone. Not just here, but where I came from. Mum and Dad, Cedric, Sirius, Dumbledore, they all died, but no more. As much as I hate to say it, you wouldn't understand.
Move.
Leave it to Neville, Violet said, but now there was a note of desperation in her voice. Please, Harry, I don't want you to die. That stung, made his heart constrict with guilt, but Harry had to brush her feelings aside. You know as well as I do that Neville's not ready. He'll lose, and then what'll happen? We'll fight it, Violet argued fiercely. You say it's your responsibility, but it's not, Harry, not here. Not when I need you. Harry shook his head. I can't stay for you, Vi, as much as I'd like to. Everyone I care about dies eventually, and I can't let that happen to you, not when I don't have a version of you to look forward to in my world. Bloody hell. Harry, stop being so selfish. Violet shrieked, tears springing in her eyes as common sense completely left her argument. No, he said quietly. You don't know me. Violet flinched. I'm not trying to brag, Harry continued. But I've gone through a hell of a lot because of Voldemort, stuff that Neville's faced. But I'm lucky, and I've got an idea of how to destroy him once and for all, and that's something I've been trying to forget. I thought maybe I could be normal here, have a real family and all that, you know? But Mum dying woke me up because even here, when I'm not even officially the boy who lived, people around me die, and that's got to stop. I can't imagine what it'd be like if you, Dad, Ginny, Hermione, Ron, any of them died. He looked up to see if Violet absorbed this, wanting her to understand why he's leaving, but all he found on her face was utter confusion. Boy who lived, she said weakly. You mean Neville's not the boy who lived where you're from? Oh, of course. Mom and Dad died when you were 1. That means they were the ones Voldemort attacked, and not the Longbottoms. The Longbottoms still didn't fare very well, Harry said sadly. They were tortured to insanity.
What?
Violet said, glancing at the staircase that led to the boys' dormitory. And Neville stayed with his gran, but visits his parents in the hospital. Violet's shoulders slumped.
Poor Neville, she said.
Don't you see? Harry pressed. This is why I have to go. But where he expected reluctant acceptance, he got fierce determination. Then I'm coming with you, Violet said stubbornly. No, Harry snapped. You're not taking that risk. You really think you're going to beat Voldemort by yourself? Violet retorted. You need all the help you can get, including from the current boy who lived. It's his responsibility anyway. It's about time he gets his arse up and does something. Not when he's going to get himself killed, Harry argued. You know what? Stupefy. Sorry, he added at Violet's shocked expression. But I've got to go. Tell Dad I'm sorry too. But before he could take another step further, a warm, familiar voice stopped him. I don't think you should do that. Harry froze and turned around, not sure if he was surprised at this strange turn of events. It seems like the whole world was against him. Oh, you've got to be kidding me, he groaned as his twice-deceased mother stood in front of him, careful to avoid Violet's stunned figure on the floor. Hello, Harry, she said, a warm, almost longing smile on her face. But Harry didn't buy this for 1 second. Why did everything have to complicate itself whenever he made a simple choice? Suddenly, realizing Violet's vulnerability, Harry quickly muttered the counter-charm, allowing her to scuttle backwards towards Harry as if burned. To his relief, she had the presence of mind not to start yelling at Harry for stunning her. Instead, she stood up slowly and drew her wand, an unreadable expression on her face. This probably isn't the best time for this, but I had to stop you, Lily explained. See, Harry, even the imposter thinks you shouldn't go, Violet commented sarcastically. I'm not an imposter, Lily said gently, not wanting to scare them. Bollocks, Violet said darkly before shooting red stunners at her. Lily didn't even blink as the sparks went right through his chest. Good aim, she commented. Most people who go for the heart usually miss, hit the lungs or something. Violet smiled at the irony, hiding her confusion. Taught by the best, she said. Harry watched this with increasing unease. If she truly was a ghost, and as far as he knew ghost couldn't shapeshift, then she must be Lily Potter. But why wait until now to show up, and why did she seem detached? almost as if she didn't quite know them. It won't work, Lily said as another streak of red passed through her. Might as well stop before someone wakes up and investigates. What kind of spell is this? Violet demanded. How are you, transparent? Each word was emphasized with multicolored sparks, now just magical bursts of anger and frustration. But Harry was pretty sure that there were no spells that could make someone ghost-like, if that was what she really was. It was hard enough having to grapple with his mum's death without a ghost popping into his life. He'd wished it when Sirius had died, but now he knows better. Lily Potter, your mum, she said to Harry softly before turning to Violet. Yours too, I suppose, though regrettably you never got the chance to— What lives? Violet snapped. So you're not from here, are you? No, Lily said sadly. I'm not. Am I supposed to believe that you're the Lily Potter who died 16 years ago? Harry asked skeptically. Lily shrugged. You can choose to believe whatever you want. There's no way to prove anything either way. If Violet hadn't already tried it, Harry would have shot a good hex just for her, whoever she was, complicating the situation. But it wasn't. Not if he chose to pretend this wasn't happening and get on his bloody way already. Yeah, well, have fun with your sorting puzzles, Harry said sarcastically. But I'm leaving, and there's nothing either of you can say about it. Especially you, he added, glaring pointedly at Lily. To his surprise, she looked almost hurt by his attitude, but the look soon dropped away to neutrality. What are you going to do, Harry? Lily asked quickly. There was no physical way for her to keep Harry from going yet, but perhaps she could persuade him. Where does it look like? Harry stopped, never breaking his determined stride. Lily stepped through him, did that feel weird, and startled him enough not to take another step. Look, I want you to go, and obviously you want you to go, but until you're ready or at the very least knowing what the bloody hell you're doing. Find the Horcruxes, save the day, and all that good stuff, Harry retorted sarcastically, sidestepping Lily to avoid that unpleasant feeling again. Lily groaned. Teenagers. Do you know where the Horcruxes are, how to destroy them? You're actually thinking of doing this by yourself? Harry stopped with one foot in the portrait hole. Alone safer for everyone else, he said before his figure was lost in the dark. Lovely, Lily muttered. My own son won't listen to me. Can you blame him? Lily turned to Violet, an unreadable expression on her face. I suppose he doesn't think me a threat, Lily concluded, if he left you here with me. Yeah, well, we all know Harry's a little daft, Violet snapped, eyes guarded. Like I said, you don't have to believe me. But it'd make my job a lot easier if you did. Job. Helping Harry. I couldn't be there when he was growing up, but I'm here now. Believe me, no one wants this war to end more than James and me. What, so you can live your happy little lives while people are dying out there? Violet demanded, thinking of Neville and the Ministry's manipulation of him. Lily's eyes narrowed dangerously, and for a second, Violet felt truly afraid as she gripped her wand spastically despite knowing that, logically, there was nothing the ghost could do to her. I'm already dead, Lily growled. Don't lecture me about sacrifices. I gave up my son, my cause, my life in order to save him. You don't know what it's like to watch everything falling apart before it happens, realizing that you have all of this information but can do nothing about it. People have died, and I have seen their murderers planning out the attack. The best we can do is maybe get into some dreams and send a warning, but that opportunity is very rare, and even then most don't listen. No, you don't know it all. But she was wrong. Violet had watched as the Ministry slowly but surely attached strings to Neville's arms, head, and heart. He was a puppet, but he was too damn stubborn or stupid to notice. However, even when she had seen all of this, she'd done nothing, gave Neville no real warning, only disgust and distance. By being angry at his helplessness, this childhood friend she'd held in as high a regard as her big, strong brother, she'd pushed him away. By hating him for his vulnerabilities, for not being strong enough, she condemned him. Maybe, if she'd said something, Neville wouldn't be hiding. Tell me, Violet said suddenly. Give me that information, and I'll make sure Harry gets it. Lily looked surprised at her proposal, but shook her head. No, you won't be able to catch him. There's a spell, finding a blood relative with your own blood. The older woman's eyes widened as she took a stern step forward. That's dark magic. Where'd you find it? Grimoire Place's library, Violet said defiantly, crossing her arms. No dark arts for my kids, Lily reprimanded. Violet's expression dropped from irritated to a strange sort of blankness. Mum used to say that, she muttered. Well, she's right, Lily responded softly, looking slightly disturbed by her own words. Violet peered at her suspiciously. You know, I'm starting to think maybe you're not lying. Lily sighed in relief. Good, then this'll go quicker. We've got to find the people Harry intended on taking with him originally, even if they're a bit different than their counterparts, and convince them to aid Harry on this. He won't be able to do this alone. Voldemort is counting on his sense of heroism. He'll expect Harry do this without help. How would you know that? I mean, you weren't exactly dead when Voldemort set the traps, right? Violet asked before a sudden realization hit her. Merlin. Diagon Alley. He was changing the traps, wasn't he? Lily nodded. Moving the Horcrux, I think. That's what the raid was about. It certainly wasn't a random attack. But people were killed. Violet hissed. We were almost crushed under the buildings. That's why they're the bad guys, Lily said quietly. But then again, sometimes the good guys do horrible things in the name of righteousness. There was a sting of bitterness in her voice. Fudge was here in this place, wasn't he? Well, there's a perfect example of a well-meaning man who let power go to his head and started controlling the lives of the people around him with little regard to the effect his foolish refusal to see the truth would have in the long run. Even Peter betrayed our trust because he thought he was protecting us. Lily's eyes suddenly flashed with anger and hurt. Merlin, it was infuriating to see her old friend standing by her grave, trying to make up excuses for everything he's done. It took all of Lily's self-restraint to just wipe his memory instead of offing him right then and there. Not that it would really do any good, but it sure as hell would have made her feel better. Uncle Peter's? Violet asked, confused. There was a sinking feeling in her stomach as she was lurched back into Christmas Day, when amidst the chaos someone had voiced an inquiry as to Uncle Peter's whereabouts. He'd shown up the same day at Order headquarters, explaining how he'd escaped to try and contact the Order, but they'd already gotten wind of it thanks to their appearance, with the help of the Portkey. Now that she really thought about it, it seemed fishy. It didn't seem like it at the time, but now, realizing how he'd gone to the loo just a half hour before the attack happened, it seemed so probable. But no, it was Uncle Peter for Merlin's sake. And Harry would have said something if he knew. Or maybe he was too preoccupied to tell her, or forgot that she didn't know. No, Violet said, shaking her head. Uncle Peter wouldn't do that to us. He's always been there, ever since the First War. Not everything is what it seems, Lily said, quoting one of Violet's mum's favorite sayings. So that means you might not really be a ghost, Violet accused. You could be a Death Eater who made yourself like this to mess with us, or with Neville. There isn't a way to make yourself a ghost unless you wish it, Lily responded. But you're right, at any rate, I'm not a ghost. A spirit, perhaps? Aren't those the same thing? Violet asked skeptically. No, there are subtle differences. Lily sighed. What will it take for you to help me? It'll benefit everyone, both Harry and Neville included. Violet was silent for a moment as she processed this. Tell me the truth, she said finally. What you really are, no avoiding the question with perhaps or maybe, but a solid answer. Where'd you come from? Why you're here, besides that stupid vague answer, helping Harry, and how? Especially that, because I think you know exactly how both you and Harry got here, but why you're not telling him is beyond me. Lily regarded Violet with a slight smile on her lips, a bit of pride in her eyes. You're sharp. I guess, I raised you properly then. Cocking an eyebrow, Violet responded. You're dancing around it again. To Violet's surprise, Lily laughed. All right, but you've got to make a promise of your own. Don't tell Harry or anyone else, no matter how much you want to. It's dreadfully important that he doesn't know, else everything will be for nothing. Violet hesitated, unsure if it was really wise to give her word to someone who could potentially be a threat. But she supposed she could always break her promise if she felt the need to. Okay, I promise. Lily nodded in approval before carefully scanning Violet's face, trying to decide how she should go about telling something potentially devastating. She sighed. You should probably sit down for this. Neville was walking down the hallway, searching for the treasure Mrs. Potter had set out for them. Somewhere along the way, he'd lost track of Harry and Violet, but felt safe enough in the Potter residence not to be too concerned about it. Darkness filled his vision, the only audible sound being the aggressive pat of the rain above. Neville never liked rain. He had always covered his ears with his pillow during rainstorms, but he had no security now. Nervously, he looked around at the darkness, what once seemed neutral now sinister. He once asked Gran why he was so afraid of the rain. She responded with a shrug, but mentioned that it was raining the night his parents died. It was ridiculous. He couldn't even remember that night, save for a flash of green light that regularly plagued his dreams. Sometimes he wondered if it was a weakness, being afraid of a force so natural, so unpredictable as rain. But then again, if he believed that, then he would not be afraid of death, the one thing that scared him the most after his gran. Neville squeaked as he heard rustling to his right. Now thoroughly spooked, he tried to reassure himself that he was in the Potter house, that Mr. and Mrs. Potter were both Orcs, and he had nothing to worry about. I'm not afraid, I'm not afraid, I'm not afraid, Neville muttered to himself. Afraid of what? Ah! Neville yelled as he leapt to hide behind the nearest shadow. Violet giggled, playing with her braids. Scardy toed Neville. I am not, Neville protested, his 7-year-old pride wounded. I scared Neville, Violet chanted, flashing a set of teeth minus one baby tooth. Did you find it? The treasure? Neville shook his head. Where's Harry? Violet suddenly looked crestfallen. He left, she said quietly. He left me all alone so he could save the world. Which what? Neville asked. Suddenly, he remembered that he was 17, not 7. What do you mean, save the world? Violet twirled one of her braids between her little fingers. He's just like you, but not really because he's the... Vi, what are you talking about? Neville demanded impatiently. But he caught something, an emerging shadow behind Violet. His blood ran cold as he recognized the arrogant smirk, the cruel spark behind the hooded eyes, the gauntness of a faded beauty. Vi, get over here. What's wrong, Neville's? Violet Petunia Potter. Over here now. She frowned. Don't call me that. But she screamed as gnarled fingers grasped her throat, dragging her into the darkness. Bellatrix Lestrange smiled as she dug her nails sadistically into Violet's throat, but kept her gaze on Neville. Aren't you going to save her, Longass? Or are you just going to stand there? Neville tried, but his feet were stuck to the ground. What the bloody? Bellatrix's lips curled cruelly. You didn't do anything to save poor Lily Potter, or be of help in any way, so what makes you think you can do anything for Violet? Or, in fact, actually try? You're a coward, Longass, but your parents weren't. Shame you couldn't have picked up on that particular gene. Neville! Neville! Violet shouted as the entire room shook with tremendous force. Neville stood there, giving up on trying, stuck to the floor, and knowing he could do nothing to stop this, to stop everything from falling apart. It was his fault. All his fault. Neville! Neville! His eyes snapped open with a start, and, realizing that a red-haired someone was sitting on top of him, shaking his shoulders, and as a result, nearly fell off the bed in shock. Hold on there, Violet said as she grabbed the back of his shirt before he could tumble to the ground. I've got a silencing charm on the curtains, and if you fall out then there'd be no point, will there? What? Why, huh? Neville stuttered. Oh, sorry, Violet said indifferently as she moved off his chest. But you've got a really small bed, probably to prevent any indiscretions. The founders really didn't trust boys and their hormones, did they? Neville sat up so she could have more room at the end of the bed, but raised his eyebrows when he realized that this was the most she's spoken to him recently, and civilly. But when he took a closer look, he realized that there was a shadow behind her eyes, a kind of haunted confusion. Violet was always exceptional at hiding things. That's why she would make a good Aura someday. He was sure of it. Neville, on the other hand, would not. Listen, Neville, Harry's gone, Violet said, a flash of pain briefly gracing her expression. He left. He left me all alone, so he could save the world. He went to save the world, Neville said. Violet narrowed her eyes in suspicion.
Yeah. How'd you know that?
But what does that mean, Vi? Save the world. The Horcruxes, Violet explained. He went to destroy them. Neville was suddenly much more awake. What? He yelled. That's suicide. Why would he do that? Violet hesitated for a moment. Because he feels like he has to do something so no one else dies. He went to do it for Mum. Neville shook his head, trying to deny this. This was his responsibility, his fault. Harry shouldn't have to walk to his death just because. It's my fault, he shouted angrily, his hands shaking. I don't deserve to be a wizard, to own a wand. If I hadn't been selfish enough to accept Harry's offer, if I'd actually done something during the chaos, then your mom would still be alive. I as good as killed her. They weren't after her, or you, or anyone in your family. They were after me, and it's my fault she's dead. But I'm a coward, Neville said bitterly, remembering the true taunts in his dream. Instead of going after them myself, I stayed safe in Hogwarts. There was something almost sympathetic in the way Violet was looking at him. I didn't want you there, she said softly. But it's not your fault. No way you could have known. But Neville didn't want to accept the excuse she was giving him, letting him have. He'd been babied and shielded all his life, but this reality was something he didn't want to be protected from. That's why I didn't go to the funeral. I was too ashamed and cowardly to show my face after what I've done to your family. I didn't realize that was the reason at the time. I just knew that I couldn't bring myself to go. Violet listened to this with a neutral expression, but moved closer. To Neville's utter surprise, she wrapped her arms around him and hugged him tightly, comfortingly. Just a few weeks ago, she'd insulted and berated him, but now, when she actually has a substantial reason to hate him, she's hugging him? Girls were so confusing. What was that for? Neville asked, not particularly caring if it was rude. He'd appreciated the gesture, even if he tended to shy away from that type of thing, and wanted to know why exactly she had done it. Violet shrugged, but that shadow in her eyes was back. Nothing. I just realized how petty it was to stay mad at someone for so long. She tried to smile, but for once she failed to make it seem genuine. Oh, right. So, what are you going to do about Harry? Tell McGonagall, I suppose.
No.
We're going to follow him? What? Well, not just us. I'd say Ron and Hermione too, maybe Luna and Ginny, depending on what they want. Bollocks, Vi. You're not going anywhere. Violet narrowed her eyes. If you won't do this because of whatever sense of responsibility you may have, or because I'll kick your arse if you don't, then do it because you owe us. If you really think it's your fault Mum died, then do something about it for Merlin's sake. You'd actually trust me not to mess this up? Neville asked suspiciously. But he realized she was sitting on his bed with the curtains charmed silent, looking perfectly comfortable with the situation. If this had been anyone but him, she would be vulnerable to anything. Violet seemed to follow his train of thought. I've known you my whole life, Nev, she said. You're an arse, but an honorable one. Neville sighed. Looks like he had no choice in the matter even if he didn't want to go. He knew this was long overdue. Every day he walked to class, pretending he wasn't the boy who lived he knew. Bugger, he muttered to himself. Time to grow up. Harry groaned as he collapsed onto the bed of a run-down Muggle motel. Turns out he still had quite a bit of money in his Gringotts account, although it took him a little while to convince them to convert a bit of it to Muggle currency. It was enough for a couple of nights in these kinds of motels, but it should be enough for him to get some information on this orphanage Voldemort was sent to. Glaring at the ratty ceiling, Harry wondered if just going off on his own was really such a good idea. It was, he decided stubbornly. This way, only my life is in danger, and not anyone else's. Still, it took Harry a good couple of hours to fall asleep as he dreamed about fictional mazes and treasure hunts, and how despite how hard the puzzles got, they had always succeeded in the end, together. 16 rats. Please tell me you're joking, Minerva. I'm afraid not, James, McGonagall said solemnly, the crinkles around her eyes deepening. Neither of them has been in class, and several other students, 3 Gryffindors and 1 Ravenclaw, have disappeared as well. James felt his blood go cold, not even wanting to consider the possibility that, are you sure they left voluntarily and not? I assure you it was their choice, McGonagall said, handing James 2 pieces of parchment. These were left in Violet's dorm. James snatched the parchment rudely, his fingers crinkling the letter as they grasped Violet's words with desperation. How could they have been so stupid, so selfish? What were they thinking? He remembered Lily's still features that day, shuddering as he imagined Violet and Harry's face the same way, with quiet lines only the dead could imitate. For a moment James couldn't breathe as Violet's handwriting bled together in a swirl of ink and blood, the room spinning rapidly as he fell heavily onto the floor, ignoring Minerva's outcry of concern. I'm okay, he slurred, shaking himself out of it. Just read the bloody letter, he scolded himself. See what's happened first. Feeling slightly embarrassed, James picked himself off the floor with as much dignity as he could and tried not to rip the parchment in half. Dad, Uncle Remus, and Uncle Sirius, and Professor McGonagall too, I suppose.
I'm really sorry.
Harry decided to take off and hunt for the Horcruxes himself, so me, Neville, Hermione Granger, Ginny and Ron Weasley, and Luna Lovegood went after him, not just to bring him back, but to help him too. I know it's dangerous, and I'd thought Harry was stupid for going in the first place too, at least, at first. But he was doing it for Mum, to make sure it ends now before anyone else dies. I can't properly explain right now. Maybe not ever, but please trust us and know that we can do a lot more good out here than in Hogwarts, wondering every morning if, when the owls come, we'll get a notice saying one of you had died. If you can, would you get Neville's letter to his Grams? Thanks. Please don't worry about us. I love you all. Violet. James closed his eyes, and the image of his children lying dead in a ditch somewhere took over any possible hope of rational thought, of the impersonal detachment and awe needed to keep a cool head in battle. Hermione Granger? Ron Weasley? He knew Ginny was Harry's girlfriend, but as far as he knew, his son had never so much as spoken to the other two, nevertheless managed to drag them into a suicide mission. Definitely true Gryffindors, James thought begrudgingly. Brave and reckless. How long ago did they leave, he asked. Before breakfast today, I think, but Harry must have left earlier, perhaps the night before. All right, James said slowly, pocketing the note. Can we get an order team together? I'll alert the ministry, but I doubt they're going to be of much use, even if it is the boy who lived among the missing. McGonagall pursed her lips, knowing as well as James that the order was spread thin enough as it was. Take Sirius and Peter. Remus's position at the werewolf camp is too fragile right now to pull him out. Thanks. James paused. You wouldn't happen to know the location of any of the Horcruxes, would you? She shook her head. I don't, but maybe the headmaster would, McGonagall replied, gesturing to the painting behind her. Albus, she called briskly. Albus, wake up. Dumbledore's portrait gave a start, coughing up the snore lodged in his throat. You scared me, Minerva.
James.
What a pleasant. McGonagall clicked her tongue impatiently. Don't try to pretend as if you didn't hear all that, Albus. Was there anything you only shared with Mr. Longbottom and not with any of the orders? Dumbledore nodded, pushing his half-moon spectacles higher up on his nose. I told him everything I knew, but he was hesitant to act upon it. Quite frankly, what surprises me the most is the fact that Mr. Potter knew the same information as Neville despite his promise to keep it to himself. And Neville is not one to break his word. James and McGonagall exchanged concerned glances as they absorbed this. How Harry knows doesn't matter right now, James said impatiently. I just want an idea of where they might go. I'm not sure myself, but I believe Voldemort places his Horcruxes in areas of personal importance to him, somewhere that meant something to him at one point or another. I have a few theories, but nothing concrete. If Harry is thinking along those same lines, he'll probably research Tom Riddle and find out where he lived or worked if he doesn't know already. Dumbledore stared pointedly at James. And that is where you should start?
Right.
Tom Riddle, James said, already stepping towards the fireplace. Fire call me if you find anything else out. And with a flash of green fire, he arrived at Sirius's house, where he was staying temporarily. Their house had been completely demolished on Christmas, but James hadn't had the heart to repair what he knew could never be fully whole again. A brief glance around informed him that Sirius was still at the ministry, allowing him a moment of silence to crash onto his best friend's couch, staring at the parchment he'd taken out of his pocket. He had to deliver Neville's letter to his gran, he knew that, but not right now. He needed to clear his head first. "Bring Sirius and Peter," Minerva had said, but as he reread the letter, James realized that Violet had omitted Peter's name from the heading. Why would she write to Sirius and Remus, but not to Peter? James muttered, noting the large amount of space still remaining on the parchment. Violet was never one to waste anything. Whenever she wrote a short note, she'd just rip the written section off and store the rest of the parchment for something else. What if there was something she had only wanted James to see? Revealio? Nothing happened. No, it wouldn't be that easy. Any idiot could do a simple reveal charm. James tried using every incantation he knew, but nothing came up. Still, it bothered him. There must be something there, but he just had to think of, wait. Lily's beautiful face, flushed from the cold weather, beamed at him from a group photo of their Hogwarts days. Lily had loved those Muggle detective shows and had passed that on to her children, Violet in particular. James remembered braving a Muggle mall with Lily in order to find a child detective kit to give their daughter for Christmas. Grinning wryly, he remembered all the Scourgified charms he'd had to employ to get rid of the residue from Violet's searches for incriminating fingerprints. Fingerprints. Secret messages. She and Harry had both gotten into it, especially during their treasure hunts with Neville. Lily would usually leave a blank parchment with clues and lemons on the kitchen counter ready to squeeze. Invisible ink, James realized with a start. Dashing to Sirius's kitchen, he wasn't surprised that he couldn't see anything remotely healthy. After a bit of searching, he managed to find and transfigure an apple into a lemon and a soap dish into a lemon squeezer. Making a mental note to buy Sirius a new dish, James waited for the words to appear. He couldn't help but feel a swell of pride as words slowly began forming on the parchment. Violet had always been resourceful. It was Uncle Peter, Dad. He's a spy for Voldemort, and if he'd had the chance, he would have betrayed you, Mum, and Harry all those years ago, when you were in hiding from Voldemort. And if he'd been successful, I would never have been born, and you both would be dead right now. I can't tell you how I know, but he's the reason Mum's dead, and if you don't arrest him, he could kill someone else. Please believe me, and at the very least give him Veritasrum to find out what he knows and what he's intending to do. I trust you, Dad, and I hope you listen. Love you. James closed his eyes. Now there was no ignoring it now. Not only had Harry warned him, but now Violet. He felt a sudden urge to crumple the parchment in his hands, but couldn't bear to crush his daughter's words. He closed his eyes with a sigh. If his children were proven right, it would only prove what a fool James had been, the fools all three marauders had been. Peter was his brother, someone he trusted with his life. To imagine timid, twitchy Peter murdering someone in cold blood, knowingly betraying people who cared about him, who would die for him, it was just inconceivable. But James of all people knew the flexibility of the human heart and how fast people can change. Except this time, his old friend would have changed for the worst. A surge of anger unlike anything he'd ever felt burned in his chest as he remembered the indignity of Lily's death, the sacrifice she made to save all of them, even Peter, and how Wormtail may have played a part in it. How stupid could James be not to notice changes, no matter how subtle, in one of his best friends? Unless he'd always been no. Peter was certainly not a Death Eater during Hogwarts. It must have been after, then, when all of them had eagerly joined the Order, determined to make a difference in the world. James had a smile at the image of 4 young men, idealistic yet not ignorant of the dangers. But he can't do this on his own, not if Peter proved to be a Death Eater. If he wasn't restrained, James is sure that he'd strangle the little rat right then and there, no trail, no fuss, just justice. So, dragging Sirius's well-worn cauldron out of the pantry and checking to see if the right ingredients were present, James began brewing Veritasrum, stopping only to allow the potion simmer for the required 15 minutes and send off a letter to the bait. However, just as he had sent his own owl off, an unrecognizable one took advantage of the open window to drop a letter into James's hands. Noting the mechanical printing of his name on the envelope, James thought he knew who this was from. And sure enough, there was a brief, somewhat hurried letter. Pettigrew is order spy. Didn't know, couldn't get letter out before. James crumbled the parchment in his hands and ignited it with his wand, watching the fire overtake the paper as its ashes floated to the ground. 2 observations from Violet and Harry were good, but the confirmation from Malfoy, he took a momentary glance at the clock, frowning as he noted Sirius's tardiness. James had been just about to contact Sirius on their mirror when a swaggering mop of black hair tumbled gracefully out of the fireplace, leaping up in a rather showy manner. "Practicing your blonde moves, Padfoot?" Sirius whirled around immediately, smirking. "Bond, James Bond, you prat." James tried to match his smile, but his friend noticed the strain, his grin fading worriedly. "Prongs? I need your help, Padfoot, but you're not going to like it." Peter scowled as James's owl came swooping down upon him, its sharp yellow eyes drilling into him disapprovingly. "Give me that," Peter commanded, reaching for the letter. But Gobdelic only dodged his hand, squawking shrilly at him. "Bloody bird," he muttered. Peter had not been having a good day, and James's stupid owl was not making it any better. Gobdelic responded to the insult by clawing at his hand with its talons, causing Peter to recoil in pain. "At least my name isn't stupid," he retorted childishly, forgetting that he was having a silent sparring match with an owl. He remembered how horrified James had been when Sirius had christened the name, the only one Gobdelic had responded to despite James's best efforts. "What kind of a rubbish name is Gobdelic?" James demanded angrily as the owl refused to answer to the various other names James had tried. "Is that a word?" Peter wondered airily. "No." Sirius smirked. "Well, I think it suits him, don't you?" James didn't even dignify his question with a response. Finally, Peter gave up on the bird and waited for Gobdelic to come to him. The irritable owl then proceeded to drop the letter on top of Peter's head before it slid into an undesirable spot inside his robes. "I hope whatever it is, it's important," Peter muttered as he reached for the letter. As luck would have it, the front door decided to bang open just as Peter's hand was placed in what must have looked like the most awkward, disturbing position possible. Draco Malfoy gaped a bit as his eyes adjusted to the blinding sunlight, abruptly turning his face as he regained his senses. Peter stared, forgetting to remove his hand from beneath his robes. This was the most inarticulate he's ever heard a Malfoy be, and quite frankly, it startled him more than what he looked like he was doing so. Hastily, Peter made a desperate grab for the letter, only to fail and reluctantly remove his hand, foolishly further incriminating himself. "What is it, Malfoy?" he snapped. "Just wondering what you were doing, going," Malfoy said rather weakly, still refusing to look Peter in the eye. "Going home. What does it look like?" Malfoy muttered something darkly under his breath. "What was that?" Peter said nastily. "I didn't quite catch that." Merlin, it felt good to terrorize the young Malfoy heir, to be superior to a boy whose father constantly looked down at Peter. Well, he didn't seem so much terrified as disturbed, but Peter was willing to excuse that tiny detail. The mini Malfoy raised a carefully arched eyebrow that Peter could have sworn was hereditary. "I said, it looks like you're amusing yourself, He paused to skin Peter up and down with a bratty smirk. "Best way you can." A bloody owl dropped a sodding letter into my sodding robes. Peter yelled, blushing in humiliation from a remark from a 17-year-old. Malfoy scoffed.
"Right.
Accio letter." Peter yelped in surprise as the letter flew out from underneath his robes and into the blonde's hands. "Let's see. Peter, meet me at Sirius's apartment as soon as you can. It's about that important tea party we were planning." "James." How cute," Malfoy sneered, levitating. The letter back to Peter. "Does the Dark Lord know about your escapades with tea cozies and knitting, or shall I inform him?" "Of course he knows you." Peter managed to stop himself in mid-sentence before the brat could go running off whining to Snivellis. Malfoy was only a kid. Why should Peter treat him like he was an actual threat? Except he was the one to perform the spell that killed Lily, Peter reminded himself. He's far from innocent. Malfoy shrugged. Go get those 2 bags then. Sure, that'll really prove your worth and all. Scowling, Peter turned his back on Malfoy and one of Voldemort's bases of operation, operating to Sirius's apartment with as much dignity as he could muster. If he'd looked back at the boy still standing on the steps, he would have noticed an almost triumphant smile resting contentedly on Malfoy's lips as he acknowledged what may be the last time he'll ever see Wormtail. With a clumsy pop, Peter called for Sirius and James, lazily discarding his robes onto Sirius's sofa with habitual ease. Frowning at the lack of response, he ventured into the kitchen. He would think, if this was a meeting about order business, his 2 best friends would be ready to receive him and get the often mood-dampening news out of the way. Peter didn't even feel the petrifying charm coming towards him as he crossed into the kitchen. With a loud thump, his immobile body fell hard onto the ground, his eyes large and bulging as he looked wildly at the 2 men coming slowly into focus, both with their wands in hand and that grave expression that always accompanied their faces before a particularly nasty or order mission. No, he thought, his stomach sinking as a cold realization washed over him. No, they couldn't have. How, oh Merlin, forgive me, my friends. His eyes desperate, Peter tried hard to explain, to tell them that his actions were all for the greater good, for their good, their safety. But he was powerless to do anything as they stiffly hauled him into a chair, conjured strong shackles and chains that wrapped around him eerily, like snakes ready for the hunt. Their eyes, they were both so cold, so businesslike as they secured the chains, manually making sure they were extra tight. Peter watched as Sirius mechanically forced his mouth open, as James dumped a suspicious substance into his mouth, gagging as it flowed unbidden down his throat. The cloudy, misty feeling in his mind informed him of the identity of the truth potion now coursing through his veins. Non-verbally, James summoned Peter's wand as Sirius removed the petrifying charm on Peter's body, allowing him full movement of his limbs. Pad foot, prongs. Peter began, smiling uncertainly at the pair. Are we practicing a drill or something? What happened to the important order business? James focused his quietly blazing eyes on Peter, and it was then that he realized that whatever he tried was completely futile. He could try to mince his words and talk himself out of this all he wanted, but they were always far more clever than Peter, and they would find out the truth eventually. Please, Peter begged, but James's cold voice broke him off. Are you a Death Eater? Peter fought as best he could, but the ripping pain in his veins had caused him to release a gasping, yes. Sirius exchanged dark, silent glances with James, making the pair all the more frightening to the Death Eater squirming slightly in his seat. James, please, I can expel. Are there any other spies in the Order? No, but... Did you know about the Death Eater attack at Christmas? James continued, his voice surprisingly steady. Peter spastically clenched and unclenched his fists, knowing there was no possible way to get out of this question. Yes, but... And, James said, a slight tremble in his voice, did you not kill Lily Potter? No, Peter said firmly as a surprised expression crossed James's face. No, it wasn't me. It was Draco Malfoy. Those damn Malfoys, right? He offered, laughing weakly as he tried to fake a smile. Always hated Harry, didn't he? Both got into epic fights, only appropriate. No, not appropriate, but I suppose it makes sense that, oh Merlin. I didn't kill her, James. I wouldn't, I couldn't, I loved Lily.
No.
James snapped, anger and betrayal radiating underneath the controlled tone. You gave us up. You may not have cast the spell, but you as good as killed her by inviting the Death Eaters into our home, by bringing them there. James took a deep, calming breath as he closed his eyes to collect himself. Veritaserum or no, you didn't care for Lily in the slightest, or any of our lives, for that matter. It could have easily been me or Sirius or Remus lying dead on my living room floor, or Violet or Harry. But you lot weren't going for any of us, were you? Sirius asked, unusually quiet. It was Neville. He was invited, and you informed them the best time to attack us at our most vulnerable. How very Slytherin of you, Peter. Suppose you and Snivellis are having a right party in the snake pit, eh? No, Peter said quickly, feeling like a broken record. It's not like that at all. I hate Snape. He murdered Dumbledore for Merlin's sake. And that's any better than what you did? James asked, shaking his head incredulously. At least we knew he was a little slimeball, but you? You we trusted. You we considered a brother. You were a betrayal of the deepest kind. And for that, I can never forgive you. Desperately, Peter turned to Sirius with hopeful eyes, even when he knew Sirius was the most unforgiving, condemning of the four marauders, the one who hated the dark arts and what it represented the most. If only Remus were here. Surely he'd be reasonable, right? You're a right little rat, Peter, Sirius growled, Padfoot's ferocity entering into his eyes. And I would gladly feed you to Moony if he wouldn't feel so bloody guilty about it. If you're thinking Remus will save you, which I'm sure you are, I can tell you right now that he won't. As tolerant as Remus may be, Lily's death is not something he'll forgive anyone for. When? James asked quietly, a distinct pain layered behind the hatred. A few months after we joined the Order. The first time, Peter answered willingly despite the vague question. James sat down heavily on a kitchen chair opposite from Peter, giving up the act of the cold interrogator he was so used to playing. But this admission did not placate Sirius in the least. Instead, the combination of that and looking at James's slumped, defeated form only seemed to further feed the fire. Face contorted in anger, Sirius gripped Peter's arms with violent strength, causing the smaller man to squeal loudly in pain. Sirius smirked almost sadistically as he increased his grip, thoroughly tempted to give the rat a good kick in the groin. That always served to both humiliate and harm at the same time, a win-win. He moved his face closer to Peter, making sure all his former friend could see was their years of trust and friendship ebbing away before his very eyes. You've made stupid mistakes before, Peter, but this by far has been your worst, Sirius growled. Lily would have died for you, you understand that, don't you? She would have died for you, and she did, unknowingly, to save your worthless skin from the bloody Death Eaters. We would have thrown ourselves at those lovely green lights for you. All of us, yet you can't seem to muster enough courage to say no or not even forget to mention the fact that Neville was coming to James and Lily's house for Christmas? All you had to do was keep your bloody mouth shut and Lily would be here right now, alive. You're a sodding coward, Wormtail, a bloody horrible excuse for a GRF indoor and a selfish prat who... I did it to help you, Peter shouted, wincing at the increased pain. You and James and Remus and Lily and the kids. Merlin, you know I would never want to hurt them. He paused, waiting to see if Sirius would interrupt him. To his surprise, Sirius seemed to be taking this in hungrily. He needs motive, Peter realized with sudden clarity. He needs to know why. Well, he'd tell him, and maybe make them understand in the process. We were losing, Sirius, everyone knew it. I didn't do it for myself. I joined way before the prophecy was made, before I knew I had to hurt them. James looked up at this, his eyes suspiciously red but lacking in any trace of tears or an expression of the gravity of the devastation he must have felt as Peter admitted his ties to the Death Eaters. We were losing, and I wanted to make sure all of us would survive, whatever happened next, no matter which side won. Don't you see? We would be protected either way, by playing both sides. I just didn't know what it'd lead to. I'd always intended to be a quiet member, passing as little information as I could, but I never thought I would be brought into the spotlight to pass information about my best friends. Peter hung his head in shame. The second time, I felt my mark burn, and I had no choice to answer. And again, we were in a strange place, what with Neville Longbottom being completely useless in trying to defeat the Dark Lord and everything. So you decided to betray everything we've believed in because you were afraid we'd lose? James said dangerously, getting up. Every single one of us would prefer a noble death with our heads held high, fighting for the freedom our kids will enjoy rather than give in and join the dictator we tried so hard to defeat. But don't you see, James, If you died a noble death, there'd be no one to take care of Harry and Violet. Who, James? Who would take them in if you, Lily, Sirius, Remus, all of us had died fruitlessly fighting the good fight? Better to be alive and raising your own kids yourself than dead tossing and turning in your grave unable to do anything. Maybe, if you died, Violet wouldn't even exist. Yeah, she mentioned that, James muttered. But that doesn't change what you did. All of you were always so clever, so much smarter than poor, bumbling Peter, he said bitterly, lost in age-old resentments. Nobody could understand why you lot were friends with me. I've heard the rumors, how I dragged you down, followed after you like a fangirl or something. Since what does that matter? Sirius snapped. We've never thought of you that way, and you know it. But Peter continued on as if he hadn't heard him. And then I could never do anything useful for the Order, other than the odd spars we had with Death Eaters. A lowly desk job for an insignificant wizard doesn't exactly contribute much to the cause. He laughed bitterly. I just wanted to do something useful. To matter. I remembered your friendship, how lonely I could have been without you guys, and sacrificing my dignity to become a Death Eater was how I chose to repay you. Both Aurors were silent after this quiet confession. Neither James nor Sirius looked at each other, both slowly forming their own opinions before consulting each other for the judgment, how the intent weighed with the cost. Finally, a quick, condemning nod was exchanged as they turned on Peter. As heroic as your motives are, it still doesn't change what you've done, Sirius spat. Peter couldn't stop the terrified squeak that came from the bottom of his throat. I am truly sorry, he said slowly, trembling slightly. And I hope you'll come to understand. Without warning, his form shrank as his features contorted into that of a rat, abandoning his wand and scurrying as quickly as he could to his robes on the sofa, squiggling into them with Sirius and James hot on his trail. With a squeak of relief, Wormtail activated the emergency port key and was gone. The remaining marauders glanced at the empty spot where the robes and their friend had just been. They remained silent for a moment, not quite believing this was happening. Do you think he noticed the tracer you put in him? James asked quietly. Sirius shook his head, sighing heavily as he rubbed his eyes. No, he was too scared. I think I put enough pressure on his arm to equal the pain anyway. It's okay, James, there's no way he can manage to get that out of him. Now thoroughly exhausted, James collapsed onto the couch, his head in his hands. All along, he muttered in despair. Peter was the traitor all along, and I didn't. How could I have missed that, Sirius? How could I have missed all the times he skipped out early, or made those pathetic little excuses? Sirius didn't answer for a moment, instead taking the seat next to his best friend. I didn't either, Prongs, don't be too hard on yourself. None of us noticed. He smiled bitterly, thinking back to those dark days, when both he and James had been reluctantly suspicious of Remus. We'd thought he'd finally gotten himself a girl, remember? Of course, I'm sure old Valdai would make an adequate substitute. James raised his eyebrows incredulously as the twitch on the corner of his mouth took over his face, laughter exploding out of his chest. Soon, Sirius joined in on the ridiculous laughter that could only rise out of despair, out of a desperate time when laughter was experiencing a devastating shortage. See, can you imagine what a first date would be like? James asked, wheezing a bit as his stomach, chest, and heart absorbed the lack of air. Pretty bloody romantic, I think, Sirius chuckled. Wonder if, no, I can't imagine that. I think Peter would be the one to wear the little pink bow in his hair. James snorted. Nah, I think that's more Umbridge's foray. Maybe one of those tiny sparkly purses that Violet had wanted. His smile disappeared. The kind we'd gotten for her. She never did get to open that present. They fell into silence again. We should probably inform the Order, Sirius said. Not all of them, just in case, James agreed. McGonagall, Remus, Kingsley, Moody, Tonks, the senior ones. Still, neither of them moved an inch from Sirius's couch. We're a pair of lazy arses, aren't we? Sirius asked airily. Yup. That was rhetorical. Nothing's rhetorical with you, Padfoot. Right. Come on, let's go, James said finally, preparing to apparate to headquarters. Sirius nodded, and together their simultaneous pops echoed throughout the room, leaving a painful memory of the departure of who was once a beloved friend. Wormtail scurried underneath the city streets, trying not to be revolted by the stink of the sewers. He whimpered as he nursed his paw, now bleeding from the scuffle that had ensued between him and another particularly aggressive rat. Cursing his decision to travel this way, Wormtail braced himself for the agony that would surely result from this particular jump, given his poor, missing finger. He couldn't believe how careless he'd been, to lose a finger to a rat. He, the intelligent human being, had lost to a stupid, insignificant rodent who had just happened to be bigger than him. The orphanage, just get to the orphanage, he thought resolutely. There was no way he could make his way back to headquarters. Definitely not without a wand, and with both the Order and the Ministry going after him. So, he'd go to the next best thing, the location of what he suspected to be where one of Voldemort's souls were. How he found out about the souls had been pure coincidence, a slip of the tongue and some digging. It had been ridiculously easy to pry Voldemort's greatest secret from his highest Death Eaters. He'd have lost favor with Voldemort now, what with losing his valuable position as a spy in the Order. Wormtail would have to find another way to repay him, to show his worth and keep everyone safe. He wasn't quite sure what he would do with this, whether he would guard it or use it as blackmail, but he just knew he had to do something. In relief, he spotted what he hoped was the right building. Wormtail scurried across the grass, hoping against hope that he wouldn't meet any roadblocks. Mousy. Wormtail squeaked shrilly as he was picked up by a pair of soft, human hands. For a terrified moment, he thought it was Sirius or James, but found himself looking into the wide, innocent eyes of a little girl. "My Mousy," she cooed, giggling at Wormtail's futile attempts to escape. He considered biting her, but looking at her again, couldn't bear to. She looked too much like Violet when she was at that age. "What you got there?" a boy asked, coming over. Once he caught sight of Wormtail, a disapproving frown flickered across his face. "You know, sister, Anne is gonna get mad, don't you?" The little girl turned to the boy with doleful eyes. "Please, Peter, I really, really want him. He looks like our old one. But that was before we had to come here." Peter rolled his eyes as the girl pouted again. Fine, but just don't let the nuns see." The girl gave a victory cry before stroking Wormtail's slightly patched fur enthusiastically. "Ooh, that feels good," he thought before shaking himself out of it. "I'm a man, not a rat. A man, not a rat." "He needs a name, Delia," Peter said absently, furrowing his eyebrows. "Wait, he's hurt. Look at his foot, it's like a scab." "Scabbers, maybe?" Delia made a face and shook her head as her eyes lit up with realization. Grinning, she pinched Wormtail's flabby behind before holding the rat up to her eye level, her expression playful. "Welcome home, Mr. Fluffy Pants." Harry sat on his ratty bed, hunched over the notes and papers strewn all around him. It had been hard trying to locate the orphanage Tom Riddle had lived in. Most of the records were hard to come by, especially since Harry didn't possess a library card, but he'd managed to sneak past security using magic. "Thank Merlin I'm 17 now," he thought. "Makes things so much easier." He knew perfectly well that the orphanage was an obvious choice of a hiding place. He could only hope that Voldemort's pride and arrogance would surpass his Slytherin cunning. Harry frowned, sifting through blueprints he had taken great pains to acquire, searching for any possible place where Voldemort could easily ward and hide something as valuable as a piece of his soul. The Muggle pen in his hand thumped against the crinkled paper loudly as he searched every square inch of the orphanage. Merlin, he thought. It could be anywhere. The Horcrux could be in a bloody broom closet, for all I know. Allowing himself a groan of frustration, Harry decided that the only way of really finding out was infiltrating the orphanage itself. He winced as he remembered the unpleasant shock he'd received as he'd tried to magically force his way in. Even the usually reliable Muggle lock-picking trick hadn't helped any. No, the best way would be to get himself invited in willingly, but how? He didn't look old enough to adopt a kid, and he wasn't sure they would take him in as a needy orphan. Harry bit his lip uncertainly, but realized that it was his only choice. It would take longer than he'd hoped, but... Bang! Harry tensed at the insistent fist pounding on his door, sensing a magical presence on the other side. Grabbing his wand and keeping it directly pointed at the door, Harry called out calmly, "Who is it?" "Harry, it's Violet. Let us in already," a familiar, impatient voice sighed. Narrowing his eyes suspiciously, Harry moved to the side of the door. "Right," he scoffed. As if she'd be stupid enough to, Harry froze. She couldn't have, could she? "Open the bloody door already. Harry, I need to use the loo." Harry cautiously unlocked the door magically, casting a shield charm around himself as a group of people barged into his motel room, searching for him. With a few well-placed charms, everyone had been either bound or paralyzed temporarily, at least until he asserted if they were really who they said. However, a moment later Harry found that he had missed one person. Lily Potter's supposed ghost glided unconcerned into the room, smiling at Harry with an ironic pride despite the situation. "You didn't really think we'd let you do this alone, did you?" she asked softly. "I didn't really think you lot would be stupid enough to follow me," Harry replied tersely. "I thought you were Death Eaters, or McGonagall." Lily smiled slightly, but gestured at the petrified forms of Harry's schoolmates. It'd probably be a good idea to release them now. Finite. Violet was the first to recover from her stiff limbs and quickly crossed the distance between her and her brother. "Thanks a lot, Harry," she sneered. "We come all this way to save your arse and you stun us?" "Nice." Harry raised his eyebrows. "Save me?" Violet nodded. "You can't expect to find and destroy these things all by yourself, do you? I mean, even if you are the bothersome magical genius you are," she corrected hastily. Harry grimaced at Violet's near slip. "If you honestly think I'm letting you do this, we're here to stay, so you'll just have to banish us, won't you?" "Don't think I won't." Violet smirked smugly. "But can you banish your own mother?" "She's not my mum," Harry said coldly, ignoring Lily's flinch. But Violet's smirk only grew larger, clearly enjoying this. "She's a sorry spirit, she's banish-proof." "Honestly, Harry, you should know that by now." Harry sighed. "Vi, if you come all this way to joke around, then you're really not taking this seriously enough. You could be killed." "Yeah, I know," Violet said sharply. "But I already am anyway, right?" Harry glanced nervously at his still recovering friends, who were shooting him disgruntled looks as they stretched their sore limbs. "Listen," he hissed, lowering his voice. "You're alive here, aren't you? And if this is some sort of alternative universe or something that's been thriving long before I came here, you can live after all this is over." Violet's expression softened, smiling sadly. "Being alive here isn't worth it if you're dead. And you will fail, without help." Even Indiana Jones had backup. "Muggle movie we loved when we, were little," she explained. "Face it, mate, we're here now, and you can't do anything about," Ron said cheerfully, thumping him on the back. "I'm definitely not going back to face McGonagall's wrath." Harry turned his head to stare at him incredulously, about to lecture the room about the dangers and gravity of the situation Ron and Hermione's counterparts should have faced with him. These two and Luna, Ginny, Neville, Violet, were not ready. They've never faced tarantulas or dementors or the Department of Mysteries. But Bill had died here, hadn't he? Hermione and Luna had faced different kinds of loneliness. And although Ginny had never been to the Chamber of Secrets, she had her own strength from growing up the only girl in a family of boys. And Violet? Violet was the annoying little sister and had her weaknesses, but she was strong and observant, the first to recognize Harry for who he was, the brother she'd lost, then gained. "We're not leaving," Ginny said softly. "This is our choice, to help you and Neville find you-know-whose Horcruxes and destroy them." "I thought we were hunting heliopaths," Luna whispered loudly. Harry laughed. Luna had definitely not changed. "You're sure then?" he asked the room seriously. "You can't back out once you've started." To his surprise, Neville stepped forward to face him and held his hand out.
"This isn't your job," he said.
"It's mine, and I'm not quite sure why you're doing this, but the point is you are, and I'm not going to run away again." "What about Scry?" Neville scowled. "Screw the minister. And the ministry, come to think of it."
"Prats, the lot of them."
"Well, maybe not everyone," Ginny and Ron's dad's in the order, and so Shacklebolt, Tonks, and Moody. Neville, Harry interrupted. Are you done?
Yeah.
Neville blushed. Chasing off after mad objects that could be anything and anywhere isn't exactly daily routine. Harry smirked. Luckily for you, I think I know where the next one is. They all gathered around as Harry laid out the orphanage blueprints, letting Neville explain the building's significance in Tom Riddle's life. He almost wanted to laugh at the crinkled foreheads, the arguing and the discussion and Merlin, everything they used to do. Still do, he reminded himself. They were still kids. They were kids way over their heads, but they came anyway with an understanding of what was going on in the world, what had already happened to their families, of what could happen to them. Ron, you prat, we can't just burst in like that, Ginny was saying angrily. Tactless. The redhead shrugged. We could modify their memories. Violet shook her head. No, there's way too many orphans in there, not to mention the adults, and we could still. It'd be magical suicide. What is that? It's when. Don't be daft. We'd be single-handedly exposing the wizarding. Not single. Well, you are, at any rate, Neville. Unnecessary, Vi. What about Alohomora? Surely the Muggles wouldn't. If he's smart, Voldemort probably already installed heliopaths to guard the doors. No good there, Harry broke in. I've tried, but every time the door sent me flying 10 feet into the air. The Muggle way didn't work either. 10 feet?
Yeah.
Bloody will hurt too. But the point is, we can't force ourselves in. We've got to be invited. Sorta like vampires, yeah? I suppose. Problem is most of us are nearly 18 when Muggles are of age, so we can't really pass for helpless orphans. What about some sort of de-aging potion? Ginny frowned. I remember Slughorn talking about this before, but the potion took months to complete, and we don't have. It's hopeless then, Neville said, sighing. No, it's not, Violet snapped. Weren't you the one that was all heroic and we're here to help and we're not going to leave a few minutes ago? Why are you yelling at me? I'm not yelling at you, she bellowed. Violet, calm down. And you're acting like a baby. Stop it, or I'll hand you over to Dad. Her eyes widened. You wouldn't. I would. I never wanted you here in the first. Can't do anything about it now, though, can you? Harry rubbed his temples irritably. Yeah, well, at least it was quiet when you lot weren't here. We could disguise ourselves. The room hushed at the timid voice, every head turning to look at Hermione, who shrank back from it all the attention. What was that? Harry asked. Her cheeks flushed. I was just thinking, maybe we could go undisguised, she finished, her voice stronger. You know, pretend like we're reporters, something so we can ask questions without being suspicious. Ginny's not doing it, Ron said immediately. His sister glared at him. Let her finish, dolt. And 2 or 3 others could go with whoever it is as a cameraman or something, and the rest can keep watch outside. Harry nodded in approval. We can also fit a couple of people in under disillusionment charms. I'll do it. Everyone turned to Violet. No, Harry said firmly. Why not? Same reasons as why Ginny isn't going. What? So Hermione and Luna aren't important? Violet demanded. No, that's not. That's what it sounded like, Ginny said coldly. Harry sighed. I'm sorry. It's just that it's risky, and you lot aren't even supposed to be here anyway. But you need us, Luna added wisely. More than you'd ever thought. Harry gave her a strange look, remembering the many bizarre yet accurate things the Luna he knew always said. All right, fine, he said, but we got to choose right about who's going and who's watching outside. I already said I'd do it, Violet grumbled. And I think you and Neville should definitely go in too. Really? Neville said sarcastically. I'm surprised you don't think I'll trip over something and blow our cover. Violet dismissed this with a wave of her hand. But you're both good at sensing hidden magic and wards. No, I'm not, Neville protested. You always said. Yeah, well, you are, Violet interrupted impatiently. She glared when Ron scoffed at this. Don't you remember the scavenger hunts? We got older, figured out all of their tricks, so Mum decided to charm wards and glamours around the clues. You and Harry were better at breaking them, though. Neville frowned. I don't remember that. They were clues, not... No, they were charms. And I'm betting the Horcrux is hidden behind really strong wards, which only makes sensing them easier, if you do it right. The locket the fake Horcrux dupe Dumbledore found wasn't exactly easy to find, Neville said nastily. It took even Dumbledore a little poking around and blood magic to find it, and he's a hell of a lot stronger than any of us. Yeah, but he said it was simple, crude magic, Harry muttered.
What?
Neville asked, confused. How would you know that? I told him, Violet said hastily. Neville narrowed his eyes. Thanks for the discretion, Violet. Stop fighting, Harry snapped. The point is, we have to try, even if it takes us days to find it. All right, so Violet will go in under a disillusionment charm, maybe someone else too, and Neville and I will go with whoever's disguised. Who's good at acting? It was Hermione's idea, Ron said. Maybe she'd. I'm not very good at lying, she admitted quietly. Or sneaking around. Then it's either Ron, Luna, or Ginny. I dunno, Harry. I think only Violet should go in under the disillusionment. It'd be too hard to manage and coordinate with two people. And the 3 reporters should be enough to cover most of the place. She just has to look for the off-limits or sketchy places the reporters can't get to, Ginny said. And I volunteer. Ginny, no, Ron said. If you don't want me to help in any way, then why'd you bring me? Ginny demanded. I didn't, Violet did. Ron protested. And there was no leaving you behind once you knew about it. Would you like to go then, Ron? Harry asked, eyebrows raised. His Ron would have gone immediately out of loyalty to Harry and to keep Ginny safe, but this one wasn't as tied to Harry as his counterpart. If it'd prevent Ginny from going, yeah. Come on, Ron, we all know you're a horrible actor, Ginny argued. But you're a good lookout. Honestly, I think we'd all feel better with you watching outside. Ron glared, not quite drawn in by the flattery, but he sighed. If she gets so much as a paper cut, I'll skin you, he said to Harry. Harry nodded. Don't worry. Okay then, Ron said, rubbing his hands together. Let's do this. 17 passed. Can't sleep? Harry whirled around rapidly, startled to see Lily standing behind him, smiling slightly as a cool breeze blew through the rickety balcony. He'd almost forgotten she'd been there. You didn't talk at all, he noted absently, turning back to face the near-empty parking lot. He heard her feet creaking on the floor as she stood next to him. Aren't ghosts supposed to float? No, I didn't. Why? Harry demanded. If you're here to help like you say you are, then why didn't you? I thought you had control over the situation. You didn't need me anymore. Funny, I don't think I ever did. He quickly glanced at her, gauging her reaction. Perhaps, but I remember a time when you couldn't even roll over by yourself, Lily shot back. Your dad would poke you a bit as you tried. I told him not to help, but she sighed. James always was incorrigible. Did Sirius help too? Harry asked, drawn into the conversation despite himself. Lily laughed. Of course. He wanted another walking and talking marauder to spoil and teach tricks. Sirius had tried very hard to hide his excitement, as usual, but he can be so transparent sometimes. It's too bad Azkaban drained him of most of that energy. It's what made him Sirius. Harry's blood froze. Have you seen him? If you're telling the truth, that is, he added hastily. His mother faced him with sad eyes. You're still suspicious? I suppose it's rightly earned, with everything you've had to go through. I wish, never mind. Can't change the past, right? But you can change the future? Harry asked slyly. Is that why you're here? In a sense. Look, nothing in this place has been what it seems, and I still don't know what I'm doing here. And you clearly know something I don't. It's not important. The hell it's not. I suppose it is, but just be patient, there's a reason. What? For everything. Was there a reason why she died here, once I was starting to get to know her? Harry demanded. Why am I here, if I'm just going to lose a family I just gained? Is this some sort of sick cosmic joke? Lily sighed bitterly. I think we're all stuck in one big joke, Harry. But that doesn't mean you shouldn't make the most out of this. Think about it, it's almost as good as seeing the future. Has it really been a negative experience? Haven't you gained something good from all this? Yes, he had, but her earnest tone made his eyes narrow and senses tune in to anything he may need to defend himself for. Was it you, he asked, drawing his wand. Did you send me here? And how would I have done that? Lily asked tiredly. She suddenly looked ragged, running a hand through her hair in a way reminiscent of her husband. I'm dead, Harry. I can only do so much to affect the living. But you know who did, don't you? Lily hesitated. No, I don't. I wasn't trying to imply, I'm just optimistic, I guess. Harry scoffed. Right? I'm sorry, she said quietly, for dying and leaving you with Petunia. She hasn't treated you well, has she? No. I hurt her by accepting the Hogwarts letter, Lily said, almost to herself. I abandoned her for another world, for people she refused to understand, and then died for them, or at least, that's what she thinks. But I can't imagine life or death without magic, without James or you. Harry remained silent, hating himself for gripping to these meaningless words so tightly, but unable to bear walking away. He knew she wasn't lying, he could feel it, but the knot in his chest was unbearable. His parents had always meant a lot to him, and he'd loved their memory unconditionally, but Merlin, their deaths had never made him hurt like this before. Getting to know them here, loving them, only created pain for yet another loved one dead. You never answer my question, Harry pointed out, determined to avoid this conversation. Why didn't you say anything during the planning? Lily sighed, one eyebrow knowingly quirked. Only family can see me. Ron and Hermione are family. She shook her head. Not to me, they're not. Blood relatives can see me, but so can Sirius, Remus, and Peter for obvious reasons. You consider Wormtail family? Harry demanded angrily, tightening his grip on the rail. He's my brother-in-law, Lily said sadly. Always has been and always will be. Just because I hate him for his betrayal doesn't make him any less family. Harry shook his head. He was a good bloke once. I can't begrudge the Peter who'd fallen into the lake so James could save him and show off his heroism. He was sopping wet. Got a bad fever after that episode, I believe. Merlin, I let James have it for that. Harry snorted. Dad was a right idiot, wasn't he? Yeah, Lily said dreamily. He was. Harry glanced out into the night, the misty vapors shielding the half-moon from them. He couldn't help but shiver, feeling a strange apprehension creeping up on him. I'm right, I've got to be. Or, how does Dumbledore expect me to find all of these Horcruxes? If anything happened to his friends, it won't, he reassured himself. It can't. Feeling unnerved, he turned to see Lily watching him curiously, longing in her eyes. Their eyes. Maybe, just maybe, fate had smiled on him and given him a guardian angel to help him out for once. Maybe Lily was right, and that there was just as much to be gained from this experience as there was to be lost. Maybe he could save lives by putting them at risk. It sounded ridiculous and selfish, even in his mind, but Harry was determined that it would never come to that, never come to him making the decision that would save others but condemn one. You should go to bed, Lily commented softly. You'll need your energy tomorrow. Yeah, I probably should. You? Lily's eyes dulled sadly. Ghosts don't sleep. Harry nodded wearily and walked back inside, away from the ominous moonlight and sharp breeze, from the ghost with sad green eyes. But they never escaped him even as he drifted up into uneasy sleep, dreaming of determination, sacrifice, and the blinding light that had brought his world crashing around him before it had even begun. Hello, Jenny Watson from the Daily Telegraph, local news. I'm so sorry for the short notice, but we'd like to interview you and some of your residents about the foster care system and the success rate of your adoptions. The woman blinked, slightly stunned, but quickly regained her posture. I'm sorry. Ginny grinned charismatically, reaching into her makeshift purse to take out her ID. She held in a wince as the sharp paper edges inside cut her finger, bemoaning the day when she'd daydreamed her way through the one transfiguration class that would have helped her successfully transform the motel's Bible into a purse. The Daily Telegraph, she repeated, handing the ID to the woman. She scanned the ID briefly before returning it to Ginny, eyes narrowed. You're only 21. Ginny waved the issue aside. I'm on an internship, and this article's my first go at actually reporting. See, I've already made one mistake, not letting you know ahead of time on the Felietone. You mean the telephones? Yeah. Sorry, I get twisted tongue a lot, Ginny said, hastily blushing. The woman was now looking at Ginny strangely, and Harry caught the slight movement of her foot slowly closing the door.
Wait, he said.
Sorry, Jenny here gets really nervous. Novices, you know. Can't get through an introduction without stuttering. Sorry, are you Sister Cole? No. I'm a volunteer, Lydia. Who are you? Harry, photographer, he explained. And this is Hermione, her junior supervisor. Hermione looked terribly embarrassed, smiling uncertainly as she pushed her mismatched glasses further up her nose. Looking slightly more confident, she straightened herself and smoothed out the ruffles in her skirt, addressing the volunteer. Is Sister Cole free? We'd love to speak with the matron. Lydia hesitated before opening the door wider. I'll ask her, she said, leading them into a room furnished with antique chairs and polished wooden tables. Harry felt a rush of air pass him as Violet and Neville slipped away under the invisibility cloak. Harry looked around curiously, wondering how the scraggly building could afford such luxury. Aren't you afraid the kids will, ruin the carpet or something? But she dismissed this question with a wave of her hand as she walked out the door. They know they're not allowed in the greeting room, she said shortly before the door clicked shut behind her. Immediately, the group leapt off the cushions and began inspecting the room, only to find nothing but neutral warmth. Do you think the Horcrux is in here if the kids aren't allowed? Ginny asked, gently lifting an ornate figurine. Harry frowned, closing his eyes as he tried to sense any magical tension in the room. No, he said finally. I think Voldemort would have put it in a more secure place, not one where people are in and out constantly. Not like it's up the chimney or Ginny. What are you doing? Ginny pulled her head out of the chimney sheepishly, a sprinkle of ash freckling her nose.
Just checking, she said. Click.
Miss Watson, this is Sister Cole. An extremely elderly woman limped into the room, heavily veined hands gripping her cane tightly. Lydia quickly returned to her side, helping the matron sit down across from the teenagers, eyeing them curiously with aged eyes.
Forgive me, she said.
We haven't had many reporters pass by, not since that terrible fire almost, 30 years ago. Ginny, who had taken her seat immediately after hearing the door open, smiled politely and took out a notepad and a muggle pen, which she struggled with a little. Yes, I read about that. Killed 7 people, didn't it? 6 orphans and 1 adult. Sister Cole nodded solemnly. It was very sudden. The source was never found. Probably one of the children foolish enough to play with matches in the middle of night. Nodding as she scribbled messily, Ginny observed the matron curiously. If you don't mind, I'd like to talk about your history with the orphanage, how you got here, and perhaps any, memorable orphans you've encountered. You wish to know how an ancient could possibly have the competence to run such a large facility.
What? No.
Sister Cole dismissed this with a wave of her hand. No matter. It's true, you know. I've been with this orphanage since 1925, quite some time. I married very young, as was the custom back then, but fell apart, as well as funding for this orphanage. By that time, I was in charge, and had the idea to enlist the church's help on matters, eventually entering into the sisterhood myself. I've never left. Ginny hesitated, tapping her pen absently.
Cool.
Just out of curiosity, I think a man who used to go to my school lived here? Tom Riddles? The matron's eyes sharpened immediately, and her polite distance disappeared as her face hardened. Riddle? But he must be nearly 70.
How?
He's pretty infamous at our school, Ginny said quickly. He's made a huge impact on many of the people who go there, even the younger generation. I was just wondering if you remembered. Of course I remember him, Sister Cole said sharply. Tom Riddle is not a child you easily forget. Didn't get a day's rest when he was here, especially as he got older. Strange things were always happening. Disappearances, lost memories. She shook her head. I went blind once for a day. When I regained my eyesight, 2 boys hung on a string from the roof. She paused. Yes. You are reporters, aren't you? The matron demanded. Not government or one of… No, we're not, Ginny reassured hastily. Honestly, we're just here for a brief, informational article, not a gossip column. However, Sister Cole's thin fingers snaked around her cane tightly, clearly unconvinced. Harry noted the movement and exchanged a worried glance with Hermione, hoping that Violet and Neville were having better luck. Get off my foot, you git. Shut it, Violet. Quiet. We'll get caught. You star. Don't go there. Violet and Neville continued walking in sulking silence, dancing around each other's feet with difficulty, considering Neville's natural clumsiness and their forced proximity. Would be nice if we were 12, Violet muttered. Then we wouldn't be here, would we? Violet bit back a scream of frustration, afraid that her wandering mind might hinder her concentration in sensing a pocket of magic. You're so bloody distracting, she muttered, straining every nerve in her body to pick up that faint hum, shuddering through her body with familiarity. But part of her wanted to resist it, this dark, seducing music, a lustful tinge of ancient magic, feeding her right to it. Her partner stopped, eyeing her nervously. Are you all right? Of course. Why? You look never mind. Violet turned her head curiously and felt a cold sense of déjà vu when she saw the look in Neville's eyes. It seemed so familiar, that horrified fear and wariness, but she couldn't place when she'd seen it last, directed towards her. She jumped and whimpered when she heard a drop of water, remembering another time when she'd lain on a damp, cold floor, her body weak and drained as she heard nothing but dripping water, until that taunting voice came to life, until Phoenix's song brought her back to her warm bed, soft covers, and real flesh. Let's keep going, she said, taking a step forward. But when they turned the corner, they found the source of the water. A boy mesmerized by the cup of water he was slowly draining. He yelped when he saw them, terrified eyes transfixed upon their ghostly feet. On pure instinct, Violet threw the invisibility cloak off her, treading carefully towards the boy. It's okay, she said. Ghosts. No, not ghosts, just magicians. You know, like Houdini? Magicians? He asked mistrustfully, eyeing the spot where Neville stood hidden. I saw too. Neville appeared out of nowhere, helplessly shrugging. Boo. The boy stared at him for a moment before his gaze returned to Violet. Are you here for the ghouls? What go? Yes, Violet interrupted, silencing Neville with a look. We're here for the ghouls. What can you tell me about them? The boy tipped his cup over until the last drop fell to the floor. Been here forever. You can hear them banging and moaning from this room. It's always been locked, and even the nuns can't open it. They tried sawing through it, but every time anyone gets close, they get real cold and run away. I knew a kid who tried to go in on a dare, and got sucked in through the door. Poor bugger, nobody's seen him since. Neville and Violet exchanged glances. What's your name? Ralph. Can you show us where this door is, Ralph? He froze. Air. We can't get rid of the ghouls if we don't know where to go. Ralph nodded and guided them through the loud, bustling orphanage to a disturbingly silent corridor, their echoing footsteps following behind them like shadows. He stopped halfway down and pointed at the door directly ahead of them at the end of the corridor. There. That's where he disappeared. Ralph, you can't tell anyone that we're here, okay? Violet said. Can you keep this a secret? He nodded and practically ran in the opposite direction, back to the warmth of his muggle world. I didn't think he'd believe us so easily. He's still a kid, Violet explained, ignoring the twitch in her leg. He hasn't lost the sense of magic, of something he can't understand. But Violet wasn't paying attention to Neville anymore. The twitch had become a command, her feet longing to lift and step, to breach the distance between her and the strange, dark aura of the door, a cloud of familiar voices whispering into her ears. Violet? Neville's voice sounded muffled as she took one more step, the bond growing more powerful with each increasing inch. We should get the others. She remembered the feel of the rooster's throbbing throat beneath her fingertips, the rapidly beating heart of a creature that knew what was about to happen. Can't do alone. The blood never seemed to come off, even after she had been rescued from the chamber. Violet. She jerked violently when Neville grabbed her arm, the echoes fading away. She hated herself for wanting to reach for them again. What the hell was that? Sorry, she muttered.
I'm
sorry, okay?
Drop it.
She couldn't look at him, intense shame overwhelming her negative feelings towards him. He was a cowardly jerk, but what did that make her? Allowing herself to be swayed by the same power that did 5 years ago? What do you think?
What?
Neville gestured to the door. Violet looked past him, away from wary eyes and dark magic. It's Voldemort's doing. It's got to be there. Should we get Harry and them? Violet shrugged. They're probably still interviewing. How are we going to sneak them all here too? You think we should go alone? Neville asked skeptically. She nodded. If it looks like something we can't handle, we can just go back. I think that's a stupid idea. Gotta learn how to step outside diapers sometime, Neville. He flushed angrily. How do I know you won't turn on me? You're susceptible. You'll probably attack me like you did the last time. Me, susceptible? Violet laughed harshly, unlike herself. I'm not the one with the ugly scar on his forehead. She flicked the lightning bolt cruelly, rubbing in his tragedy. Neville's eyes flashed. You're weak. Weak and pathetic. At least I don't cry for my mummy whenever someone actually challenges me. Really? Neville shot back. I seem to remember you bawling your eyes out for your mum a week ago. Still can't get the tear stains off my good sweater. She stiffened.
What?
Neville paused, eyes widening in horror. Violet, You bastard, she hissed. You. Violet turned around and began running to the end of the corridor, towards the door that became darker and darker as she approached, until the faded wood became black and transparent. She distantly heard Neville calling her name, cursing as his rapid footsteps joined hers. Her legs didn't seem to want to stop, and she found herself running through the door just as Neville's arm caught her elbow, both of them stumbling through. The room was completely dark save for the sole green light bulb faintly illuminating them. Neville turned around to find a door without a knob, pounding on the wood uselessly before attempting to blast it open with various spells. You idiot, he panted. You complete, utter idiot. Violet shivered as she eyed the green light nervously, feeling Neville stiffen beside her. How stupid could she have been? That whole corridor was enchanted, designed to prey upon people, to choose those who went inside. But it only encouraged their stupid fight. It didn't start it.
Drip.
She felt like curling into herself, wishing desperately for her mum in that dark, vast basement. This isn't real, she reminded herself as she shook. It's all just an illusion, a dream. We're not really here, alone in this place, with the never-ending darkness. Still, she backed up against the door, her breathing shallow as a rooster's sharp, vengeful call echoed throughout the room. Violet screamed and covered her ears, not noticing the tendrils of shadowy hands encircling themselves around her chest. Lumos. Bright light erupted from Neville's wand, blinding her for a brief moment before the shadows faded away. She leaned against the door shaking, cursing her own weakness, how the strength of her thoughts was not enough to destroy the illusion. Neville supported her elbow with such gentleness that it surprised her. Violet curled her fingers around her own wand, feeling the reassuring warmth of the dragon heartstrings magic stop her shaking hand. If Neville could be brave now, she'd be damned if she would cower again. Fools. They turned to the center of the room, where a young boy stood, his blonde hair twisted eerily in the green light. His arms were crossed against his chest, an arrogant, knowing smirk spread across his pale face. But those eyes, the red slits shifted like a snake's, possessed and demented as it stared out at the intruders. I knew you'd come sometime. Half-blood filth, he spat, glaring at Violet. The boy, however, you've been marked. I sense him inside of you, both of you. Sense who? Neville asked, but Violet knew. Voldemort, she whispered. Red eyes flashed indignantly. You dare to speak his name? You're nothing, Violet spat, taking a step forward. Only an illusion of the past, a parasite, He watched Violet, evaluating her. I'm only as real as you want me to be. Or rather, he wants me to be. What does that mean? Neville demanded. Where's the Horcrux?
He laughed.
This is the best of Dumbledore's lot? A pair of idiotic teenagers? The Dark Lord will surely prevail with ease. Violet descended the stairs that separated them and the monstrosity, a rush of courage flowing through her. I'm not afraid of you, the boy smirked. But you're afraid for this to end, aren't you? For your world to come crashing around you? It already is, Violet said softly, glad that Neville had followed her down the stairs. But it'll go no further. It's not in your power to cause change. Maybe, maybe not. Neville was now standing beside her, his wand twirling between his fingers. How to defeat this unidentified creature was certainly not something he had been taught in the Hogwarts textbook, yet Violet seemed to have some sense of what was going on. He followed her lead, trying to find some sort of weakness in the monster. He looked at the light bulb, recognizing the strangely powerful energy coming from it. Remembering the feel of the diary as he, Dumbledore, and the Phoenix approached a crazed, wide-eyed Violet and an almost solid Tom Riddle, Neville wondered if maybe, just maybe, Fracta. The boy screamed as the green light bulb shattered into tiny pieces, the sole source of light gone. Neville and Violet shuddered as unseen fog circled them, entering their trembling hearts and dragging the darkness out. Susceptible. You're susceptible. Violet heard the rooster's cries again, watched the Slytherin girl Helen's soul be consumed as the Dementors danced gracefully around her, imagined how her mother had died, remembered the ghost Lily's words to her. Her head felt like it was about to split in half, her heart on the verge of exploding from her chest. Coward, Neville heard his mother's screams, his father's defiant cry as he fought what he knew to be a losing battle. He heard his own infant wails as green light flashed towards him, the intense pain in his forehead as a jagged lightning bolt carved itself permanently into his flesh. He thought he could feel the scar expanding until it had divided his face in half, reminding him of his failures. The blonde boy, the same who'd fallen through the door years ago, knew only pain. Suddenly, the room became visible as water splashed with deceiving ease around their ankles.
What?
Neville said, staring at the familiar surroundings in wonder. Violet, however, closed her eyes in horror, wishing desperately that this wasn't real. The chamber. Violet. It's us? She opened her eyes, taking in the sight of her limp, 11-year-old body, the abomination standing beside her, reveling in her life energy and the approaching figures of an enraged, powerful Dumbledore, nervous Neville, and a beautiful Phoenix, singing as it flew over them. She remembered this. Tom Riddle scowled at the Phoenix's song, a hint of fear in his eyes as he gazed upon Dumbledore. Violet shook, the reassurance that this was an illusion failing miserably. She knew what would happen next, and the intense shame at the memory, the perversion of her mind and the violation of her body overcoming the knowledge that this wasn't happening, not now. Too late, Professor, Riddle gloated, sighing in pleasure as he solidified. There's nothing left to salvage. Dumbledore towered like a column, blue eyes cold behind half-moon spectacles. No. That single word seemed to force the smirk to fall from Riddle's face, a flash of uncertainty in his eyes. You can't reverse this, Dumbledore. I know. Confusion twisted Riddle's handsome face for a moment before he picked up Violet's wand. Then you won't mind when I suck her dry? Violet's body glowed as she shuddered, lurching forward as it fought Riddle. No. Both Neville's cried as both sent a basic stupefy towards the dark-haired teenager. Only one struck true, and the drain was interrupted. Riddle stumbled backwards, annoyed as he noticed 12-year-old Neville for the first time. So, he spat. This is the boy who defeats me? Both the older Neville and Violet flinched when they heard the hissing, knowing what was about to come. The basilisk slithered its way towards them, barely avoiding crushing Violet's still body. The basilisk, my true inheritance. But Dumbledore didn't seem fazed. Don't look into its eyes, he instructed Neville, who immediately looked away. He gestured to the bird above, who swooped down and pecked out the snake's eyes, both it and Riddle screaming in frustration. Violet sank down to her knees, hugging them as she watched the battle from the water's reflection. The phoenix continued circling around the basilisk, attacking its head while Riddle struggled to throw curses with Violet's wand. "What is this?" he demanded, flowers sprouting from the wood as he attempted to cast an unforgivable. Dumbledore only smiled. "The wand knows you are not its owner." Riddle looked up at Dumbledore in wonder, the naive student again. "But other wands don't. Not all witches have a mother brilliant at charms. And now, Tom, we say goodbye, not for the last time." Dumbledore summoned the diary from beside Violet, ignoring Riddle's attempts to snatch it back, and performed a spell that created gaping holes in the book. They reflected in Riddle as he became transparent once again, staring at his own hands in horror. With one final, frustrated scream, Riddle disappeared, leaving a very confused basilisk. Having hit its flying opponent into the opposite wall, it lunged for the headmaster, who grabbed Neville and ran sharply to the left, barely avoiding its deadly fangs. Dumbledore muttered something under his breath, and the basilisk choked, its thick tail flailing around helplessly as it suffocated, until finally its great head came crashing down, sending a wave of water over the pair. Is it dead?" Neville squeaked. "Yes," Dumbledore said tiredly. "It is. Professor, Violet?" "I don't know, Neville." Dumbledore walked towards Violet's body, closely followed by Neville, who gripped his wand helplessly. Neville watched his younger self's still shoulders and remembered how he'd hated himself in that moment for allowing his childhood friend to. "Miss Potter?" "Violet." Dumbledore gently shook Violet's shoulders, disturbed by how pale she was. "Enervate." Brown eyes bulged as Violet's chest heaved, sitting herself up. However, the emerald tint seemed dulled as she blinked rapidly, staring through Dumbledore and Neville instead of looking at them. "Violet's." Neville called, tentatively. Violet's eyes focused on him, and Neville visibly relaxed. "Thank Merlin, I thought you were." With an inhuman screech, Violet launched herself at Neville, hissing and scratching wildly. Neville gaped, rooted to the ground in shock, and it was only Dumbledore's quick stunner that saved him from being mauled. He stared at Violet in horror, her body twitching despite being stunned. "Professor?" Dumbledore's eyes dulled gravely. "He had taken too much, even before we got here. Can you change her back?" Neville whispered, rubbing sweaty hands on his damp robes. Dumbledore thought for a moment, before slowly nodding his head. "Yes, there's something we can do, but it'll take as much as give." The scene faded away until fog surrounded them again, and the blonde boy eyed a crouching Violet maliciously. Don't you see how useless, how ineffective your efforts are? How can you expect a monster to save others from the greatest monster of all?" "That wasn't Violet's fault," Neville said loudly, angry red sparks flying from his wand. "It's Voldemort's." Violet looked up. "Neville never calls him that." The boy smiled crookedly. "Yet you never wondered how they cured the insanity." Their silence was enough of an answer for him. His smile grew until it twisted the cute, boyish features into something entirely different. "Dark magic. Only the dark arts can cure what the dark arts wrought." "That's a lie," Neville shouted. "Dumbledore would never. But he didn't want you to be there, did he? Didn't want to risk exposing the golden boy to what he should be fighting against, not endorsing." "It was the family's decision." "Aren't you as good as family?" he retorted slyly. Neville froze and looked away, realizing that Violet hadn't said a word yet.
"And you?"
"Oh, you shouldn't think you're off the hook either. Shame you ended up such a coward, with your parents sacrificing their lives for yours and all. Of course, that's just a minor detail, innit?" "You shut. Afraid to admit the truth? You saw it just now. Dumbledore did all the real work. You just stood by like a good little boy and allowed your headmaster to bear the danger." "I tried to stun him," Neville said, but admitting that tiny action aloud only made him feel more stupid. "I was only 12 for Merlin's sake. What else was I supposed to do? Grow a spine." The blonde grinned. "Certain people are allowed to enter the door, but only the worthy can retrieve this Horcrux you seek so desperately. Tell me, What makes a coward and a weakling worthy of such a privilege? Like I said, you're the wrong people to have been sent to retrieve it. Both of you reek of so much dark magic that it almost hurts. These are the representatives for the light? A pair of misfits with shady pasts and a future full of failure? An orphan and a black sheep. What a lovely iro.
No.
He glared, irritated at being interrupted.
What?
Violet stood up, gripping her wand in hand.
No.
Neville's not an orphan, not really, not when he has people who love him as much as we hate him sometimes. Most times. I'm no black sheep, either, so quit acting like you know us, because you don't. How would you? You've been trapped in this basement for so long. You and your words are nothing but half-assed steam right now. She laughed loudly, with deliberate arrogance. Some guardian you are? He looked taken aback for a moment, trying to quickly regain his posture. Of course I know everything. I've been entrusted with the Horcrux I see and know everything that goes on. I'm omniscient, and do you ever shut up? Violet asked, sighing loudly. Merlin, you almost talk as much as Binns. I don't think you have a right to judge me when you don't really know how they saved me, do you? The dark arts, of course. Violet shook her head. How could you know? You feed only on the worst memories, and how I was able to come back was certainly not an act of evil. It was love. Neville looked up, remembering Dumbledore's own words to him, how his mother's love ran in his veins, protecting him from the one who would kill him again. You heard it for yourselves, the boy shrieked. Take as much as give. They gave parts of themselves for me, Violet said quietly. Mom, Dad, Harry, they gave me another chance in more ways than one. Delusions, he concluded. Hopes and dreams for the guilty mind. You and I both know the truth, he screamed as a cutting curse sliced his shoulder, staring at Neville in disbelief. Go back to the hole you crawled from. Violet stepped forward, joining Neville. Almost had us for a moment, she said. But not anymore. Not ever. Neville. He nodded, and they raised their wands together. Expello. Screams echoed as the fog dissipated, bringing them back to the dark storage room. The boy clutched his hair in agony, black shadows expelling through his nose, ears, and mouth. Violet watched him passively, wondering if they could salvage the monster's vessel, the poor boy who'd stumbled in here years ago. Vi, look. She raised her head to the ceiling, eyes widening as something floated down to them from where the green light bulb had been. An ornate cup, golden and grand, came down to rest gently in Violet's hands. She gasped, noting the badger engraving in the center, exchanging glances with Neville. Helga Hufflepuff, Neville whispered. Dumbledore was right. What? Dumbledore predicted that this was one of the Horcruxes. We've got to destroy it.
But how?
It must be protected. Another scream caused Violet to jump, turning to face the boy twisting and turning on the floor, his limbs twitching horribly. Do it now. She placed the cup on the floor, praying that all the things they just went through were the only security measures for this Horcrux. Flatus. They covered their arms as the cup blasted apart, the broken pieces hissing as it turned coal black. Sighing collectively, they grinned stupidly at each other. The worst was over now. Fools. The blonde boy laughed, struggling to stand even as smoke continued trailing from his nostrils. You won't live to seek the others. Violet screamed as Hufflepuff's cup burst into towering flames, suffocating smoke consuming the room as the walls quickly became alit with harsh light. Beyond the smoke, she could see the boy collapsing to the ground, eyes wild as his limbs twitched and writhed as he tried to crawl to the stairs. Neville grabbed Violet's arm as he bolted for the door, but she threw him off. Come on. Wait. Violet shouted, turning towards the boy, whose pant leg had caught on fire. There was no way he was in any condition to escape. She felt her heart contract as she stared at the blonde boy, thrashing and screaming as she had years ago, his mind and heart drained to insanity. She could leave him here, where he may burn with the building or be rescued and condemned to a horrible life, or he was what she could have been, and watching his mouth foaming and eyes bulging in pain and confusion, Violet found herself forgetting that she shouldn't care. She had been saved only because she had family who loved her enough to give parts of themselves to revive her soul. He was an orphan, one who nobody had been willing to brave the wretched door for after he disappeared. Nobody to care enough to attempt a rescue, to save him. But Violet would, in the only acceptable way out he had. She gathered the darkness in her heart, remembering how it felt when Tom Riddle was inside her, whispering and seducing her with his dark, malicious words. It's for good, she thought. It's for his good. She pointed her wand at the writhing boy, bracing herself for what she was about to do. Avada Kedavra. Turning around to a shocked Neville, she pushed past him to the door, turning the newly appeared doorknob and running down the corridor, angry flames chasing them all the way. But she wasn't thinking about that as Neville's feet ran alongside hers. She couldn't dwell on the heat trailing behind them or the broken Horcrux that had caused it. No. Violet's thoughts were consumed by wild eyes and green light, with second chances and lost causes, tears stinging the corner of bright emerald eyes. What would Mum think of her now? Do you smell that? Sister Cole looked up, crow eyes becoming more prominent as her eyebrows knitted together. Smoke, but why? Sister. A frantic teenager yanked the door open, panting heavily. A fire east corridor. Get everybody out, the aged nun ordered before turning to her guests. You'd better get yourselves going. The trio shook their heads, Harry gazing at the open door anxiously. Neville and Violet were somewhere in this building by themselves. There was no way he would leave without assuring their safety. You've got limited staff, Ginny pointed out. We'll help. Sister Cole nodded and staggered out of the room, leaning heavily on her cane. Lydia, gather everyone on the third floor. You three cover the second and first. Sister Cole sighed in frustration. I wish I could help, but... Help by calling the police, Hermione said quickly, and hurry. Lydia handed her cell phone to the matron, who quickly limped outside. Try to save as many as you can, but if it seems like the walls will collapse, get out of there, she said. Don't be heroes. With that, they separated, Hermione and Ginny sprinting up the stairs while Harry ran along the corridor, directing the screaming, confused orphans the right way, kicking open each door along his way. Violet. Neville, he bellowed, hoping to Merlin that they were safe. If they get caught in this fire, he'd never forgive himself. He was just about to cast a point me spell when a loud scuffing noise made him hastily pocket his wand again. Help! Please, someone. Harry ran towards the source of the yelling, finding himself face to face with a disheveled boy. What's wrong? It's my sister, Delia, he explained frantically. I don't know where she is. Calm down, Harry said gently. She might have already run out. No, you don't get it. She went back to look for Mr. Fluffypants. Harry stared.
Who?
Her pet rat. I got pushed back in the crowd and she was gone. I've been waiting, but she hasn't. Oh, God. She can't die too. All right, you get yourself out of here. I'll go back and look for her. Harry could use magic to find her location, but not in front of this kid. He looked like he was about to argue, but his shoulders fell, resigned. Please find her. Harry nodded. I will. He turned around, made sure the kid was gone, and drew his wand. Point me, Delia. Peter coughed, fighting his way through the smoke. How did he get stuck in this disaster? 1 minute he was a rat, his back roughly caressed by an overenthusiastic brat, and the next pandemonium erupted, tiny feet creating waves of noise. He'd used the advantage to make a quick getaway, but now found himself in his human form, far too big and tall to see through the smog. His hand found the cheap brass doorknob, leaping back in pain as the heat burned his fingers. Peter turned, frowning at what he thought was the sound of crying. To his surprise, he found his captor sniffling, caught under an overturned bed as her nails scratched helplessly at the floorboards. Peter. He paused, eyes widening in panic. How did she know that? But he relaxed when he recalled that her brother, too, bore that name. Peter. Flinching at the pitiful sound, he resisted the memory of another time, another girl, which only brought his mind back to soulful green eyes, a powerful spitfire of a woman eliminated with 2 mere words. He remembered the ghost, leaning casually against her own tombstone as her eyes sparkled with knowledge. Traitor. Peter. Shut up, he screamed, pivoting around fiercely.
Shut.
The little girl, Delia, struggled once again with the iron frame pinning her to the ground. Please help me, she whispered, eyelids dropping as she coughed. She would die, Peter realized, if he left her here. If not from smoke inhalation, then by having her skin consumed by the fire, a fate he would not have wished upon anyone, especially a little girl, even if she had given him that ridiculous name. Standing off to the side, he hesitated, halfway to the door and freedom, to the girl and the bed. He didn't have his wand. What good could he do anyway? He'd always been stubby and fat, not strong and lean like James or Sirius. There was nothing he could do. But he heard the little cries like a broken clock, weaker and weaker as the wheels within slowed, dying with one last moan. A lonely groan, attention deprived and desperate to be heard, to be fixed. What is there left to repair? Peter coughed as he fought through the smoke, his lungs and weak heart contracting painfully until his fingers touched iron, already hot as they burned his fingers. His lazy muscles ached as he attempted to overturn the bed, but to his surprise found it actually giving way. Feather light, no longer burdened by the weight, Peter stepped back and watched as the little girl wriggled out of the space, the bed floating on its own. It was all he could do to remember the danger. Wandless magic, he whispered in awe. He'd never been able to manage it, not in a productive way. Everything he touched, uncontrolled, seemed to fall into ashes. And my brother, Delia coughed, her little heart-shaped face white and shiny. Where's my brother? He got out, Peter said, nervously glancing at the door. We've got to go. He grabbed the girl's arm, not unkindly, and was surprised when she wrenched her arm out of his grasp. Mr. Fluffypants, she cried, looking around the room rapidly.
He'll die.
Mr. Peter paused. Fluffypants is fine. Rats always manage to wriggle their way out of bad situations. He reclaimed her arm with urgency and pulled the little girl out into the smoking corridor, the fire already licking the walls ahead of them. Cover your nose, he instructed, pulling his shirt to his face as he led the girl into a run. It was only when they reached the crossway between the flames and the corridor when he spotted the two figures heading for the exit as well. Peter stopped in his tracks, for a moment forgetting about the fire, about the danger, about the little girl pulling on his arm. Fiery red hair, familiar and nostalgic, paused and peered out at them, the owner's face twisting into hatred. Violet. The long-bottom boy had noticed them as well, but tugged on his friend's arm, jerking his head towards the fire, then the exit. With a sinking stomach, he saw Harry's figure rushing towards them as well, his wand outstretched in front of him. A few months ago, he would have been overjoyed to see them there. Get away from that girl, Violet yelled, her voice hoarse and distant over the roar of the fire. Go with them, Delia, he instructed, giving her a little push. But Peter shoved her out of the way of Harry's cutting curse, throwing himself to the ground as well. He distantly heard his nephew's curses, his cold green eyes giving away the words Peter couldn't hear. Bulgaria? Peter shouted, hoping that the rumor was true. He'd already done so much to their family, his family. Another Horcrux. Find it. Before he could gauge their reactions, or even if they'd heard, he shrunk down to the rat, narrowly avoiding Violet and Harry's bright curses, recognizing some of the malicious hues. One yellow spell grazed his back. It burned like hot wax, but he ignored it and scurried towards the flames, hoping they weren't stupid enough to follow him. Violet moved as if to chase him, but Longbottom grabbed her sleeve and forced her to leave, taking Delia with them. Wormtail slipped out from the shadows and followed, staying a decent distance away. Quickening his pace as they thrust open the door, he entered the deceiving sunshine and took a sharp left, running in the shade until he'd reached the sewers, descending into the darkness and stink of the condemned. He meant well, he really had. Sirens blared around Ginny, blinding red lights flashing in her eyes as Harry, Violet, Neville, and a girl stumbled out of the burning building, their faces black, drained and angry. She and Hermione exhaled sighs of relief and ran towards them, leading the group towards the fire people, as well as Ron and Luna, who had abandoned their stations to gather the kids together. Lydia cried out when she saw Adelia, immediately whisking her away and shoving a clear, plastic mask over her mouth, instructing her to breathe deeply. Ginny embraced Harry and Violet enthusiastically, but their tense, miserable postures worried her deeply. She put a hand on Neville's shoulder, smiling at him, before subdued sniffling caught her attention. Sister Cole was a sad sight, her crooked body leaning heavily on her cane, her hands white and shaking. Hesitantly, Ginny walked towards a matron, stepping out the way of a yellow-uniformed muggle, equipped with a huge, thick string. Sister Cole.
Gone.
It's all gone. Ginny's hand hesitated above her shoulder. Can't you rebuild? Her aged head nodded slowly. It costs money. This'll be the second time I've had to appeal for a grant. I'm not sure they will consider this old place a worthy investment. Maybe it was for the best. Getting rid of old ghosts and all. Maybe you can finally start fresh again, without any baggage. Sister Cole straightened, and Ginny retracted her hand. You lot art reporters, are you? Ginny hesitated. No, we're not. Do you have anything to do with Tom Riddle? Did this misfortune concern him?
Yeah.
We were trying to get rid of the thing that caused it. The matron sighed and turned her tired body towards her. Then perhaps it was for the best. I always knew that boy was bad news. Ginny felt overwhelmed with guilt. They'd taken out the Horcrux, presumably, but look at what it had caused. Perhaps it was Tom Riddle's ultimate plan after all. Should he lose that precious treasure, that split soul, he wanted to go down with a fight, causing as much pain and destruction as possible. She would never have believed a human being to be so destructive, so spiteful of all the life around him, but that was before Lord Voldemort wreaked havoc on her world, stole her brother's life. I'm sorry, she croaked. I'm so sorry. We didn't know this would happen. Sister Cole scrutinized her carefully. But he's hurt you too, hasn't he? She asked gently. Tom.
Yes.
Promise me something, won't you, Jenny?
Ginny.
That's a nice name. Short for Virginia. Ginevra, actually. Ginevra, then. Promise me you'll stop him, whatever he's doing. I don't want anyone else to lose. I promise. Her voice shook, but the whisper seemed to contain power in it, a power different from the magic she was used to. Perhaps muggles weren't as different from wizards as she'd thought. Lydia approached, and Ginny made a quiet exit, allowing her assistant to take over with consoling words. She walked over to her friends, who were taking turns breathing deeply into the plastic masks, with determined conviction. Please tell me you destroyed it. Violet coughed and looked up with tired eyes. Yeah, she responded, her voice strangely hollow. He's gone. But Ginny ignored her exhaustion. Where next? Next? The Horcrux. Bulgaria, Harry said. We've got to go to Bulgaria. Violet's head turned so fast all Ginny could see was a red blur. Are you kidding me, Harry? You're actually going to. There's no reason he would lie now. How about leading us into a trap? Ginny watched, extremely confused, as Harry steadily met his sister's eyes with slight harshness. We're going. Violet bit her lip, but merely looked back at the trails of smoke floating above the orphanage. Fine, she muttered. But don't blame me if someone dies. Nobody acknowledged her quiet words, but Ginny heard, sending chills down her back. I think you're forgetting that Bulgaria is a country, not a city, Hermione pointed out. There's no way we could scour. Right to Crumb, Hermione, Harry said. His school's full of dark arts. Maybe he knows something. Hermione blinked. Crumb? Why should I write to him? Well, you're pen pals, aren't you? Harry said irritably. When have she ever talked to him? Ron asked in a strange tone. Harry seemed to realize his mistake. Sorry, Hermione. I'm not thinking right. Must be all that smoke inside. I can write him, Neville said. He was decent enough to me. I'm sure he wouldn't ignore it. Sighing visibly in relief, Harry nodded his head in consent. Do that and send it out with an owl. He cocked his head and listened to the nearing sirens and the flashing blue lights turning the corner. Come on, we've got to get back. They slipped through the busy firemen and gathered in a secluded alley for apparition. The rest popped back to the motel, but Violet's tight grip on Harry's arm stopped him from following. Are you sure we want to do this? Trust that traitor? Harry stared at the dark brick in front of him, entranced with its strange paradox of smooth texture and rough indents. He could still smell the smoke and fear on both of them. Harry's? We're going to Bulgaria, he said. That's the only lead we have right now, and we're taking it. He owes me a life debt, and this wormtail was Uncle Peter for a lot longer than he'd been with me. I think he was sincerely trying to help. Bulgaria, huh?
Yeah.
Violet's shoulders slumped in defeat. I just hope we don't fall off an ice cliff. We won't, Harry reassured, grabbing her arm for the side-along apparition. We'll fly through it. With a loud pop, they disappeared, leaving behind smoke and ruin, determined to stop what was to come before flame-licked match. 18 Quicksand. James stared at the piece of parchment clutched between his fingertips, registering the familiar scrawl, the unusual candor of its contents. A part of him wanted to tear it to shreds, viciously imagining it to be the writer's face, but he also wanted to believe it. He couldn't really have gone so far as to set a deliberate trap for them, could they? Did nearly 3 decades of friendship count for so little? The kids are in Bulgaria. Help them find the other Horcruxes. Burn this letter. Peter. If it were anyone else, James would have thought his old friend was sprouting off nonsense, but Dumbledore had explained. The Marauders and Lily had been part of a circle of very few who had known about the Horcruxes and what Voldemort had been truly after. So here he was again, sitting on the couch with his head in his hands, awaiting his friend's arrival. This time, he didn't think Sirius would be enough, but luckily for him, Remus had just returned from his mission, having been exposed and barely making it out of that wolf den with his life. Still, he insisted that he may have still made a difference to the younger werewolves, given them hope for a better future. But Remus's justification sounded like distant hope in itself, so James wasn't sure if he could trust his old friend's words. Remus never told anyone when he was troubled, unless asked to his face. Speak of the devil, James muttered as his fireplace glowed green, feeling a pang of sorrow as he recalled that blasted Muggle phrase Lily had unintentionally ingrained in his head. They used to joke that the wizarding equivalent was, speak of the Grindlobe, or speak of the Boggart. Yet none of their numerous inserts seemed to properly express the dark seduction of the original phrase. Perhaps, speak of the Voldemort would be more adequate. James. He finally looked up at Remus's weary voice, sandy hair streaked with new gray and tall figure slouched against the wall. Sirius, too, seemed unlike himself, a dark look cast across the shadows of his face. James stood up, hands inside his pockets as he nodded at his best friends. The lump in his throat didn't allow him to do much more. I'll kill him. Both Remus and James focused their attention on their third friend, his hands shaking in anger as he gripped the fireplace mantle with unwarranted strength. Pad foot. The tracking charm worked, prongs, Sirius said angrily. It worked, and we followed him as far as some Muggle orphanage before he operated out, and we lost the signal. Apparently, it had just burned down when we got there, and when I talked to the matron in charge, she said that a boy matching Harry's description had just been there moments, James, before we were, that he was looking for something Tom Riddle had hidden there. James looked up. Tom Riddle? Isn't that Voldemort's name? Yeah. Either Peter led them there, or he followed for his own reasons, Remus said quietly. I'll never forgive him. Sirius clenched his teeth. Especially if something happens to Harry or Vi. The matron didn't know where they'd gone, and the charm won't work again until it's fully charged without any apparition breaks in between. We don't even. Bulgaria, James said tiredly. They're in Bulgaria. Why the hell would they be in Bulgaria? James held the letter out. Because Peter told them to go there. Bloody hell. Sirius looked out the window and into the night, up at the stars that shone just as sleepily where his nephew and niece were. It's a trap. Maybe not. James and Sirius stared at him with such incredulity that he met no resistance when he plucked Peter's letter from Sirius's fingers. He quickly scanned its contents before looking back up at his friends, a glimmer of hope in his weary eyes. Perhaps Peter has better intentions than we'd thought. Sirius scoffed in disgust. He'd hoped you'd forgive him, Moony. I told him there was no chance of that, but here you are. I'm not forgiving him, Padfoot, Remus said sharply. I'm just trying to figure out why we've trusted him so much over these past few decades. Don't say that, James said with a slight smile. Makes us sound old. Only one thing to do, then. James nodded. Listen to Peter. For once. Remus sighed and looked out the window, his face solemn as the evening twilight illuminated the grim lines on his face. He leaned his forehead against the cool glass, remembering the crude pail of water dumped on his head 2 days into the second month of class. He smiled, recalling the looks on Sirius and James's faces as he'd angrily sent sparks up their arses. They'd really accepted him, hadn't they? Despite the fact that Remus rarely lost his temper like that. Their small friend had completed the quartet, nervous and shy around others yet loud, and surprisingly sharp around his friends, finally comfortable in his skin. So why had he betrayed them? Everything they'd meant to each other in those years of precious friendship? Sirius had angrily relayed Peter's reasoning earlier, but Remus suspected it was a bit of a biased and edited version. He would go for Harry and Violet, to make sure their parents wouldn't have to see their children buried under the ground, but he also hoped that he would encounter his old friend, to find out for himself, in Peter's own words, why. A second-hand explanation was not good enough, and it never will be. We should tell the Order we're leaving. His friends, brothers bonded by pranks, mistakes, broken hearts, and joy, nodded with identically dark heads, all feeling the free space where a fourth should be. The Marauders had lost a brother to the one force they'd never anticipated, but they felt little Peter's ghost filling the hole, urging them to believe in him. The 11-year-old's face pinched as he proclaimed his brilliant plan to shove Snape into the frigid waters to bathe with the giant squid. Remus snorted. Perhaps he'd initiate Peter's plan as a form of torture for Severus. No doubt he'd be due for a bath, sweating in those heavy Death Eater cloaks. He wrinkled his nose. He must be going crazy. What were you thinking? It worked, didn't it? Harry sighed, unconsciously rubbing where his scar used to be. It was stupid. You could have easily gotten you and Neville killed. We managed. You were lucky. So were you? Harry scowled. Because of you, we got the information we needed and destroyed the Horcrux without any damage except for the building, but it would have toppled down anyway. Violet glared at Harry defiantly. It worked out, Harry, we're fine. And I won't do something like that again, because that definitely wasn't fun at all. Fun. Harry repeated incredulously. Fun? You think that all this is fun? Of course, Harry. And Voldemort's a fluffy puppy. Don't be sarcastic. You could have died. Your life isn't worth that Horcrux. But yours is. Harry hesitated and looked away. Maybe. Maybe that's all I'm good for. No, it's not. You've done loads of brilliant stuff before this. All Voldemort-related. No, she said fiercely. Not everything. You're a good friend. Not always. A good student, only in defense. And a good son. Harry met her gaze. I let her die. Twice. You were a baby, Harry. What could you have done? And beats before, maybe that was meant to happen, had to happen for certain things to progress. Maybe it's destiny. His expression hardened. Destiny. Out of all the idiotic concepts wizards and muggles have created, destiny is the worst. If destiny causes a woman to die twice, and a psycho to be resurrected by Wormtail. Right, but without the boy who lived, I wouldn't have been conceived. Dad and Mum would have been killed or banished or something. You don't exist anyway. He didn't flinch when Violet slapped him.
Think about it, he said.
Someone would have killed Voldemort eventually. There's nothing special about me. Violet bit her lips, flicking her fingers at the breeze. Who would be brave enough to face him? Dumbledore, you dolt. Dumbledore had been a lot of things, but he hadn't had what it took to kill Voldemort. Wound him, yeah. And what do I have? Harry sneered. Love? Yeah, that's right, I'll love him to death, especially after he killed Mum and Dad. Serious, Dumbledore, are you? You have people who love you. Voldemort and Dumbledore were alone.
He scoffed.
Yeah, I bet Voldemort's just been weeping over how lonely he is. When you get that powerful, you can't afford to be betrayed. Violet ignored Harry's irritated scowl. Since you're not necessarily up to their level. Thanks for the ego boost. You still have that. Dumbledore, well, Dad's always suspected that McGonagall and Dumbledore had some sort of affair, but I don't know about that. Harry scowled, averting his eyes to the stormy sky behind her. I know destiny exists, he said quietly. Doesn't mean I have to like it. Violet watched him uncross his arms and walk away with surprisingly soft footsteps trailed by a crack of thunder. She wrapped her arms around herself. Harry had her help, her tied to the world now, but what if everything changes? What if, instead of embracing the grounding support of his friends, he rejects them? She stepped onto the balcony of their Bulgarian hotel, closed her eyes and raised her head to accept the droplets of rain. It felt so heavenly to just feel the water on her face, the steel beneath her fingertips. Enjoy it while you can. No, please, it is an honor to help the chosen one. Neville squirmed. Don't call me that. Crumb cracked a grin, stretching the white scar on his upper lip. You know, I had never thought you would have gotten through the challenges. I vast impressed, like now. Neville stood a little taller. Oh, thanks. He smiled uncertainly. I always thought you'd make it so. But Crumb only laughed and placed a calloused hand on Neville's shoulders. Do not worry. We are on the same side now. His expression darkened. I am no longer under the teacher's curse. That wasn't him, Harry and Neville said. Oh, it was, Luna added. But fake. All eyes fell on the wispy blonde. Well, he was. So, do you have any information? Violet demanded. Crumb nodded. Yes, but it is not something to be rushed into. Whatever, it's fine, let's go. Ginny frowned. Don't be rude, Vi. I know, I'm sorry, but it's just that we're running out of time. Voldemort's going to cotton on sooner or later that we're after the Horcruxes, and he'll make sure we can't destroy any more. Crumb nodded. She is right. We have been tracking down the Death Eaters in our own country and, quite accidentally, stumbled on some information. They did not know much about the place, only that they were supposed to stay close to one area. So we captured most of them and searched the area. We recently found what we think is a magical pocket, but Harry stared. A what? Magical pocket, Harry? Hermione sighed. A hidden gateway to another plane or location. It could be sort of like a portkey too, I guess. Really, we learned this in the Magical Myth Unit in History of Magic. The what unit? If it's a myth, Ginny said slowly, then how do you know that's really what it is? Some of those in the Bulgarian branch of the Order were more superstitious and open-minded than others. Words. Crumb nodded gravely. Unfortunately, they disappeared soon after discovering the pocket. We don't know if they're alive or not. I'm sorry. Crumb nodded and turned to Neville. You will destroy the Dark Lord, yes? Well, You must. I know, Crumb, I know. I'll try. Not try. Do. Harry watched the exchange carefully, Crumb's conviction and Neville's fear. He thought of all the sacrifices, all the deaths, all the pain.
I'll win.
They made plans for Crumb to take them to the pocket, arguing whether or not to alert the Order of the Phoenix to its presence. It's the right thing, Hermione insisted. Ginny shook her head. Our mums and dads would go ballistic. I don't think it's a good idea. I agree, Violet said. Best we do this ourselves. Both Luna and Ron nodded in agreement, Luna adding that they could take care of the Nargles themselves, but Neville merely watched, conflicted. Neville.
He sighed.
Look, I know we got the Horcrux at the orphanage, but it was more blind luck more than anything. We were almost killed, and endangered loads of other people, Muggles, who don't. This is our generation's fight. No. Neville scowled. It's not. It's everyone's fight. We can't just go off and play the hero. Not without some sort of backup. Look, mate, Ron said. You've got us, so you're not alone, are you? The Order's got their hands tied as it is, holding the Death Eaters back. Nobody knows what we're doing now, which means it's likely the Death Eaters don't either. Exactly, Ron. Likely. Neville's right, Hermione added. We need some sort of plan. We do have a plan, Ginny protested. And we can't do this without. Neville, see some sense. Shut it, Violet. No, Neville, you shut it. The Order if stretched thin, you know that. Their job is to fight back Voldemort's forces. Ours is to destroy the Horcruxes. Her eyes flickered over to Harry. It's what we have to do. There is no we. None of you are. They were my parents, my bloody destiny, not yours. You'll get hurt, and I don't know if I'm strong enough to deal with that. Neville flushed, embarrassed, but didn't recoil when Harry placed a sympathetic hand on his shoulder. Your parents, Neville's? Violet said quietly. What about mine? Don't forget Bill. I know you have your reasons, but Neville turned to his sole ally in frustration. Hermione's? She bit her lip. I still think we should go to the adults on this, but there's no time. Ginny nodded. Voldemort's getting stronger every day. All right then. Lead the way, Crumb. The International Quidditch star held out a broken watch. Port key, he explained. It will take us to the pocket. Harry felt the familiar tug from behind his navel as they landed in the middle of a field that seemed to stretch for miles. He had to admit, he was impressed. How the hell did you find it? V looked.
Ah, right.
I feel it. Harry looked over to see Violet running her hands through the air, her eyebrows knitted in concentration. The pockets? Yeah, it feels tingly. Before anyone could stop her, she had unsheathed her wand and slashed, creating a visible gap in the air. And there are the pretty lights. You are all sure you wish to go inside? V, do not know what resides behind it. Just like the veil. We're sure. Crumb nodded. Follow me, then. Harry could see the fear in his eyes, but it hardened to determination after a moment. Whatever else could be said about Crumb and his athletic ability, he was not a fool as many believed, and braver than most would expect. War seemed to bring the best and worst out of people. Harry could only hope this wouldn't end badly. What is this? The Potter's F found the location. Which? The CH children. Stop simpering, Wormtail. It doesn't suit you. Why, yes, my lord. How did they discover the location? I don't. What did I just say, Wormtails? Resisting the squeak that threatened to scratch out of his throat, Peter Pettigrew attempted to collect whatever was left of his dignity, severely wishing he hadn't. Returned? Is that what you were going to think, Wormtail? It almost makes me wonder why I even keep you around. Did you tell the Potter brats of the orphanage? Information of which I'm sure you gleaned from scurrying around listening next to doorknobs instead of staying out of the way of your betters.
He squeaked. Tell
me, Wormtail, did you inform the Potters about the orphanage? No, my lord, of course not. Voldemort smiled cruelly. Then who did? He scanned the spare room, filled only with Death Eaters who had either proven their loyalty or appeared to be on the brink of betrayal. Something very important to me had been placed in that orphanage, something far more valuable than the lives of you or your offspring. If I find that any of you had betrayed me in such a way, I'm afraid the consequences will be most severe. His eyes flickered to each mask, his eyes briefly glowing as he searched the face behind it, the eyes that told all. Bellatrix, Lucius, Wormtail, and Snape, stay. Wormtail held back a whimper as the familiar cracks resounded throughout the room, leaving only him, 3 others, and the Dark Lord. It couldn't be too terrible, could it? After all, the Dark Lord favored that madwoman above all others. Lucius had lost some standing, but Snape had killed Dumbledore. Surely they would not be his executioners? He found himself wishing for his friends, but realized that he'd lost them. You 4 will go to Bulgaria and ensure that not another possession of mine is lost. Lucius, your son shall accompany you as well. Malfoy jerked as if to protest, but fell silent, knowing his place. Yes, my lord. It's about time the boy showed he was useful for anything other than getting caught. Yes. Red eyes narrowed. There will be no problems? No, my lord. Excellent. I expect you to leave soon. As he left the room, Wormtail realized that he had been too elated at his stay in execution to truly digest what he had to do. He stopped dead in his tracks, causing Snape to make some cutting remark as he bumped his greasy nose into him. Bulgaria.
Kids.
James and Lily. Sirius. Remus. The Order. And he'd sent them there, alerted the Dark Lord to his lingering thoughts on the country. Wormtail groaned. Nothing ever went right, did it? I guess those are your friends, then. Don't be insensitive, Ron. Hermione snapped. Ron had the grace to look ashamed, but he did glance at Hermione in surprise, and used to her speaking up. Sorry, mate, I didn't mean. It is all right, Crumb muttered, but he didn't tear his eyes away from the mangled bodies. I did not believe that they were alive. What could have done that? Luna, where are you going? The blonde seemed to be staring at the middle of the room with more concentration than usual, slowly drifting towards it while keeping her eyes on the ground. Making her way to the center circle, she began muttering to herself as she knelt down and traced her fingers on the symbols. Has she gone mad? Ron. But Harry knew better. What is it, Luna? I thought it was the symbol of the Nargles, but I don't think so. She stood up and pointed. Look. Before their eyes, the symbol morphed into one that Hermione apparently recognized. Ancient runes. Of course, it must have been some kind of somebody help her. Harry tore his eyes away from the symbol to Luna, who was staring bemusedly at her slowly. Sinking feet. If that was what he thought it was. Luna, don't move. Wingardium Leviosa. But the quicksand seemed to be impervious to his magic. He tried different variations of the levitating spells as Hermione attempted to stop it, but nothing seemed to take. Ginny even tried to conjure a rope for Luna to pull, but the sand consumed it before it even reached her. With every moment that passed, Luna's breathing grew more erratic, but she remembered Harry's words and remained perfectly still. Magic won't work, Hermione said. Yeah, I think we noticed that. Can we just pull her out? Ginny walked towards the quicksand, but Neville placed a hand in front of her. Look at the ground. The quicksand's range began to widen, encompassing more with each second. Violet saw movement in the corner of her eye. She followed Crumb to what was left of his friends. At first, she merely stood nearby, unsure of what he was going to do, and was surprised when he began searching the bodies.
What?
Help me. They came well-equipped. There must be something. They frantically searched the bodies, finding nothing until Violet felt a strong surge of magic coming from a small pouch. Willing to risk anything, she hastily opened it to find nothing. Swearing loudly, Violet threw it against the wall in a fit of frustration, calling Crumb's attention to it. He abandoned his search and examined the pouch. Something lit up in his eyes as he placed the opening near his mouth and said something in Bulgarian. Crumbs. Victory danced in his eyes as he reached into the small pouch and pulled out a long, coiling rope that felt perfectly ordinary, perfectly non-magical. They ran back where the others stood, desperately trying to free Luna. The sand was now past her torso, her arms freed only by keeping it above her head. In a few swift movements, Violet had conjured a strong bar, weakened the ground, and sank it into it, wrapping one end of the rope around it as Crumb tossed the other to Luna. Soon, everyone had abandoned their magical efforts and began aiding in pulling the blonde out of the quicksand. Harry's muscles felt torn at the exertion of heaving a heavy human body out of sand that threatened to swallow them whole. Then he realized magic didn't work on the quicksand, but that didn't mean that it wouldn't work on them, did it? Lacertus. They immediately felt their upper body strength increase as their progress grew easier until Luna had been safely pulled onto solid ground, their foreheads glistening with sweat. You okay, Luna? She nodded, but her attention was on the spot that had nearly consumed her. The quicksand receded to its original circle as something rose from the spot. They watched uncertainly as an ornate crystal ball revealed itself, resting elegantly on a wooden stool. Look, Ginny said. The ground's solid. Are you Sir Neville? Get back here. He had risen first, taking careful steps as he approached the center of the room. A tentative foot lightly touched the stool, but he let out a breath as nothing happened. It's safe, I think. Hermione wasn't at all eager to approach. It's a crystal ball, she said disdainfully. And it's ridiculous, she said, flustered. Harry couldn't help but laugh. Apparently, she still had a fond spot in her heart for divination. So, is that the Horcrux? Violet asked. I don't know. Neville felt drawn to it, to the curious clouds within the crystal. As he drew closer, the haze seemed to part to reveal lumps of beige. He frowned. Was that roaring he? Neville yelped in surprise as his body was sucked into the crystal ball, disappearing before his companion's eyes. On pure instinct, Harry made a grab for his flailing ankle and found himself pulled in as well. Harry. Violet's hand reached for her brother's and was caught in the crystal ball's power. As all three disappeared, those remaining tried to touch the crystal ball, only to be repelled by a magical barrier. Are you kidding me? Ron said. That thing sucked them in? Look, Luna said, pointing. The haze had parted completely, leaving them with a bird's-eye view of a labyrinth. It zoomed in to show close-ups of Harry, Neville, and Violet, all standing up and disoriented from their falls and separated. Bloody hell. We've got him. James and Remus turned to their friend, who was staring at his palm in triumph. The tracking device on Peter, it's got a locked location on him. He's in the middle of a bloody field, though, so that's a bit strange. Is he moving? James asked. He shook his head. No, for some reason he's staying put. Clenching and unclenching his fist 3 successive times, the lines on his palm rearranged themselves back to their original positions. Damn useful, this spell. Creepy, more like, Remus muttered, ignoring his friend's reproachful glare. Should we go now? I've got to let Tonks know that my cousin's favorite werewolf isn't going to leave her for a nice Bulgarian girl. He sighed. Let Tonks know to contact the order. James nodded. We need to get on this now, or he might apparate away. They looked at each other, knowing full well that they were leaving to catch someone who, until recently, had been one of their own, a brother. When they apparat on the rocky hill overlooking the field, Sirius immediately used his omnioculars to scan the area. Upon seeing Peter's chubby form, he passed them to James. Looks like Peter's made some new friends. James's grip on the omnioculars tightened as he noted Lucius Malfoy, Draco, Bellatrix Lestrange, and Snevellis. Remus made a disapproving noise in his throat, to which his friend spun around angrily. What, are you going to start defending him now, Remus?
That.
Calm down, Prongs. Sirius placed a steady hand on his shoulder. Now's not the time. James's shoulders tensed, but he said nothing, merely passed the omnioculars to Remus. What do you think, Padfoot? It went against what he wanted, but we should wait. We're outnumbered. I agree, Remus said. And our only spy in Voldemort's ranks is down there. We need there to be chaos so the rest of them don't realize that we're not aiming to capture him. He'd already sent word to Tonks. The rest of the Order should be arriving in the area soon enough. James wanted blood. He could see that, but Sirius's restraint seemed to have pacified him for the moment. Remus knew how his old friend must have felt. Those people have all done more harm than good, leaving imprints of their betrayals and malice behind. Severus had killed Dumbledore. Bellatrix had nearly destroyed James and Lily. Malfoy was a corrupted figure, and Peter had as good as killed Lily. They're right there, he muttered. Right there. Can't we just stun them? No, James, Remus said gently. It could be a trap. I know. We're not going to do Harry and Violet much good by charging in recklessly, Sirius added. Fine, James snapped. When are the others going to be here? Soon. He turned and stared at the 4 distant figures, for specks out of billions, but 4 people who have changed the tide, for good or worse. When he'd learned from interrogating Peter that Draco Malfoy had been responsible for Lily's death, he hadn't believed him at first. But Veritaserum doesn't lie. The younger Malfoy, their spy, had done the deed. Of course, James knew that he hadn't been able to refuse. Knowing the Death Eaters and their strange love for orientations, murdering his wife had been child's play, their way of truly testing Malfoy's merit. Well, it worked, he thought bitterly. He thought of his refusal to cast Unforgivables, how immoral and evil the words sound on the tongue. Crucio, Imperio, Avada Kedavra. He had never used them. James had always believed that when the oars reduced themselves to sinking to the enemy's level, they became them. Perhaps not immediately, but slowly, as righteous conviction consumed them like poison then, the wizarding world would fear those who had sworn to protect them. But now, within reach of those who had hurt, murdered, and maimed, it was enough to make him wonder. Was killing really that hard? Harry? Neville. Violet stood up shakily, her wand ready. She stared at the harsh walls surrounding her, recognizing the symbols that had nearly caused poor Luna to be sucked in by quicksand. Afraid to touch anything that might submit her to the same fate, Violet carefully sidestepped any brick on the ground with an inscribed symbol and avoided the vines that hung from the ceiling as she tread through the labyrinth. Had everyone gone through? Or just her, Neville, and Harry? It was far too familiar for her liking, 3 people running about in a dangerous magical maze. It was like the Triwizard Tournament all over again, though with the original 3 instead of 4. She briefly considered levitating her feet, just so she wouldn't have to worry about stepping on anything malicious, but thought better of it. She would need her energy. Something sounded on her right. She jumped, casting a shield over her before addressing the dark. She couldn't see anything. It was just black and endless bricks, closing in on her. No, don't think about that. Given her luck, her thoughts would actually cause the walls to crush her. Now, if only that couldn't be roaring, could it? Violet tensed, but forced herself to stay calm. After all, whatever was coming couldn't be worse than the possessed orphan and the visions just a few days ago. She knew that she had to stay put. Exposing her back would do her no good. Still, her first instinct was to bolt when the sound of approaching hooves neared, faster and faster as progress was made, as the prey was in sight.
"Merlin," she said.
"You've got to be kidding." The monster reared its ugly head, stamping its 2 cloven feet with childish petulance, snorting with its hideous nose and staring at her with animal eyes. A creature that had believed to be long dead, ended by a man whose tale had been woven and twisted into a story, and eventually, a myth retold over the centuries by muggles. Wizards knew it wasn't just a story, but no one had ever thought that the Minotaur still lived. Still, when she got past the bull head and legs, it did look remarkably human for a half-blooded abomination. But before Violet was able to completely shake off the awe in seeing a mythological creature, it had reared its head and began a vicious charge at her shield. On instinct, Violet dived away and recast her charm. However, her relief soon turned to horror as the Minotaur's horns tore through her shield like it had been nothing but air. As it crashed face first into the wall, sending bricks and dust crashing down on itself, Violet bit back a scream and ran. Thinking fast, she quickly cast the disillusionment charm, praying that its ability to locate her by smell had atrophied. It hadn't. She didn't even bother to think about how loud her frantic footsteps were as she raced away in that narrow passage, turning whenever possible. But the Minotaur never lost her, and would have gotten her if she hadn't thrown herself at the wall, its momentum forcing it to keep on running straight. Violet backtracked and blindly took a random turn, resisting the urge to call out to her brother. What if it had eaten him already? She lifted the disillusionment charm, it wouldn't do her much good anyway, and instead cast the Point Me spell. As she ran in the spell's instructed direction, distant roaring alerted her that the Minotaur was once again behind her. How the hell was... She looked at her wand, at the spell she had just been about to cast. Magic attracts magic. But her moment's carelessness had caused her foot to land in an unlucky spot, caressing the symbol that laid inscribed on a piece of brick. Having fallen into its trap, it captured her. She heard it before she felt it, a slow digesting sound that made her stomach churn. She looked down and saw a speck of black around her foot expand around her. Violet yanked at her foot, dragging her free leg and hands to the ground, pulling, but it was no use. The empty black hole was slowly sucking her in, faster than it had Luna, and the Minotaur had found her. Though it had reared its head, prepared to charge, something stopped it. Its eyes reflected a brief flash of intelligence as it took in Violet's situation, the expanding black mass that she was struggling with. With an annoyed huff, it stamped off, leaving her alone to her fate. A sob escaped her as she struggled harder. She tried every spell she could, but knew that it wouldn't work. She reached out to the symbols surrounding her in desperation, but they were cold to her touch, unforgiving and unmerciful. She had lost control of her free leg, the black hole expanding to compensate for its attempt to flee, and it was now well past her torso. Violet felt desperate tears in her eyes as she dared to cry out. Harry, Neville,
Dad.
Mum. Violet. Her mother had come, bending down as she tried to take her daughter's hand, crestfallen when it merely passed through.
How?
I'm dead, remember? Here and there. I'm sorry, she whispered. I don't know what to do.
Tell Harry.
Tell him yourself. Violet couldn't feel her lower body anymore, but she felt a strange sort of calm that came from knowledge of the inevitable. I got my chance, she said. And I helped a bit, but… No, Violet, Lily said. You have more to do. She was stuck by her mother's harsh jawline, her steely gaze, but her eyes still contained a warmth that reminded her of where she was, of what she was giving up. Do you remember what we talked about when I first appeared here? Violet grasped at solid ground, trying to prolong her descent, not looking at the woman who'd given her a life. Do you remember?
Yes.
And after everything our family has gone through, everything Harry's faced, are you just going to give up? I'm weak. Magic doesn't work. There's not a damn thing I can do. You're not weak, Lily said gently. Not after what I've seen. I'm proud of you, and so is your father, but you can't abandon Harry now. Not when he needs you. I'm not abandoning him, she yelled. I'm stuck in a… Crumb got Luna love got out. Why can't you? Weeb our friends were there. Nobody's here. It was nearly up to her arms now. After those were gone, she was doomed. You're here. Remember that, no matter what you know, what I've told you. Lily's eyes glanced up at the ceiling. Violet followed her gaze, and rediscovered the age-old vines hanging down. She smiled, hope filling her as she magically untangled a strand and strengthened it, pulling herself up with tremendous effort. Though she managed to free an inch or so, she didn't have the physical strength necessary to completely pull herself out. Then, remembering her brother's earlier quick thinking, she cast Lacertus and found herself free. She clung to the vine with elated relief, surprised to find herself sobbing hysterically even after she had sat down a safe distance away from the shrinking hole. She had been this close, and she hated that she had been so willing to lose everything, to forget what. It was like with a solid wall behind her, soft earth between her fingers. Her mother placed her hand a little above her shoulder, knowing that she couldn't touch her. It didn't matter, though. It was the thought that counted. When she had quieted, Lily moved to kneel in front of her, the rigidness in her face gone. Magic isn't always the solution, she said, smiling. Sometimes love is, or vines, if you want to be practical. Violet nodded and wiped her cheeks with her sleeve. You wouldn't happen to know where Harry is, would you? Or is that cheating? Lily merely smiled and pointed. Merlin, if he had known better, he would have thought he had been a victim of a large Hollywood movie. Harry had already nearly been beheaded, stabbed and gutted by various booby traps, and to be honest, he was tired of it. He had to assume that the Horcrux was here somewhere, vast and dangerous as it was. But there laid the problem. Neville was here, and so, he assumed, was Violet, but he hadn't seen or heard from them at all. He did hear roaring somewhere, but he thought it best not to think on it for now. Point Me spells hadn't worked very well every time he followed its instructions. It always seemed to lead him into a dead end or another trap. Harry found it slightly ironic that Voldemort had hidden his Horcrux in a place that was so completely anti-magic. Had he even realized the hypocrisy of using Muggle means to protect his prize? And again, with the orphanage and horror stories, it would almost be comical if he hadn't nearly been killed so many times. Harry. Violet. He spun around to see flaming red hair walking very cautiously towards him. He stepped forward to greet her, but…
Stop.
He paused in taking a step, looking at her strangely. What is it? Don't step there. Looking down, Harry saw a symbol, O. He sidestepped it and didn't protest when his sister embraced her, clearly as happy to see him as he was to see her. How'd you… I got caught in one, she said. Harry, you won't believe this. There's a bloody minotaur. They both pointed their wands ahead of them, where they had heard growling. Harry tensed. Violet, however, groaned and said, "Oh no, not again," without another word. She took off running where Harry had just come from. Wait, there's traps." She dodged an incoming arrow with ease, doubling back and grabbing Harry by the shirt as they ran through. He directed her where he'd been already, hoping that the traps hadn't reset. On the way, she quickly grabbed a knife off the ground and tossed it to Harry, levitating poisonous arrows for herself. "Magic doesn't affect it," she explained. The Minotaur had backed them into a corner, but this time they were ready. Harry kept the knife in hand just in case their plan failed, but helped Violet hurl various sharp objects at the monster with a levitation spell. It deflected most of their weapons with its burly arms, but Harry had managed to distract it enough for his sister to sneak a poisoned arrow under its notice and pierce its chest. It didn't notice the quick-working poison until it was too late, until it had pulled the arrow out of its chest with large human hands, until it slowly shrunk, its nostrils sinking in and fur reducing, until it became Neville. Their friend laid on the ground, breathing heavily as his fingers examined the raw, purple hole in his chest, the pulsating veins that carried the poison through his body. The Potters, abandoning caution, ran to him, disbelieving what was in front of their eyes. Violet was momentarily frightened when she saw a spark of animalistic hunger in his eyes, but it was gone, leaving a very weary, dying boy who lived.
"Oh, Neville," she said. "How?"
"Dunno," he muttered, sweating heavily. "Fell, lost my wand, woke up here." "Where?" He coughed violently, sending splatters of blood onto his bare chest. "Neville, hold on, okay?" Harry said. We'll fix this." "Harry, he's dying." "I know." Violet glanced at him anxiously. "Do that healing thing again." "What healing thing?" I don't know if basic healing spells will work on poison like this. I wouldn't be surprised if it were magical. You did it before at Diagon Alley when you healed Parvati. And that was a seriously dark spell. Can't you do it again?" Harry closed his eyes. Maybe, if he could tap into whatever had made it work the first time. He can't lose Neville, not now. Not when they had been the ones to kill him. He tried, he really did, but no matter what string of thoughts he came up with, none of the words worked. "You're trying too hard, Harry." He looked up, believing for a moment that he'd heard his mother's voice, not Violet's. "Let your good intentions guide. Reverse the poison. Undo what was done. Save Neville." He smiled. The warm glow had reappeared, washing Neville's wound with golden light as it slowly closed up. Neville groaned and forced himself to sit up, his eyes clear and sharp. He looked down at himself and sighed. "Well, at least they let me keep my boxers."
"Who's they, oi?"
Neville shook his head. "I don't know. Took by bloody wand, though. I just remember getting sucked through the stupid crystal ball, waking up in this dark cave, and then nothing. I start coming to and notice this arrow in my chest. And the hooves, yeah, I saw that too. That was a bit scary." How are you feeling now?" Violet asked, feeling guilty. "Fine for being transfigured and poisoned. I've got a huge headache, though, and I can't seem to shake this feeling that there's something up my nose." Harry laughed, and was suddenly struck with an idea. "Neville, do you think somebody cast a spell on you?" He shrugged. "Hard to tell. I was the first to fall in, could be a magical consequence. And this cave? Do you remember anything about it?" Neville frowned. "It was dark, so it was hard to tell, but I think maybe, yeah, there was definitely something glowing. I caught sight of it before I blacked out." Nodding, Harry stood up and conjured some robes for Neville. "Then we're going to the cave. Bellatrix, would you stop your pacing?" Lucius snapped. "But I'm so bored, my dear brother." Her eyes glinted madly. "As we're supposed to guard an empty field. And are you questioning the Dark Lord's orders?" Snape asked softly. She smiled. "Of course not, Severus. Why would you say that?" Oh, she had her doubts about the greasy one. Unbreakable vow or no. He was simply too slimy to be trusted. Of course, the same could be said of her brother-in-law, But Bellatrix would never do anything that would cause her baby sister pain unless the Dark Lord ordered it. After all, Draco had been made stronger, a man, by his initiation into the fold. Once, she had held dear Andromeda in the same regard, but Azkaban has since robbed her of any happy times she may have shared with the middle sister, any bittersweet regret. If we are instructed to stand in this godforsaken field, then we will stand. Why, Severus, you sound a bit bitter to me. He smiled tightly. You wouldn't be the first. Are you still sulking over how your old friends hate you now? Severus scowled, turning towards her faster than she'd expected. But he didn't scare her. Friends? Bellatrix? That mongrel Lupin, idiot Potters, suspicious Moody, and the ridiculous ex-heir of the disgusting House of Black? Don't pretend to defend him, Lestrange. I won't stand for your black pride, he sneered, cutting off Bellatrix's retort. Friends? I think not. I should be grateful to rid myself of those children. Draco finally looked up from where he was sitting. If he hadn't known better, he would have believed his old professor. He sighed and pulled out another blade of grass. He didn't know why the Dark Lord would want him on this mission or whatever it was. If there was one thing he agreed with his aunt on, it was that this was boring. It might have been a bit more interesting if they had been talking about something worthwhile, something worth reporting back to the Order on. He noticed Snape giving him a pointed look from the side, unnerved to discover that his aunt had a rather focused stare on him. Thinking quickly, Draco forced his thoughts to how much he hated Potter, how he wanted to break his neck. He saw Bellatrix smile in satisfaction, withdrawing her light hold on his mind. Panic seized him. Did the Dark Lord know? Or was it just suspicion? He resisted a glance at his old professor, knowing the danger, but in doing so missed his father's strange expression as he regarded him. Did the Dark Lord say how long we were supposed to stay here? No, Lucius said, playing with his cane's ornate handle. He didn't. We'll stay here for days if we have to, Snape drawled. Wormtail said nothing, merely staring out at the vast, never-ending field, deep in thought. For the kids' sakes, he hoped it'd be seconds. Here it is. They had arrived in the darkest part of the labyrinth, their path lighted only by their wands. Harry had been unnerved to find that they hadn't run across any traps or magical enchantments, which led him to conclude that all the danger of this section was in there, in that dark, eerie cave. Voldemort really has a knack for decor, doesn't he? Harry grinned, glancing at his sister. I doubt he'd come down here himself, though probably sent some expendable Death Eaters. Neville didn't say anything, but did eye the cave with apprehension. Are you sure you want to go in there? I don't think the transfiguration would activate again, Neville. He swallowed with difficulty. If you say so. They entered the cave with caution. Violet recoiled when she accidentally brushed her hand against the wall.
It's damp, she said.
There was something there, something that caused all three to feel apprehensive and, in Neville's case, quiver slightly. Still, they did their best to ignore it and pressed on. Harry's leg brushed against something hard. He frowned as he recognized it as the horn of a minotaur. He picked it up and showed it to Neville. Fancy a souvenir? Neville smiled, appreciating his efforts, but didn't take it. Harry considered tossing it away, but held on to it. It might be useful. It didn't take long for the narrow passage to expand into a larger room. Harry noticed torches on the sides and lit them with a quick spell, engulfing the area with light. In the process, it revealed walls filled with inscribed symbols as well as life-size drawings. However, they were too distracted to investigate their surroundings further. Neville smiled when he noticed his wand, reaching to pick it up. But what really caught their attention was in the center, a gray object sitting on top of an ornate pedestal. Violet made a face. Is that what I think it is? If you mean a pulsating, slimy, I can do without the description. Thanks. Harry grimaced. I think the real question is whose brain that is. Ravenclaw's? Neville suggested. Dumbledore had said that he would pick something of hers or Gryffindor's. Yeah, but what did he do? Go back in time and drill into her bloody. Can we stop with the graphic imageries? Still, Harry said, frowning. Why would he leave the Horcrux just sitting there, out in the open? I mean, the fake locket had that potion, ouch. By what did you owe? He couldn't believe he'd slipped again. Neville frowned. How much did you tell him, Violet? Not that much. I just knew about there being some kind of potion defense. Harry recovered hastily.
Right.
Well, there were inferi too, but there doesn't seem to be any water here. We just blasted that other Horcrux, Neville. Maybe we can melt the brain or something? It's worth a try. Harry raised his wand. Tabasco. They watched as the brain melted into nothing but a puddle of gray matter. Feeling slightly satisfied with themselves, the three were surprised to find themselves yanked upwards and out of the labyrinth, landing on the ground sprawled on top of each other. Their friends quickly helped them stand. Hermione was talking loudly, but Harry's head hurt too much to really pay attention.
Decoy.
Harry, are you listening?
What?
We saw the whole thing, she explained. From inside the crystal ball. Yeah, Ron added. Sucks for Neville. Thanks, Ron. While they were watching, Luna and I started looking around at all the symbols. It took us a while. It wasn't one of the codes we'd learned in ancient runes, but after a while we could translate part of it. Harry, the labyrinth was a decoy. The real Horcrux is here.
What?
Then what? No one can interfere with the labyrinth. It used to be here, but Voldemort or some wizard long before must have contained it in the crystal ball. It's controlled by the brain of the original Minute. Hermione's answer was cut off by a loud rumbling as the ceiling and walls began shaking tremendously, dust and bricks threatening to rain down upon them. We need to get out of here,
Ginny said.
No, we need to get the Horcrux. Harry, this place is going to collapse in minutes. There's no time.
Hermione, he said.
Do you know where it is? Luna pointed to the only spot that lacked symbols. We know which symbols to use to. Do it now. Hermione and Luna immediately rushed over to the far wall, watching in awe as the wall disappeared, revealing the hollow passage inside.
Crumb shook his head.
You will be crushed.
I don't care, he snapped.
You can bet that Voldemort put some protections around the Horcrux in case something like this happens. We run now. The Horcrux is lost forever. Neville stepped forward. I'll go. It's my responsibility. I know, Neville. But Harry went running anyway. Neville started to go after him, but Violet stopped him, shaking her head. We need to fortify the walls, she said. Ginny was the first to respond, pointing her wand at the ceiling. Munio. Some covered various parts of the room while others raced to the short passage they had taken to get there, making sure they did not collapse either. Having the floor shake beneath them didn't help much in the strong concentration needed for the spell, but they remembered that Harry depended on their strength and kept their magic intact. Meanwhile, Harry ran, unconsciously dodging the symbols on the ground, and blindly reached for the object placed in the center of another room. He didn't have time to think of any protections around it and was rebounded by a magical shield surrounding it. He thought quickly. The shaking was getting more pronounced by the minute, and he didn't know how long he could endanger their lives before the walls collapsed. He tried various spells, only to have each rebounded back. Then he remembered. The common thread in each trap here had been how useless magic had been, how ordinary. His fingers clenched tightly at the Minotaur horn he had brought back with him from the labyrinth. Struck with sudden inspiration, he drove the horn through the shield. He felt the magic recoiling, fighting him back, but he only pushed harder, encouraged by the shield's strain. Finally, it broke. He stumbled and nearly stepped on the Horcrux, which he was surprised to find was a small, ornate jade comb embellished with a raven. Ravenclaw. He considered destroying it now, but judging by the way he couldn't stand still for even a moment, he tucked it into his pocket, grabbed the Minotaur horn, and fled. Harry, hurry, Ginny said as she spotted him. She waited until everyone had cleared the main room before releasing her spell. The ceiling collapsed instantly. Up ahead, Violet made the same slashing motion as before, and they stumbled into the sunshine. However, their elation was short-lived. If it isn't the baby Potters and the long ass. If Bellatrix Lestrange believed them to be weak and unprepared, she was wrong. Their reflexes sharp from narrowly avoiding being crushed, all were able to cast shields or dodge out of the way of incoming spells, responding with curses of their own. Harry didn't have time to properly count the number of Death Eaters present, but as he fought Bellatrix, he noticed that there weren't as many as he'd originally thought. Someone tackled him to the ground, the whoosh of Lucius Malfoy's purple spell flying just above his head from behind, and he found himself face to face with his old classmate. "You're welcome, Potter," Draco Malfoy hissed, before his fist met Harry's jaw. But new voices had joined the chorus of spells, and the Death Eaters soon found themselves surrounded by the Order of the Phoenix. Bellatrix's lips curled, prepared for a challenge as she took on 3 at once, but Lucius yelled, "We need to leave." "I think not," she responded, eyes glinting as she grazed her niece's shoulder. "Call for backup." "Bellatrix, there's too many." Lucius grimaced as he was nearly hit with a spell while looking around for his son, who had completely abandoned magic altogether and was now engaging in a prehistoric fistfight with Harry Potter. "Tell your father the Dark Lord knows," Draco said as he recoiled back from his opponent's punch. Harry had been enraged when the Slytherin had first punched him, but soon recognized it as a cover. He didn't know what to make of it, but he played along, too distracted to notice that the Order had come to their aid. "Knows what?" He spat out the blood, wondering if the vehemence in Draco's punches were really necessary. "That there's a spy. Maybe he knows it's me." "What?" "No, you're not. I don't need your GRF-endorsed stupidity now, Potter. Just tell them that," Draco cried out as a stray cutting curse clipped his side. "Just come with us then, you dolt," Harry said, pushing him out of the way of another spell. "No," Draco said forcefully. "I can't put my family in danger." Harry wanted to point out that they were already in danger by supporting Voldemort, but he saw the sincerity in the other boy's eyes, the stubborn determination usually associated with Gryffindor. "I'll tell my dad," he agreed. Draco didn't exactly smile. It was more like a bloody grimace, due to his split lip, but it wasn't malicious. It wasn't his way to thank the boy he'd hated for 7 years, but when Lucius Malfoy yanked him upright and disappeared with a crack, they had come to a sort of understanding. In a way, he was as trapped to his destiny as Harry was. The Malfoy family is so deeply involved with Voldemort and the dark arts that it would be difficult to get away, to escape. He'd always thought Draco was a coward, but here he was, walking back into certain death. Some things were worth dying for. Damn it. Harry looked up to see Tonks burning the ground where her aunt had been, her spiked hair red with fury as she ignored the bleeding cuts on her cheek and shoulder. "Nymphadora," Remus murmured, taking her hand. "Relax. She's gone. And she'll be back," she said bitterly. "That hag went after my mum." "Remus." "I know, Nymphadora, I know. How many times do I have to?" Tonks sighed. "Never mind. Is everyone all right?" Harry looked around and saw various members of the Order, his friends mixed among them. There weren't any dead bodies as far as he could see, though there were a few enervate spells going around. Harry, flinching instinctively at the rough hand on his shoulder, he spun around to face the strangely blank eyes of James Potter. Unable to contain his guilt under his father's silence, Harry smiled hesitantly at him, wishing he would say something. "Hi, Dad," he offered lamely. James's eyes sparked to life again, and he suddenly looked torn between strangling Harry and hugging him. Instead, he opted to squeeze his shoulder and address the people in the field. "Head back to headquarters." Remus and Tonks operated out, and Harry saw Sirius disappear with Violet. They waited until everyone had left the field before James looked at him, quirking his lips slightly. "You are in so much trouble when we get back." 19. Reunion. His fall was a hard one. A fall from grace, some might say. Either way, the manner in which Harry's arse fell to the ground had certainly been graceless. But digging his fingers into Grimmauld Place's intricate carpet gave him the strength to stand up and face his father's expressionless eyes and crossed arms. A quick survey around the room informed Harry that they were alone, most likely so James could lecture him in private. But as Harry waited for the inevitable yelling and arguments, he found the silence stretching longer than expected. Father and son stared at each other in a standstill. Whether or not James was waiting for Harry to speak was unknown, but he couldn't stand the silence anymore.
"Dad."
Before he knew it, Harry found himself smothered in his father's embrace, stiff with surprise at the unexpected show of affection. His hands recovered themselves before his mind had, returning the hug with equal vigor. When was the last time he'd gotten a hug? He couldn't remember, but for the moment he allowed himself the luxury of silent appreciation, conjuring a false memory of a younger Harry before hugging his father had ceased to be cool. He recalled the painfully true memory of a real Harry sitting alone in the darkness of his cupboard, hugging his ragged blanket as a substitute for a protection he had never known. He shook the image out of his head, hardening himself. There were more important things now, issues that would affect the people he loved. Stepping out of the embrace, now slightly embarrassed about the sentiment, he regarded his father. "Why didn't you tell me Malfoy was an Order spy?" Surprise registered in James's eyes. "You know," he told me. "Said Voldemort knows that there's a spy." James sighed heavily. "Bloody hell. This is a mess."
"Yeah."
It doesn't help when a handful of stupid students decide to play the hero and take off without telling anyone. "We left a note." "A note, Harry?" "A bloody note in Violet's handwriting, signing off on your death wishes." It was the right thing to do. "We had a responsibility." Harry flinched as James angrily shoved a lamp off the desk. "No, Harry. You have no responsibility. If anything, it's Neville's calling, his destiny. If the roles had been reversed, then yes, I would have to let you go reluctantly but with backup. But I can't believe your stupidity, leading 6th and 7th years into a death trap."
Stop.
"There's no justification for what you did. Do you know what I kept on imaging when I realized what you'd gone to do? I thought about finding your bodies, burying you both next to your mother, my family gone. The war's taken enough, Harry." Harry looked down at his sneakers. He'd never had to think about his relatives' concern for him before. There's never been a need. But even now, there was a need to stop Voldemort from doing to them what he will do to others.
There was no choice about that. You don't understand.
I needed to matter.
What? It?
Mum's death, her sacrifice. Her, Dumbledore, everyone, your sacrifice. James's features softened. He looked weary. "I want it to matter too, Harry, but your mum wouldn't want you to die chasing such evil." Harry shook his head. "She'd want me coddled? Maybe she did, but I think she and you, of all people, would understand what it's like to see evil and want to prevent it from hurting the people you love." Why did it seem so much harder to say the words? He took one look at his father's face and wanted to tell him everything. It was a foreign feeling. He'd always kept to himself, but never before has he wanted so badly to release the control suffocating him, to allow himself some kind of comfort in words, in an embrace, in a father's love. He'd never had that, but he looks at Dad now and knows he can never have it. Would he believe him if he told? Would he be on him in a second, hands on his throat, or embrace him, realizing that this was the answer to all of his questions? Harry's eyes wandered around the archaic room, full of dust and memories, and wondered if James would want to know. Would he want to know that he and his wife had died so young, so tragically? Would he be able to cope with the fact that his daughter had never existed, had never been given the chance to breathe her first breath because of the very evil that took away his wife in this reality? Voldemort must be stopped. That's all Harry needs to know. Perhaps James saw something in his son's gaze, but understanding dawned on his features. It was gone in a moment, replaced by something that Harry understood to be regret. "You shouldn't have to deal with this," he said. "You're 17, Harry. You should be out chasing girls and making a complete dolt out of yourself like I had." But by 17, everything had changed, hadn't it, Dad? He replied softly. "By then, your childhood was gone." James nodded. "Innocence was gone." He sighed, running a hand through his hair in agitation, the ghost of an old habit. "I want to protect you. Harry, you're my son. Why won't you let me protect you?" There was no anger in his voice, no bitterness, only the weariness of a path left untraveled, regret that he had failed to keep his son's eyes from looking so old. Harry had seen this before in Mrs. Weasley, her desire to keep all of her children, even those led astray, safe. He'd just never heard it with such desperation before. "I wish you could too, but you can't." Not anymore. His father's shoulders slumped, and his eyes were fatigued. 1 generation ago, he said. Exactly 1 generation ago, we were right here, same as you, wanting to save the world. Our world. A lot of us had already lost so much, but I had Sirius, Remus, your mother, even Peter. Harry bristled at the traitor's name, but listened, unsure where this was going. You know what we were fighting for?
Peace.
We fought for ourselves and the generations to come, so you wouldn't have to. James laughed. Bunch of bloody noble kids. We had 13 years. Sometimes he almost believes it. I know. James smiled, something shifting in his eyes. You know, I would kick your arse and ground you till the next millennium, but we've got a war to fight. As they both exited the room, Harry glanced back by impulsion, realizing that in the end, they would all be dust, eventually. Mom and Dad were. Sirius was. Dumbledore is. The only thing he can do about it is prevent it from happening to anyone else. No matter the cost. That's it? Bit of small, isn't it? Ronald, Hermione said testily. This happens to be a very powerful piece of magic. It's a bloody hair comb, Hermione. Ginny grinned. Maybe centuries-old hair is a potent potion ingredient, like that Polyjuice potion, Ron. Even I know that. You're not helping, Gin. Shush, you two. Mrs. Weasley scolded, looking at them positively menacingly. Or back to your rooms, the two of you. Oh, I have half a mind to lock you both with the ghoul for the rest of your lives. Yes, Mum, we know, you've already told us this 4 times, remember? Don't think I won't. Recklessly plunging headfirst into a battle with Death Eaters, of all the stupid. They were just trying to help, Molly, Remus Lupin said gently, hoping to placate the Weasley matron's angry ranting. By getting themselves killed. But her voice had softened, and her eyes shined with the hint of tears. By dying like Bill had. The entire room was silent. There was a slight rustle of discomfort, until Ginny slowly got up and closed the gap between herself and her mother. Mrs. Weasley immediately took her in an embrace, allowing her daughter to murmur comforting words of sympathy and regret. We're here, Mum, right here. It made Harry's heart constrict, seeing their interaction. What will you do about the Horcrux? Harry started in surprise, forgetting that Crumb was still there, having needed a bit of healing for his injuries. Destroy it, I suppose. So, you do not need me any longer? I should get back to my country. He shook his head. No, I think we've got it from here. Thanks for all your help, though. We'd never been able to find it without you. It is nothing. He watched as Crumb clasped a hand on Neville's shoulder before heading over to the flow, waving goodbye to everyone before disappearing in green flames. Good bloke, that one, Ron said, nodding his head in approval. With Crumb gone, everyone's attention shifted back towards the small, delicate cone sitting at the center of the table. Now that we've got it, Sirius said, moving closer to the Horcrux.
What are we going to do about it?
Destroy it, of course. Tonks shook her head, changing her hair red. It's what Dumbledore would want. He'd also been dying because he destroyed one. Everyone turned to look at the boy who lived, who'd been quiet up to this point. Neville fiddled with the sleeve of his robes for a moment, suddenly uncomfortable with the multiple pairs of eyes on him, seeing past him and the truth. Did you feel any negative effects when you obtained it? Remus asked. I didn't get it. Harry did. Surprised, the adult Order members looked at the boy without a lightning bolt scar, who had never quite gotten comfortable with the stares both he and Neville constantly endured. Is this true, Harry's? He couldn't deny it.
Yes.
And I brought a souvenir. He held up the Minotaur horn he had dropped in the scuffle with Malfoy. He'd retrieved it before leaving Bulgaria. Harry, that was dangerous. He looked up, surprised that the voice had been Sirius's, and that there was a worry on his face that possessed an eerie sense of déjà vu. Part of him wanted to demand what right Sirius had to warn him of the danger when he had left Grimmauld Place and died so suddenly, so completely. A small, childish piece of him wished for him to justify his own arrogance, his unnecessary sacrifice to fix Harry's mistake. Then he remembered that it had been his fault. It was dangerous, he said slowly. but necessary. Neville was in no shape after being transfigured and poisoned. It's my responsibility. Transfigured? Kingsley asked, frowning. You did not mention that. Neville cringed under the scolding glances of the adults. He'd hoped not to relive the experience, which, quite frankly, he didn't remember much about, but the out-of-body moment when he'd woken up, when he'd looked down and saw his hoofed feet, was not one he particularly wished to revisit. It'd do nothing but prove that, once again, he was utterly and completely useless. I'm sure he hadn't gotten to that part, isn't that right, Neville? Violet interjected quickly. A lot's been going on with tending to the battle wounds and everything. Several Order members began talking at once, asking him questions, but Remus raised a hand for silence. What went on in Bulgaria is inconsequential at the moment, he said. That can be attended to later. What really matters now is destroying the Horcrux as soon as possible. James, did Albus's portrait say anything? His friend shook his head. No, but Neville seems to know. Not much, just that Professor Dumbledore's hand was damaged, I guess, from destroying one. And he was dying from a curse on the ring. But that didn't happen with Riddle's diary. Violet felt several quick glances towards her, flushing slightly. Well, we were almost burned or crushed to death in the orphanage. I'd say that was a nasty side effect. Neville shrugged. I really don't know, I'm sorry. Professor Dumbledore never told me how he'd destroyed the ring. He's arrogant. Harry. Not Dumbledore, he clarified, dismissing this with a wave. Voldemort. As far as we know, the ring didn't have much security. I'm sure the curse was it. The diary was his earliest, and well, we've seen what it does. I think the orphanage's collapse had more to do with his hatred of the place and making sure whoever did get the Horcrux, on what he thought was an extremely low chance of anybody getting that far, was killed. So, what are you saying? That he's theatric. That's why he chose the labyrinth and the ceiling nearly crushing us all. A lot of it was for show, because he honestly didn't think anybody could possibly get that far. So I think that if we just, obliterated the comb or smashed it, it would just break. Nothing will happen because he would never have thought that anybody would ever retrieve it and make it out alive. Remus was nodding in approval at Harry's conclusion, and a brief glance at his two friends showed that they agreed as well. Most of the senior Order members gathered there seemed to agree, though there were a few wary faces. Molly Weasley's eyebrows were scrunched in worry, and she unconsciously moved a little in front of Ginny and Ron. Not everyone needs to be in here for this, James said, beckoning to Kingsley to open the kitchen door. Kids out. Molly, if you don't mind. Oh, no, not at all, she said, lightly shoving Ginny towards the door. Out with you lot. But, Mum, don't give me that nonsense. You've nearly been killed enough today as it is. But Harry's feet remained firmly planted on the ground, and he stared at the comb with what almost felt like longing. He'd retrieved it, hadn't he? Nothing bad had happened when he'd plunged the basilisk tooth into the diary. He sighed. He noticed that even Neville had been reluctantly ushered out, but he didn't have the energy in him to fight his father's decision. Still, sudden inspiration hit him as he looked down at the scratched, burned minotaur horn he still held in his hand. If spells don't work, you can use this. Magic doesn't affect it, and it broke the barrier that was protecting the Horcrux. James accepted the horn with a smile and a nod, noting how Harry still had not moved an inch towards the door. It'll be over in a minute, son. Harry's jaw tightened, but, with all the adults' gazes watching and waiting, he turned with a squeak of his sneakers and followed his friends into the hallway, listening to the chorus of spells that were muffled by the closed kitchen door. As he moved further out, he caught Mrs. Weasley ushering Ginny into another room. Upon spotting him, the Weasley matron smiled encouragingly at him and waved him in, closing the door behind her. Grimmauld Place, by definition, never emulated warmth. But Mrs. Weasley had wisely chosen the only redecorated with red and gold, familiar colors that were able to imitate the safety they were supposed to feel inside of Hogwarts walls. They knew better, but it was a distinct hope that these children, ones who had grown up too fast, needed. After everything, after being turned into a minotaur, hearing whispers in the dark and nearly losing their lives, Red and gold were the best comfort they could get. Safety was what they were fighting for, after all. Mrs. Weasley's? What is it, Neville? Does my gran know I'm back? Mrs. Weasley looked flustered. Of course, why hadn't we thought of that? In the chaos of your return, hold on a moment, dear. She communicated with Augusta Longbottom through the fireplace before stepping out to speak with her husband. Neither Xenophilius Lovegood nor the Grangers were Order members, and they'd have to confer with the others. It didn't take long for the door to swing open, revealing Neville's intimidating grandmother, vulture hat and all. She immediately made a beeline for her grandson, snatching him by the ear. What were you thinking? Gran, I can explain. You could have gotten killed, you silly boy, killed.
How?
We had to, Neville said, his voice a little stronger. It's my responsibility. To Neville's surprise, his grand's expression softened. Being so brave, and you're just like your father. Oh, Neville, your parents would be so proud of you. Neville smiled, looking pleased, but it was the kind of smile Harry knew very intimately, a sort of empty happiness of never knowing if people's reassurances had any merit. But Augusta Longbottom smiled, looking less of an overbearing matron and more like a grandmother. I'm proud of you. Harry saw Neville smile a bit wider, with genuine joy. Knowing what high expectations Neville's Grams had for him, he had to smile too. Hermione wouldn't be able to see her parents because they were muggles, there was too much danger, too much risk, and they can't protect themselves with magic. Harry felt bad for her, recognizing how hard it must be to know that they can't protect their daughter in a world with which they're unfamiliar. That would change one day, but he had a feeling it wouldn't be, because of the boy embracing his grandmother with all his strength. Neville, my boy, I must say, I'm quite impressed by you. The things you've done, even the muggles have noticed. You've truly earned the public support, and may I say your parents would be very proud of you. Pretty words for the man who had manipulated him into improving his public image. How do you know? He said quietly. How would you know that they're proud of me? I worked with them, Neville, I was their boss. So, as their former boss, do you think they'd be proud of you? Rufus Scrimgeour blinked, clearly taken aback by the hard determination in the young boy's eyes. Excuse me? He was not to be ordered around by some child. Answer the question, Minister. I don't know. Neville, why don't you tell me? A bit of the confidence in his eyes faltered, but transformed into something akin to anger. I didn't know them, but my parents were good people. I don't think they'd like you telling lies. Rufus looked down at the Daily Prophet edition Neville had slammed onto his desk, knocking over an ink bottle. Not to be intimidated by someone not even out of school, he calmly waved his wand to clean the mess and glanced at the front page.
Ah.
The Chosen One. Certified Hero. Quite a catchy title. Right, Neville said tersely. But none of it's true. I didn't do all that stuff. I helped, but it was Harry, all Harry. Rufus Scrimgeour was a smart man, one who has seen and gone through much during his lifetime. But he's not the only one who suffered, who's had to look darkness in the eye and felt the helplessness of being unable to save someone. Helena, the Slytherin girl with empty eyes, and the orphan possessed and waiting, long gone and beyond saving. Yes, he'd been the one to destroy the Horcrux then, but they wouldn't have been able to get out without Harry, wouldn't have succeeded without his friend's tutoring. Although, Neville thought wryly, becoming a minotaur and nearly stomping them to death probably cancels everything out. Life has been strange lately, that's for sure, and it was almost disconcerting to be thrust back into the public world, full of headlines and propaganda mixed in with truth and lies. He had been quietly briefed on recent news, on the old headshot that graced the front covers. Though we are unable to disclose details of the Chosen One Neville Longbottom's exploits, we can detail the enormous amount of help he's been to the greater community. Like he said, pretty words. I can understand that you're upset, but honestly, Neville, you admitted it yourself that you had helped. I don't know who else was there, perhaps you can enlighten me on that point, but they're not nearly as visible as you. I never said I wanted to be visible. No, you didn't. And neither did the others with you. Would you wish that upon them? Would you wish them to bear your burdens? If Rufus Scrimgeour had asked him that 4 months ago, he would have agreed wholeheartedly. But this wasn't 4 months ago, and he wasn't the bitter, sullen child who'd reluctantly done the ministry's bidding or the boy who, with regret and terror, had not watched as a dementus slowly emptied a girl of her soul. The minister seemed to see his answer in his eyes and sat back in his chair with approval. I see that you finally understand your place in the world, Neville, in the public spectrum. You are the symbol of hope for the wizarding world, the savior who will defeat Voldemort for the second and last time, and I have full confidence that you will. But what about afterwards? Even if he did manage to defeat Voldemort, what would become of him? Would he be celebrated a hero, his life defined by half-truths and false smiles? He'd come to the ministry for a single purpose, and one only, something he should have done long ago, something a talk with Harry prior to this convinced him that this was the right thing to do. But Scrimgeour was a hard man to say no to, and his very posture and harsh chin reflected strength. There was no doubt that he intended well, that he very deliberately placed Neville in this situation for the greater good, but the boy who lived can't stomach his methods. He never could, actually, but he'd never found the strength in himself to refuse a man who needed him in a way no one else needed him before, in a way that made him the golden boy, the confident one. So perhaps, he thought with shame, he'd almost liked being manipulated. How terrible was that? Now that you've resurfaced in the world, I'd like to hold a press conference, let the public see your face again. After that, you'll have the full support of the ministries or task force to assist you in your ventures. We'll take care of you, Neville. I already have people taking care of me. Thank you very much, he said coldly. People who help simply because they want to, not so they can to use me. Scrimgeour sat up straight, something dangerous flashing in his jaded eyes. And what exactly is it that you're trying to say, Mr. Longbottom? I think you know. Scrimgeour leaned forward, one elbow grinding into his desk as he fixated his intense gaze on Neville. Please enlighten me. I'm not going to be your puppet anymore. No more press conferences, no more hiding, no more lies. Especially not from the government that's supposed to protect us. I see. Neville hesitated. Wasn't he supposed to be furious? You're dismissed. He couldn't believe it. When he'd walked into the Ministry of Magic that day, he'd expected to leave a red-faced, cursing minister. He'd expected to feel satisfaction that Scrimgeour had finally gotten what he deserved. But here he was, looking as calm as ever, scarred fingers rough with experience, now handling a quill as he resumed whatever he'd been doing before Neville got there. Quite frankly, it pissed him off. For a kid who'd had the spotlight on him all his life, he really had been ignored. No, it had been the boy who lived, the chosen one who'd had millions of wizards love him, but Neville Longbottom was nobody. Until now. No. Scrimgeour kept on writing. Our conversation is over, Mr. Longbottom. No, it's not. He looked up. And why is that? Because you need to listen. You don't understand, can't understand what it's like. And yeah, I know you were in charge of the aura department and everything, and you've got all this responsibility to the public, but it's not the same. You're not the same. Maybe before, I could work with the old Rufus Scrimgeour, but we're the good guys, and I'm not sure you are anymore. So I'm not saying no now and crawling back later, begging for help. I just want you to know that. Before he could lose his nerve, Neville turned on his heel and walked as calmly as he could out the door, leaving behind a minister shocked that he'd allowed himself to be scolded like a schoolboy by a schoolboy. Is there something going on in my building that I don't know about, James? James Potter looked at his boss innocently. Something, minister? Couldn't be more specific, could you? The minister narrowed his eyes, sighing as it had no effect on his former pupil. It had never worked on him in aura training either. He'd merely laughed it off. Neville Longbottom suddenly saunters into my office and proclaims that he's breaking ties with the ministry. And you know nothing of this? No, sir, I can't say I do. This has nothing to do with Neville going off with your son and several other students to search for, well, whatever they were looking for. I suppose it could. You should ask Neville. Damn it, James, I don't have time for your games. James's eyes grew a shade colder. And what do you have time for? I've always liked you, Lily, and Sirius. You are some of the most talented recruits we'd had in years. You're good oars, but you answer to the ministry, not to Dumbledore. Dumbledore's dead.
Yes.
But part of his cause remains alive. No. He leaned forward, never standing to acknowledge Potter as his equal. His secret army? Merlin, you're just as paranoid as fudge. Don't tell me it isn't true. I'd heard rumors during the First War, but something Lily said to me after Halloween confirmed it. Something tells me that you Potters are right in the middle of it. James stood a little straighter at the mention of his wife, his tone biting. And what if we were? I get my paperwork done on time, after all. If you were, then I'd think you'd be taking precious resources away from the Ministry of Magic, Scrimgeour snapped. Because it wasn't you who got rid of he who must not be named last time, was it? It was a little baby, the son of 2 order members. Ah, so there is such an order. Yes. We're getting somewhere, then. Disband. Transfer the fighters to the Oars. Let us fight united. We're not under the Ministry's jurisdiction, Rufus. But you are, James, as is serious and more, I expect. I always thought Kingsley was a bit too chummy with certain people too close to Dumbledore. A good man. Come, James, you're smart. Can't you see the good in joining the 2 forces? Right, the politics of it all. I can see the headlines now. Getting Dumbledore supporters on your side would look real nice, yeah. That's just a convenient side effect. At least you're not trying to lie. I've got to give you that. James, as your Minister of Magic, I'm ordering you to disband this army of Dumbledores. I'm going to have to say no. The look on the minister's face was positively dangerous. As an Auror, as a man under employment by the Ministry of Magic, you've really changed, Rufus, James said quietly. You used to be the type of man I'd like to have in a battle, fighting next to me. But I guess those days are gone, yeah? So no, I'm going to have to refuse your order, because as of now, I'm no longer under your employment. It took all of Scrimgeour's self-restraint to keep from cursing the infuriating, arrogant man in front of him, but he had to remember that he was Minister of Magic now. He couldn't cause a scene, not unless it benefited him. James paused at the doorway. Maybe, if you decide to start fighting instead of placating the public, maybe then we can work together. But until then, we'll fight Voldemort until we can't. Rufus Scrimgeour watched James Potter's back walk out the door and disappear around the corner, remembering the scolding his wife had given him and Neville's fury and resentment. He wasn't surprised to see an owl drop off Sirius Black's resignation an hour later. Harry had always been used to working alone. He didn't think it'd work, this arrangement of backup and an entire freaking order of experienced wizards working together with a band of teenagers to destroy a threat that has touched both generations. Things have gotten worse. McGonagall had visited a few times and reported Hogwarts as half-empty, either seen as the last safe haven or a plague. Virtually no Slytherins remained. However, thieves did, and the Order had been able to trace the real Slytherin locket thanks to Ginny's acute memory. When she'd heard the details of the cave and the locket's description, she'd vaguely recognized it. Neville had handed the locket over to the Oars, but he contributed a memory to give her a proper visual. Then Harry remembered about Mundungus Fletcher and his shady dealing with the bartender of the Hog's Head, who'd actually turned out to be safekeeping it for his late brother, Albus Dumbledore. Sometimes reality really made his head hurt. He'd had a huge row with his dad about their involvement in finding the rest of the Horcruxes. He'd won, eventually, with the argument that they were old enough, that they'd proven themselves. Harry Potter was stupid. They'd known that Voldemort was catching on. He must know that his Horcruxes were being destroyed. But they hadn't expected him to have such a hold over the head goblin, who distrusted wizards of any kind and laid a trap for them. They and their goblin guide hadn't expected the dragons to turn on them, that Gringotts' owners had found such little hope and faith in the Ministry and the defective, unreliable boy who lived. They hadn't expected to be blocked in or that Hermione would be captured. Merlin, this was a mess. He'd promised that they wouldn't get hurt. They'd come even with the parents' hesitation about putting their children in danger. We've proven ourselves, Harry had said. You need us. But not this. Not like this. Once again, he had failed the people he loved. They needed to get Hermione back. The Dark Lord knows. He knows there's a spy, he thought. The Dark Lord could practically smell fear and hesitation. Any idiot knew that. He was fairly confident that he himself was not suspected, but he didn't know for sure. He never did. That sniveling wormtail had just turned the corner into his path, his head down as she scratched at the right arm that contained a powerfully glamoured dark mark. Sneering, he pushed his robes back, allowing them to billow menacingly behind him. He couldn't resist a smirk at the renewed terror in Wormtail's eyes as he scurried away. And his former students thought the effect was accidental. Snape raised a hooked nose and glanced up at the ceiling, remembering the time when Nagini had crawled above him, baring her fangs when he discovered her. He'd been with Draco then, and the increasingly skittish boy had reported seeing her before and after the incident. He'd thought it was paranoia and an inexplicable urge to whine that had caused the supposed sightings, but now there was reason to be alarmed. Laughter. He looked up, hearing it from the direction Wormtail had come from. Perhaps they'd finally addled his brains? No, it sounded too triumphant, too celebratory to waste on such scum. The boy who'd kissed the feet of James Potter and Sirius Black. The memories it brought back made him want to gag. Swiftly closing the space between himself and the far wall, he followed the incessant noise until he grabbed the shoulder of a lowly Death Eater. What's happening? The Death Eater turned and revealed a young face, one that Snape vaguely recognized. A Hufflepuff, if he remembered correctly. His thoughts were half on wondering what a Hufflepuff was doing in the ranks of the Death Eaters when he suddenly remembered this boy. Eridanus Pratt, son of a noted Death Eater, had been sorted into a house nobody had considered for him. Graduated several years ago, if Snape remembered correctly. It was too bad he hadn't been of Snape's own house. He'd been good with potions. Pratt recognized him as well, inclining his head. Professor. What's happening, Pratt? What is all this noise? A trap, Professor, for Longbottom and the Order. I'm not sure exactly what happened, but it looks like they captured one. Longbottom. No, a girl I don't recognize, but a Muggle-born apparently. Don't you mean Mudblood? Snape asked shrewdly.
No.
I mean Muggle-born, a potential ally. Snape stored this information away in the recesses of his mind, nodding his head at Pratt before stepping in front of him and pushing through the throng of dark robes, his eyes widening slightly as he set his eyes on the terrified girl in front of him. Granger. One of the foolish Gryffindor youth, brainy and book-smart. What was she doing cavorting with Longbottom and his ilk? A gleam of white blonde hair caught Snape's eye, and he saw Draco Malfoy himself staring at his former classmate, the mudblood he had taunted each time she'd raised a hand into the air. I never thought mudbloods had brains, he'd sneered. What is she trying to prove? The girl looked terrified, her fist tightening around a wand that wasn't there, feeling naked and exposed without any barrier, anything separating between her and the towering cloaked fingers above her. Snape watched as her eyes met Draco's, desperately pleading. Draco blinked. The boy didn't have it in him, that Snape knew. Even Lily Potter's murder hadn't changed that. He grew up too spoiled, too soft and pampered to truly be capable of everything he was supposed to do. What he was meant to do. But he was no Gryffindor, and neither was Snape. It was unfortunate, but their positions as spies, although his status was, unmistakably, unknown to everyone save Draco, bore far more importance than the life of one single girl. They were Slytherins, and they've been taught the art of the self, of putting their lives first before all others. They'd been taught to weigh the risks and consequences and make the decision that best served them and their cause. It was unfortunate, but the truth is that helping Granger would put them at risk, and Snape wasn't sure if he could live with himself knowing that he'd placed the Dark Lord's downfall solely on Longbottom's lack of smarts. The Order needed the information Draco passed, and questions about Snape would undoubtedly lead to questions about his pupil, more so than ever. No, there was too much risk. Snape, a Death Eater, said gleefully, attracting Granger's attention to her former potions professor. "Want to join?" A spark of red flashed out of his wand, barely missing the trembling Granger by inches. They were teasing her, toying with her before the inevitable interrogation. Snape sneered. "I wouldn't lower myself to touching a mudblood, and neither should you." He turned and allowed his robes to billow behind him. They were Slytherins, selfish, self-serving, and proud of it. But the memory of another mudblood was brought to mind, A woman with piercing green eyes he had known since before their Hogwarts years, since before betrayal and darkness had consumed the lives of the youth and created the struggle today. Before she, too, perished. He was Slytherin, and that was his protection from whatever responsibility he should bear. 20 choices. There hasn't been this much excitement in a long while, not since the Dark Lord had last allowed her a plaything. And a delicate one at that, though Bellatrix had pouted when she discovered the others had already had their turn. Yes, this one was trembling so. Bellatrix cocked her head to the side, observing her prey with glittering eyes. It wasn't Longbottom. It wasn't the plaything she so desired. This wasn't the one who'd unfairly stabbed her foot with glass, but this would do for now. After all, the last time she'd been able to play had ended in a hasty retreat with empty hands. She huffed, pacing around the shaking thing, as she thought of how displeased her master had been with all of them. But Lucius, her dear brother-in-law, had all but blamed the mess on her reckless abandon and thirst. "You should have gone for the boy," he'd said. "Instead of puttering about with your half-blood cousin while we fought real wizards." She'd show him. No one stabs Bellatrix Lestrange without facing the consequences. Her muscles have been terribly cramped lately with all the dueling. It was time for some fun. Itsy bitsy mudblood, hopping through the forest, look out for the big bad wolf. For a moment her prey, dressed in Gryffindor's red emblem, almost laughed. Hermione didn't know where Bellatrix could have heard the Muggle nursery rhymes, but she couldn't help but laugh at the butchering of lyrics, at the absolute ridiculousness of the childish spark in her captor's eyes. Azkaban had reduced Bellatrix to adolescence, into a child who is not innocently evil. There's nothing else there in that shell. And she found it incredibly funny as she visualized Bellatrix sucking daintily on a pacifier. Her lungs heaved as the laughter escaped from her, and the sharp backhand she received only made her giggle more. Bellatrix seized her chin, forcing her to meet her eyes. "Shame," she whispered, suddenly scarier. "I hate broken toys." With that, she shoved her chin away, discarded. Her wand twirled between gaunt fingers as she hummed an obscure tune, pacing, deciding. Hermione saw the opportunity, but something was wrong with her muscles, with her will. Bellatrix was stretching the tension, toying with her. But it was hard to care with an annoying buzzing in her ears. The Cruciatus is no fun, not with a broomstick without a broom. A dreamy smile split across her features, instilling in Hermione a sense of dread. This requires creativity. Don't escape. Hermione didn't move, even when Bellatrix had shut the door behind her. Should she try? Should she dare to hope? Muggle villains were always making stupid mistakes, like not bothering to cast a locking spell. She lunged forward until her elbows hit the harsh concrete. It was exhausting and painful, but she ignored the aching, immobile sensation in her legs and crawled forward, hoping. Fingers trembled as they grasped the doorknob, turning tantalizingly slowly until its movement stopped. Stuck.
Locked.
After everything, after having literally been taken from the dusty tomes of the library to the dungeon of you-know-who, after discovering that maybe, just maybe, she deserved her Gryffindor red and gold, it ended here. And it wouldn't be pretty. There haven't been many times when Hermione felt any kind of extreme emotion. The closest she'd gotten to an all-consuming feeling was when her uncle died, but that doesn't even compare to the despair she felt in that moment. The hopelessness.
No.
The walls vibrated with her anger and frustration. She chuckled darkly. They'd thought they had hit rock bottom when the Dragon Guardians had turned on them and their Gringotts guide. She thought she'd never feel as terrified as she had when she had been separated from the Order by a wall of rocks and granite, nearly crushed as she desperately clawed at the gray stones separating her from freedom, separating the Order's side and that of the Death Eaters. Her hand slid down the smooth surface of the door, cool to the touch, before she moved back. She'd like to postpone the inevitable for as long as possible, even if it meant a few precious seconds. The door squealed loudly as its rusted hinges were forced to crank and turn, and oh Merlin, she shouldn't be imagining what kind of instrument that crazy bat would bring back. but her gaze met two terrified, watering eyes. She didn't recognize him, and she giggled. He looked quite wimpy for a Death Eater. He put a finger to his lips. He only had 9. She understood that, didn't she? She wasn't that socially stunted, though some did believe her to be. The stranger looked slightly panicked when she didn't move, when she merely stared at him carelessly.
Come.
Please, he added with a squeak. I can't move my legs. Her own voice sounded so far away. This man, her savior or her guard, leading her to freedom or execution, hesitated. After mumbling some words, he squeezed his eyes shut as he pointed his wand at her. She instantly felt lighter, though not brighter. Briefly, she considered overpowering him, but it was obvious when she shakily stood up that she was in no position to fight. Whatever spell he had cast, he had not erased the pain. She should have felt terror as he led her down the gloomy hall, lit by green flames resting upon emerald candles. Instead, she felt nothing. Nothing but the black ice swelling from Lestrange's backhand, nothing but the cold sensation of tender bare feet against unsympathetic marble. Even as they went, the impersonal learner in her brain, the factual student, registered her surroundings but none of the implications. Occasional columns, reflected green by the light. Roman. Not a necessity in holding up the structure, decoration. No portraits, moving or still. Dark-colored walls.
Brick?
No, not brick. That'd be an odd interior. But it was old. Ancient even. She saw some peeling wallpaper, but that was far away, past another room. That was likely newer, though not that new. Newer? Was that a word? Her thoughts broke as she bumped lightly into the man, who had stopped abruptly. He turned around to face her, his eyes darting around wildly. They're back, he whispered. They weren't supposed to follow me. Other way, quickly. When she didn't move, he grabbed her arm and yanked, leading her as fast as he could on his short legs. And now Hermione heard it, voices, louder and louder, cackling closer and closer until, where's the mudblood? The man led her on a sprint towards a back door at the end of the corridor. She felt boxed in, boxed out as the yelling grew louder, as the returned Death Eaters cried out the foreign curse word Wormtail as they raced towards them. A rush of fresh air, fresh freedom, blew her dirty hair back as she stared down at the crashing sea below, the jagged rocks and tiny specks of, what? Broken bodies? It was a door that led to nowhere. Nowhere good, anyway. Jump, the man yelled into her ear. Jump and apparate. But Hogwarts. A history said that there could be no apparition on school grounds. Why would there not be a similar spell in a place where people were pushed to their deaths? Long fall, she said stupidly, feeling her focus wavering as the tumbling sea blurred. I've removed the anti-apparition ward. Do it now. He pushed her, not straight down but at an angle, a gentle arch that allowed her to look up and see a flash of purple that had barely missed her, even hear the voices despite the wind cushioning her like a pillow, like the lift before the fall. She heard the threats and anger, recognized the quiver in the man's voice as the terror of someone who didn't want to die. Please don't. Too late, Wormtail. Bye. A flash of green later, another sky diver joined her, and she shut her eyes tight, thinking of warmth as she tumbled into oblivion. She thought of hot chocolate, warm quilts, dusty books, and soft murmurs of comfort before there had ever really been a need. Before war, before innocence lost, before plummeting to death. Only one body hit the rocks. They had been fully mobilized when they heard the news. Harry could remember exactly where he was, sitting at Grimmauld Place's kitchen table, silent as the others stirring their spoons absently. He'd been trying not to think about it while brainstorming different places where she could be. This was his fault. He'd gotten her into this, even when she wasn't the same person he knew. Hermione was strong, but had she already realized it? To be honest, he hadn't felt anything when he'd heard. There had been a certain numbness that came with the news, a disconnect between the brain hearing the good and the heart in denial, in preparation for enduring any more loss. But the moment Hermione arrived from her parents' house, he did what he almost never did, run towards her and tightly embrace his friend, the one who had been trapped behind the wall of rocks. Merlin, if she or Ron, or this is why he hadn't wanted them to come with him. Mrs. Weasley fussed over her, clucking comfortably as she sat Hermione down and poured her some warm tea. Must have given your parents a scare, operating in like that. Kingsley nodded. They almost wouldn't let me take her, but I explained that a Muggle hospital would not be able to fix damage magic had done. He looked over at her sadly. Take good care of her, Molly. Hermione? We may need you to describe where you were, but we won't until you're ready. Slowly, Hermione nodded. But the deliberate movements and quiet tremble weren't what scared Harry. Her eyes, it was the emptiness, the struggle of suddenly growing old very fast. Too fast. How could he have let this happen to her, the friend who'd always come up with a way to get them out of tight situations? Who had the presence of mind as a first year to remember some vague detail from herbology that had saved them from being strangled? Who had figured out the identity of the monster from the chamber? Who had taken him through time? Who had never given up on him, despite everything? Her. Ron too had stayed with him, and so had Neville, Luna, and Ginny. Violet, even if only recently. But he had let this happen to a person he'd sworn to protect. Despite his efforts, he just keeps on losing more. He couldn't believe that he'd tried to dismiss her for the sake of his own sanity. But even he had to admit that it wasn't just for him, just to push away the vivid nightmares of what was happening to her. What could be happening? Ron, Luna, Ginny, Violet, even Neville were looking up to him, looking to him for a reassurance that everything was going to be okay. That the realities of the war would not touch them here, in this way. They'd escaped falling buildings and fire, labyrinths and dragons, but the idea of one of their own captured, tortured, maybe even killed, it was unfathomable. He carried the weight of being the one who had to put on a brave face, to protect them from the uncomfortable churning in their stomachs, from the empty seat at the hard-worn table. Guilt crept through him as he thought of how he'd compartmentalized her capture, tried to justify and weigh loss and gain in an attempt to prevent another heartbreak. Another killed because of him. They'd gotten the Horcrux and destroyed it, but at what cost? What had that stupid object almost cost them? His fault. His responsibility. His burden. Nobody was really sure what to do. Mrs. Weasley busied herself by fixing up some soup, but the rest merely stood immobile. Harry took a step back, guilt in his gut as he thought of how they would treat her differently. Fragilely. Ron will say something, Harry thought. Anything, even if it's inappropriate. But he didn't. Instead, Luna Lovegood crossed the distance between Hermione and them, her eyes wide and sincere. I'm really glad you escaped, Hermione. Hermione smiled shakily, but smiled nonetheless. Thanks, Luna. Turning abruptly, she looked at Harry as if she'd just seen him. Harry, wasn't it one of your dad's old mates who betrayed you?
Yeah.
Peter Pettigrew. She hesitated. Wormtail. You saw him? He helped me escape. Uncle, he what? Violet stuttered. Hermione glanced over at Harry, expecting an explosion, expecting to see the hating fire burning in his eyes devour him. But it didn't. Instead, his shoulders slumped very slightly, almost carelessly, as he met her gaze. So he's still there, then? Kissing the hem of Voldemort's robes? She didn't know someone could put that much self-hatred into two questions. No, she said softly, thinking of whistling wind and the smell of the sea. No, they killed him after. Killing curse. To her surprise, the news made him scowl, made him quite possibly angrier than he'd been to hear of Wormtail's continued servitude to you-know-who. Martyr my mother and then martyr himself, he mumbled. Judging from the stoic faces of the others and Violet's inner ambivalence, no one else but Hermione had heard. She could understand, but Pettigrew also saved her at the cost of his own life. It didn't balance the loss out, it never could, but perhaps, maybe. Harry, I'm not dead, Hermione said. I'm right here. He ignored her words, said he'd check on her later, stuck his hands deep into his pockets and walked away, alone, hunched figure lit by the wavering candlelight. Bella. A robed figure stepped forward, not a trace of tremble in her step. Yes, my lord. You have displeased me. I'm very sorry, master. Red eyes opened wide in a way that should have coaxed a blood-curdling scream from her. But Bellatrix was used to this face by now. Besides, she was the Dark Lord's favorite, his precious. Surely he would not. Arg. Yet she laid writhing on the ground, secretly pleased with the pain as the others looked, hardly even daring to breathe. But they were still here. From Pettigrew, we could have retrieved the real spy. But my lord, Bellatrix gasped. He is. After she had collapsed to the ground after another round of spasms and agony, Voldemort turned to the Death Eater standing near his right. Severus? Pettigrew was a bumbling fool, Snape said silkily. Not unlike his teenage self. He is incapable of foiling so many of your plans. After all, Longbottom, the Order and their ilk have proven themselves incapable of discovering veiled secrets that even the most loyal of your humble followers do not know much about. They are not completely incompetent, Voldemort allowed. But to have found so many, to have escaped your flimsy traps, captured one, and let her go. I ought to kill all of you. Bellatrix giggled, hearing sudden exhaling of breath around her, the spike of fear in the air delightful to almost euphoric proportions. I've given you ample time, Severus.
Who is it?
Beady black eyes met red, snake-like slits evenly, revealing nothing but calculated loyalty and fearful respect. I have suspicions, my lord. Nothing more. Nothing? But what about your prodigies? All turned as the ancient doors creaked open, its ominous sound echoing throughout the chamber as a struggling Draco Malfoy was dragged in, bound by invisible chains. But they could not stop his gray eyes from widening in terror as he realized what was coming. He was thrown down in the center of the room, right in the middle of the circular new moon etching in the marble ground. Even he recognized the symbolism, the altar upon which he was to be sacrificed. For a moment, just a moment, mind you, he thought about what it'd have been like not to have been born into this destiny, this legacy of being a Death Eater. Maybe he'd be back at Hogwarts taking the incredibly boring astronomy final, sitting in front of the warm fireplace in the Slytherin common rooms because, of course, he'd be a Slytherin, naturally, or scowling in disgust as Goyle gorged himself on a delicious chicken leg before eagerly joining him as the laughter of the great hall vibrated throughout the room, became the room, similarly to the way the silence now stretched. Blood pounded in his ears, though, and it could just be lousy acoustics. He hoped. Draco could feel the penetration of his mind, but, despite his best efforts, the Dark Lord was an older, stronger, more experienced wizard. Yet he only felt a few light, shallow brushes into his terror. His memories remained untouched.
I'm not a threat, he realized.
I'm just a kid. Yes, Draco, Voldemort said softly. You're no threat. But you're a risk and a liability.
No.
He raged and cried in his thoughts, not caring if Voldemort and Snape could hear, but remembering enough of that instinctive aristocratic manner to not express it, to die with a little dignity. But he didn't want to die. He was too young and good-looking. If he died, he had not yet fulfilled his servitude. What if his mother or father was next? He'd promised to himself that he'd get them out, to safety. The selfish, cowardly Slytherin of him scolded him. It told him that he should have left when he'd been given the chance, instead of reluctantly doing the noble thing, the stupid thing. All for immunity for his family. But blood is also important to a Slytherin, and that's what he was protecting. Is protecting, at least until the Dark Lord or some other lackey points his ugly, gnarled wand at him and... Draco is not the spy. I am. Not even the most reserved Death Eater could contain his exclamation of surprise. Bellatrix clapped in delight, but only Snape's face remained expressionless. Father? Lucius Malfoy ignored his son, gripping the ornate handle of his cane for strength. I am the spy. I knew it, Bellatrix shrieked. So many failures. Too many times the little brats got away. Silence, Bella. Voldemort turned his gaze to Lucius, smirking slightly. Now, why would a spy reveal himself? It goes against the laws of the craft, does it not? Silence. All were too terrified, too shocked to speak. Not? Would you care to answer? Not jerked, a slight twitch noticeable underneath his hood. Master? Answer. It's his son, my lord. Precisely. Voldemort gazed upon the defiant Lucius with disgust. Precisely. But then he smiled, his thin, white lips curving upward in a way meant to be kind but only enhanced his menace. Perhaps you will be more reasonable. Give up this traitor of the pureblood cause, and be spared of your momentary lapse of judgment. Draco has nothing to do with this. He had no knowledge of. It happened. There was no dramatic speech beforehand, no condemnation of one of the Dark Lord's longest followers, no warning. With a single look, with a single subtle signal, it just happened. It took no more than a few seconds, but within that span of time Fenrir Greyback had launched himself from the ranks and torn out Malfoy's throat. Greyback's white human teeth were stained with blood. As Death Eaters, they'd seen and done many things, but this? The savage execution of one of their own, one of the inner circle, by a means usually reserved for those fighting for the Order? Because even now, no one believed Lucius Malfoy had lifted a single finger to help the Order. He hated them and their ilk with all his being, especially the small, chubby, insignificant boy who carried the power he so longed for and cherished. He hated the Potters, this so-called paragon of good that surrounded them and made them perfect to so many eyes. But they were dirty blood, that he knew, corrupted in every way. Lucius had bought his power, and the Potters had manipulated their way up by being an example of the mudding of blood, through their position as a glance into a future where blood and prestige didn't matter anymore. A ruined existence. He hated them, but blood is the most important thing to protect. His blood dribbled messily down Greyback's chin, dripping crudely on the white marble. "Draco," Voldemort said softly. "Clean up this mess." But he was still kneeling on the floor where he'd fallen in shock, his face ashen and knees bruised as he slowly shook his head over and over as he ignored his Dark Lord's words. "Clean it up or dear Narcissa will share the same fate." Then he swept out of the room, his followers trailing silently, reverently behind him. Snape could only afford to spare Malfoy a pitying glance, but his aunt knelt down in the pool of blood with him. He was stiff, frozen. He didn't pull away when Bellatrix wrapped an arm around him, staring at his father's body. Poor sissy," she said. "Her heart will break." Then she stood up, ignoring the crimson dripping from the hem of her robes. "Best you listen, little dragon, lest you fall crashing down from the sky." Draco didn't say anything as she cackled at her own wit and left, seeming to fade away into the smog that appeared to surround anything farther than 2 feet from his father's dead body. Was it possible to be deader? More dead than dead? Blood slipped into the cracks, but a simple spell would fix that problem. So, why wasn't he reaching for his wand? He hated magic then. No. He'd never sink so low as to wish to live the life of a muggle or worse, a mudblood, but he hated magic. What it could and couldn't do. What it gave and took. Magic that had turned a man into a monster had caused those tooth marks in Lucius Malfoy's neck, and magic is what would never bring him back. Death is irreversible. So is destiny. But at least then you could choose to die or not. Hadn't Draco chosen this? "There's one more. But do we know that for sure?" Sirius argued. "For all we know, he didn't have time to make 7 Horcruxes." "Neville says 7. James shot back. "I trust him." Kingsley shook his head. "Sirius has a point. The fact that he is 7 is pure speculation. We don't know. So we should just stop? Attack Voldemort without even knowing if, on the chance that Neville succeeds, he may not stay dead." Mrs. Weasley frowned. "I don't like the idea of children fighting our battles, our war. He's only a boy." McGonagall shook her head sadly, and Mr. Weasley placed a hand on her shoulder, gazing solemnly at the senior Order members gathered around the kitchen table, hardly touching their cold tea. "They've already been dragged into this, Molly. The prophecy would condemn a boy not even out of school to either commit the greatest crime or be a victim of it." "The prophecy is bullshit," James agreed. "We know." Remus stirred his tea thoughtfully. "What if no? That shouldn't work." "Speak up, Moony." "It's my understanding that a Horcrux is created through the evilest of actions, murdered, correct? Before his death, Albus passed on his suspicions that Voldemort had intended to murder Neville and make him the kill that would have created a seventh and final Horcrux. Now, I don't know the exact, says the defense against the dark arts professor, Tonks muttered. I don't know how exactly this works, but in my research indicated that it involves a ritual. Obviously Neville is still alive and well today, but we still don't know exactly what happened. Love, Mrs. Weasley said quietly. The love of a mother. Yes, but what if the ritual was not interrupted? What if Neville had died? Sirius grimaced. Sorry to be the one to point out the flaw in your logic, Moony, but you said it yourself, Neville's not dead. Death is irrelevant, Kingsley boomed. After all, look at Voldemort himself. But the spell worked. Everyone turned to look at James. Neville saw the green light, we know from his pensive memory. We know the spell was cast, and that after that happens death is inevitable. But he survived. Dumbledore said that it was because of Alice's love. Maybe he had died, but that protection had saved him from dying permanently. The room was silent as they mulled over the ramifications of this statement. All except for Tonks, whose elbow fell heavily on the tabletop and clattered her metal spoon and porcelain teacup. So, Professor McGonagall said slowly, you are suggesting? Yes, Remus said gravely. Neville is the final Horcrux. There was a thump at the door. Sirius quickly removed the impenetrable charm and allowed them to hear muffled sounds of panic and scuffling.
Boys.
Silence. Mrs. Weasley placed her hands on her hips, face red, and seemed about to say something. Instead, she turned to Professor McGonagall. If you wouldn't mind, Minerva. McGonagall's stern face began to melt into a cat's as she nodded, shrinking rapidly until all the Order members could see of her was a tail disappearing around the corner. Sure enough, there were gasps and screams and yowling before the thundering of feet grew louder. The eavesdroppers all sported shallow scratches on their arms, white against the barely penetrated skin. However, a trickle of blood slid down a scratch on Harry's cheek. His face was red, flushed, but he did not look guilty as he wiped the blood with the back of his hand. We should have been in that meeting. At the very least, Neville. Harry, Mrs. Weasley said quietly. You're just a child? Right, because that justifies being yelled at and scratched by a cat for trying to find out information we should have been told. I'm sorry about the scratch, Mr. Potter, McGonagall said curtly. If Mr. Weasley hadn't pulled my tail, it was an accident, honest. Oh, Ron, Mrs. Weasley sighed. That's enough excitement for tonight, is that you, Freds? A guilty redhead slunk back into sight, suddenly plastering on a wide, shocked smile.
Mom.
Imagine seeing you here. And here I was going to hive a great hug to Ron and Ginny, who, as you may know, had been missing recently, but I guess you deserve one too. Where's George? Here, Mum. He stepped out from behind his twin's shadow. And why are you not at home? That door was impenetrable, Tonks interrupted. How'd you listen in? What my little brother asks, he shall receive, Fred said cryptically. Mrs. Weasley thrust her fist forward, opening her hand to reveal awaiting palms. The twins glanced at each other, silently debating, before handing over a pair of ears. Mr. Weasley frowned. An ear-felly tone that can bypass impenetrable charms? I thought you two were experimenting with dark arts protection. We were, George admitted. Until I had Ron ask them for help. Harry stepped forward. Because we're going into this thing dark otherwise. You're not going into anything, James snapped. But Neville couldn't take it anymore. Is it true? He blurted. I mean, I know one of us has to die, but that there's a part of him. We don't know anything for sure, Remus said quietly. Tonks nodded. There's no need to worry, just yet. Yes, there is. James stood. Harry, we've discussed this. You've done a lot already, but you, of all people, know the risks. I know. Your children. Mrs. Weasley erupted, striding towards her children as if to take them by the ears. It's dangerous. It's the Order's responsibility. It's our futures. Ginny shouted, surprising her three brothers. We know what'll happen, Mum. We know. Bill knew the risks. Bill knew, and now my eldest boy is dead. Do you wish to join him so soon? Is that what you want? What about someone else's son? Someone else's daughter? Would you let them die? Mrs. Weasley shook off her husband's placating hand, her eyes shining with barely suppressed tears. They know what they're getting into, they're of age. We're your parents, we're supposed to protect you. Ginny shook her head. You can't protect us. Not like this. There was too much anger, too much despair and resentful knowledge in those words. All knew that these children had escaped collapsing ceilings and burning buildings, labyrinths and darkness. They'd looked evil in the face more times than they should have and hadn't come out the same. But they were a sacrifice no one wanted to make. Dad, Violet said quietly, finally speaking. We're already involved. You need us. James's gaze drifted from Violet to Harry, who didn't look triumphant or guilty, but proud. Of what? James could only imagine, but proud nevertheless. It was only then that he realized that Neville, the most important piece of all, merely stood to the side, subdued. Ripe, he thought in disgust, for our use. What makes us so different than Voldemort then? Neville, we'll explain everything to you. The rest of you bed. Harry. His son followed him silently into another room, waiting patiently as James cast a silencing charm on the door. So, Harry said, is this when you choke me? James flinched. No, nothing like that. I just don't know where you got the idea that you're some kind of general, but you're not. However, I do know that you've seen very clearly that you're playing with people's lives here, people you care about. I'm not. They chose to fight. Harry, Violet, Ginny Weasley, and Luna Lovegood are underage. The rest of you are barely 17. You've done a lot of good for the cause, there's no doubt about that, but I cannot allow you to lead them to their deaths. Look at what almost happened to Hermione. Harry flinched, a touch of vulnerability and guilt softening his eyes. It was a low blow, that James knew, but it was necessary. Can't he see that? Hermione, he said tightly, is okay. Some of them will die, Harry. Maybe all. They know. I know. No. James ran a hand through his hair. You don't know. You know why we don't use unforgivables? Because their power lies in hate, the very hate that started this whole damn war. They condemn the victim to pain and death, but they also take the spellcaster down a road of darkness and self-loathing. They condemn victim and perpetrator both, and that's what we'd do if we sent you to battle Merlin. Harry, we've already gone over this. You and Violet cannot die, you just can't. Don't let your mother's sacrifice be in vain. By fighting, it won't be. Besides, Harry said hotly, we chose. It's my choice, not some prophecies. Neville has no choice, Harry. You do. He looked away, eyes burning into the carpet. He can't do it. He's come a long way, but he doesn't understand. James shrugged. Perhaps, but that's his burden to bear. As it would be mine if I let you go. I go anyway, you know. I'd find a way. Damn it, Harry, whether you want it to be or not, we'd be using you. Choosing based on our knowledge of your strengths and weaknesses. We send people to their deaths more often than you think. We learn to use good people for their talents and potentially doomed them. Is that what you want to do to your friends? To your sisters? There was something dark in Harry's eyes, not quite resentment, but an inner struggle between two forces James couldn't see or understand. It's not wonder he had nearly choked his own son in a rage of passionate despair. He regretted it, of course, but there was never a doubt in his mind that his son had changed. Perhaps he had failed in his protection of him. Perhaps Harry had grown up in that too-fast way, woken up each morning with dark dreams and the gradual realization that life could end, here, now. He had a strength and vulnerability that hadn't been there before, when Harry had still held on to the sense of invincibility of childhood, of the magic safety of the walls of Hogwarts and home. Too much had happened. Too much. Would Lily be disappointed in her husband? Would his dead, too long dead wife narrow her beautiful green eyes at him like the old days, shaking her head slowly as her cheeks flushed with barely suppressed anger? He almost wished she would, if only to see her again. Even if she still hated him, or at least pretended to, and constantly reprimanded him, her newly minted prefect badge glinting in the sunlight, he'd merely soak in the insults and smile. He saw so much of her in Harry, the same flashing anger, intermixed with a strong sense of responsibility. But she's dead. She died because of a noble cause, and he'll do everything he can to allow his son the life he deserves, the life both he and Lily had worked hard to give him. James had known Lily very well, better than she'd known herself sometimes. And despite the changes that had begun with Harry's 17th birthday, he knew his son as well. No matter what he did to prevent Harry and his friends from participating in the battle, Harry would find a way to break through and join the Order. James was not the type to admit defeat, but it appeared that he has no choice in the matter. Or maybe he did, and that's why he felt like a storm has passed, though it loomed right around the corner. Maybe Harry was right. Perhaps the only way to protect his son was to fight alongside him. Maybe then, and here he is sure he's just in denial, he can keep an eye on him, protect him from the stench of death. But death is everywhere. It seeps into the pores of the skin and arteries of the heart until it becomes so heavy that it is just another weight to carry, another dead soldier sent into the black hole of battle. There's something exhilarating in the rush of barely surviving, of having surpassed all the odds and conquered, but in the end, everyone's just dead. Neville had survived despite fate, but he'd lost so much more.
Dad.
James waited expectantly, but his son looked confused and conflicted, opening his mouth to speak several times before his shoulders finally sagged. There was a weight there, one he had almost shared with his father, but decided against it. Before, when Harry had just been a teenager, just a kid, James would have sat him down and coaxed it out of him, protected him by helping to carry his weight. But he recognized the contradictory helplessness and hardness in Harry's eyes. He recognized it all too well. This was something he needed to choose to tell. "I'm sorry about before," Harry said instead. "I didn't mean to be such a brat." James sighed. "Here we go." "No, unfortunately all of you are already a part of this. It was stupid of us not to realize that you couldn't simply return to Hogwarts and resume your studies. We should have told you." Harry smiled a little, but James couldn't help but remember his son as a child, smiling widely and without reservation. He hated Voldemort so much right then, more so than when Lily had been murdered. Look at what that monster has done to his son. To Violet. To all of them. "I can't speak for your friend's parents, but," he closed his eyes, "I've decided that if you're going into battle, it'll be with us. Merlin, you're too stubborn for your own good." James put a hand on his son's shoulder, squeezing it gently, before heading out the door. "If you can, could you talk to Neville afterwards? This isn't an easy thing to take." "I will, Dad." Harry and his father walked in opposite directions, but their minds were both on the same thing. However, when Harry turned the knob and entered Violet's room, he discovered that his sister was not alone. No, Violet was animatedly conversing with Lily, who nodded gravely at whatever her daughter had just said. Harry cleared his throat and smiled slightly as both jumped at the interruption. "Having a secret meeting, are we?" Violet frowned. "Oh, come on, Harry, after all that stuff we heard, I'm not going to fill Mum in on it. Can't you just float around and overhear it?" Lily shook her head. "It's important that I'm not seen and, well, James, Sirius, and Remus were all there." Harry nodded, accepting the answer.
"So,
is it true that Neville is the final Horcrux?" "I believe so." "You mean that I am?" "No, Harry," Lily said sadly. "Neville is. He has the scar." "He can't do it," Harry insisted. "He'll die. Would you rather it be you?"
"Yes."
Violet looked away, inexplicably tearing up. "Harry, her brother didn't see the slight jerk of Lily's head as she stopped mid-sentence. "You what?" Now the tears were falling freely down her cheeks, and she sniffled pitifully. "I don't want you to die. Not like Mum." "Vi, I'm not going to die." "Yes," she said softly. "You are." "I know what you're going to do, Harry, but there's so many of them. They wouldn't care if they killed a 17-year-old or an Order member. You can't." "I've faced Voldemort 5 times and survived," he said, feigning a light tone. "A couple of bumbling Death Eaters are nothing. Vi, I have to do this. And Dad's letting me come with him." "You're not invincible," Violet shrieked. "You survived Avada Kedavra once, Harry, but this isn't the same. You don't have that protection anymore. They're dead, Harry, they can't protect you. Harry waved a hand in Lily's direction. I beg to differ. You were the one who didn't trust her. You still don't. I trust you, Violet, Harry said. I've only known you for a short time, but I trust you. You went into the chamber instead of Ginny and dealt with that darkness inside of you. It's not surprising, really, that Voldemort accidentally put a piece of himself in me. Explains the connection, anyway. But I've beaten it before, and I can beat it again just like you did at the orphanage. Trust me, Violet. Her eyes were wide and shiny and so terribly, terribly sad. I trust you, she whispered. He hugged his sister briefly and nodded in acknowledgement at Lily. Take care of her, he said. After he had closed the door and his footsteps faded away, Lily turned to her daughter, sadly proud. You did the right thing, Violet. Violet nodded slowly, wiping her tears with the back of her hand. Letting go is harder than I thought. You've done everything you can. Lily looked out the window at the stars she had studied at Hogwarts in a time both simple and complex. Now it's up to him. So, what do you think? I don't understand why you're asking me, Harry. I trust your opinion. Hermione shook her head and glared at something behind him. I thought I'd be home now, but I can't. It'd endanger my parents, at least they're here, though. That's nice. Hermione, you're the brightest witch in our year. Out of all of us, you'd be the most likely to know how to fix this. Because that came in so handy before. He flinched. I'm sorry, Harry. She sighed. I didn't mean to blame you. Honestly, I'm glad I came. She looked up at him, smiling slightly. After all, you lot would be completely lost without me, wouldn't you? Hermione, I've never felt this before.
What?
I don't know, but it feels a lot like hatred. That woman, Bellatrix Lestrange, she's insane. They're all insane. I thought I was going to die there. And it took the man who betrayed and basically murdered your mum for me to escape. She groaned, putting her head in her hands. It makes no sense, Harry. Nothing does any more good guys, bad guys. It's all blurred. It's not like in the books. Yeah, well, history textbooks are pretty biased. Whoever wins gets to be the good guys, right? Hermione said bitterly. But with leaders like Fudge, I wonder sometimes, Harry. I really wonder. Then help me. Help Neville. Hermione shook her head. If you were asking me about ancient runes, then yes, maybe I could, but nothing. I need you, Hermione. Don't you mean Neville? She snapped. Don't you mean the Order and the entire wizarding world? The world whose very existence relies on the bravery and martyrdom of one very human, very young person? If Neville's short life is the criteria for everyone else to sleep soundly in their beds, then maybe it shouldn't be saved. Harry's eyes widened. Hermione, you don't mean that. She laughed bitterly, cruelly, so unlike the girl he knew and the person she'd been before Gringotts, before whatever the Death Eaters had done to her. Maybe I do, Harry. Maybe I do. It's not about Fudge, Hermione, or about the wizarding world. It's not about fame or glory or any of that. It's about us, your friends, your parents, your family, the people you love. She looked down, not daring to meet his eyes. What if I can't anymore? And don't tell me it's impossible. I know it isn't. Look at Voldemort. Look at the Death Eaters. Voldemort split his soul into 7 pieces, Hermione. And Death Eaters are as human as anyone else, if just ickier. Hermione scoffed. You hate them as much as I do. Harry thought about that for a moment. I do. They're sadistic and crazy and blindly devoted. Sometimes I think they're soulless. But others, Draco Malfoy's hard eyes came to mind. Others are just trapped, I guess. They may be great, greasy gits, but they're trapped all the same. His friend scoffed again. She'd never used to do that so much. Since when did you get all wise, Harry? I'm not. Just lucky and stubborn. Harry shifted his feet, not caring that he was rubbing dirt on a rug that was probably worth more than his house before it crumbled at Christmas. Well, the whole point of this is the soul, right? Harry looked up. Yes, he said hesitantly. And when Voldemort died the first time, his soul just activated in another Horcrux. So, if Neville were to kill Voldemort, the piece inside of him would activate and be the primary soul? It'd possess him. He hesitated, remembering fifth year, the dark dreams and tortured taunts as Voldemort had attempted to enter his heart and corrupt his soul. But he'd won, hadn't he? Neville can fight it, he said slowly. He can expel that soul from him. Hermione smirked. Knew you could figure it out. But Neville had never beaten Voldemort that way before. Neville never had dreams of his Grams being tortured in the Department of Mysteries, or perhaps he had, but had done the smart thing and alerted the Aurors. Not like Harry. Not like the decision he'd made that had injured so many of his friends and ultimately killed Sirius. Neville had never had that blood on his hands, and so had never witnessed Dumbledore and Voldemort's duel, had never had to feel as dirty as he had with the so-called Dark Lord clawing at his very soul, that invasive presence threatening to erupt through his chest. Perhaps Neville could still do it, could still win, but Harry knew for a fact that he could. He'd done it before. He could feel that love running through his veins despite Voldemort's immunity to its initial protection. Thank you, Hermione. But can you promise me something? She shrugged. Sure. Don't go into this battle. Don't endanger yourself. You've already sacrificed too much. She stared at him with unblinking eyes, and at that moment, he wished he had her counterpart's innate understanding of people's feelings, of little details that usually told her all she needed to know about a person's state of mind. Because honestly, Harry could not be sure at the moment. Battle, she said distantly. You don't even know where, and when it'd be. Malfoy just sent us an owl with the location of their headquarter entrance. Apparently, they apparate or portkey to the real headquarters from there. Aren't there spells against revealing such secrets? Harry shrugged. Don't ask me how he bypassed it. I think Voldemort might want us to know or trap us, I'm not sure. We're preparing for both. I promise I won't go, she offered. But while Harry would have immediately trusted the word of the old Hermione, he couldn't help but doubt her and hate himself for making such a distinction. So he merely nodded, smiling at her as he closed the door behind him. He searched for Luna for a while until he finally found her poking through some Black family artifacts. Are you supposed to be looking through those? Luna looked up in surprise, her eyes wide and innocent. Oh, it's fine, Sirius Black let me. They're perfectly safe, he said, but I think there might be a Nargle trap in here somewhere. Old families always have those handy, you know.
I see.
Listen, Luna, can you do me a favor? Sure, Harry, anything. Except going to that horrible place where you know who lives. It's not that, he said quickly. I'll tell Violet and Ginny this too, since they're definitely not going to be fighting, but I was wondering if you could keep any eye on Hermione? You know, make sure she doesn't try to join the Order and fight the Death Eaters. Luna cocked her head to the side. But why not? Oh, wait, I know. Okay, we'll keep her here, Harry. He smiled. Thanks, Luna. Good luck with finding the Nargle trap. She waved merrily at him before resuming her search through the dusty artifacts. Harry found his sister and Ginny, both of whom erupted at him at his assumption that they would not be fighting. He informed Ginny that it was up to her mother and father, who most likely would not want her there, and told Violet flat out that she wasn't coming. But Dad let you. What happened to not wanting me to die? She waved her hand dismissively. Of course I don't. But you need me there. I need to be there. What? So you can be my human shield? The serious look in her eyes scared him. Yes. No. He let his father have the last word, and after speaking with James, he was approached by Sirius and Remus, the former who embraced him tightly, and the latter who put a fatherly hand on his shoulder and smiled at him with proud eyes. They didn't need to exchange their mutual fears for the other's well-being or deal with the knowledge that very soon they might not have this chance again. Harry stared at Sirius, who had died because of his foolishness and stupidity, and Remus, who bore his lycanthropy with grace and a kind demeanor. They deserved to live, he thought desperately, and be happy. But there was time for a proper goodbye, a proper precaution, so Harry continued his ascent up the stairs, nearly jumping out of his skin when he was interrupted by Ron, who asked him if he was fighting.
Yeah.
Are you? The redhead shook his head. No, Mum'll never let me. But I want to come, for Bill, for everyone. You taught us some good stuff at school, and this is it, isn't it? All or nothing. Not if both Neville and Voldemort come out alive. Look, Neville can be an arse, but he needs someone to back him up. He's got a whole order, Harry replied, amused. Yes, yes, Ron said dismissively. But he needs mates behind him. Hell, even Fred and George agree. An order or no? Harry frowned, not wanting to put Ron in danger, but he was of age. It was his choice to go. Besides, it can never hurt to have Ron around. How are you going to get past your mum and McGonagall's? Ron grinned. I have Fred and George as brothers, remember? We'll figure it out. It felt strange. They tried to keep their conversation light, but he couldn't help but feel like he was saying goodbye in his own way. Perhaps it's only appropriate. These weren't the people Harry had met since rediscovering the wizarding world that stormy night when Hagrid had knocked down his door, but they were close, and sometimes he almost felt like they were. Even after all of his time here, he couldn't help but feel like they weren't coming back, that he wasn't coming back. After all, he had a responsibility to fulfill, and people to protect. He couldn't save their innocence, but he could prevent their eyes from growing hard and cynical, never to trust again. Speaking of Neville, wait up. He jogged the short distance to where his friend had stopped, his shoulders slumped with a weight Harry could understand. A weight he knew all too well. So, I haven't seen much of you lately. Sorry I didn't get a chance to talk to you. Neville scuffed his shoes on the carpet. It's okay, he mumbled. Just been trying to clear my head. Yeah, I can imagine. Having any luck? Neville sighed. No, not really. It makes me feel dirty. I don't really want to talk about it. Harry nodded. He understood that too. You shouldn't keep it all in, that's when Voldemort will hit you at your weakest. I should know. His friend didn't acknowledge his words, merely stuffed his hands deeper into his pockets. I heard you're coming too?
Yeah.
I don't want to die, Harry, he said quietly. And I hope you don't either. Harry watched his counterpart walk away, thinking that it could have been him, that it had been him not so long ago. Thinking that it should be him. He shook his head. There were more pressing things to do, more things that might keep his mind off of the upcoming bloodshed, or rather, he supposed, the lack of. Avada Kedavra was a clean kill, after all, with no mess and no blood. Only a lifeless body with blank eyes. Neville. Slowly, almost reluctantly, Neville turned.
What?
Are you going to be okay? Neville smiled, appreciating Harry's concern. I dunno, we'll figure it out. Figure it out. That's the second time he's heard that. Harry hoped they could figure it out in time, hoped that his gut instinct and luck are enough to make it out of that battle, enough to save a friend, and so many more. He hoped he could keep that silent promise he'd made to his father, the one in which he had pledged to stay alive. Harry had never thought of death as a physical being, only a mysterious, terrifying force that's taken so much from him, from his family, from Hogwarts, from the world. He was a terrible dancer, all awkward limbs and fumbling feet, but as his trained muscles dodged and sent an array of colorful, deadly spells, he couldn't help but feel like he was dancing with death. Taking a precious moment to laugh at the visual of doing the tango with a shadow, Harry quickly bailed an order member out of trouble, realizing how quickly the faces were blurring, as the rapid black and white streaks of apparition ensured each death its anonymity. Death was almost tangible, almost as real the scent of charred flesh somewhere to his right. He remembered the Department of Mysteries, how they'd fought, but there were so many here, and too many were falling under the dark sky. Sneakers squeaking across the slick ground beneath him, Harry cried out as a spell zipped past his knee, tearing a slit in his jeans and leaving a burning cut on his flesh. He thought he heard someone call his name as he fell to his knees, summoning a shield just in time to hear the zing of a spell fizzle out. The ground was hard and cold, a spot of crimson red, such a bright contrast against the blur of gray darkness, captivated his attention for a moment. His eyes trailed the blood as it slid tantalizingly close to his shield, until the force of his broken shield sent him flying backwards, but the hard fall had helped to clear his spinning head, focusing on a gleeful Bellatrix Lestrange and a panting Neville. Harry, Neville said, and he realized it had been his friend who'd called his name earlier. Friend. He didn't know how, but this vastly different Neville had grown to adapt the qualities Harry had always liked in him. As they both exchanged curses with Bellatrix, the woman who'd both destroyed Neville's family and harmed Harry's, nothing else seemed to matter. Not the screams in the air, not the bitter taste of blood in his mouth, or the electric charge of magic in the air. This was a nightmare that he knew, and Bellatrix was a deranged Grim Reaper, her bleeding lips split in a gleeful smile that only accentuated the insanity in her eyes, insanity that almost seemed far more pronounced here. Curses Harry had never heard of, spells that he could practically feel the darkness in, zoomed in and out, and the two wizards soon found themselves spending more time deflecting the rapid attacks of Bellatrix and those around them rather than being on the offensive. No. Neville fell, clutching his chest in pain, and Harry just barely accio-ed him out of the way of Avada Kedavra. Despair filled his heart as he heard the shrieks, smelled the blood and magic, smelled the loss. Too many things were going on. There were too many random ricocheting spells to worry about while dueling one of Voldemort's most dangerous Death Eaters. Neville desperately tried to recover, but he could feel the pain of the other curse Bellatrix had cast on him that Halloween day acting up, coupling with this one. Perhaps that's what she'd intended, to kill him while on his knees. Harry was covering him as best he could, but Neville could see that the exertion of watching them both was tiring him. It can't end like this. Neville rose to his feet, ignoring his inflaming lungs and collapsing windpipe, using the rest of his energy to cast spells without words. Without hesitation, he'd never been able to do it before, but this was different. This was life or death. His life was on the line now, but so was his friends, and that was unacceptable. His gasping breaths prevented him from fighting in top form. Instead, it sent his head spinning and left a rather blurry Bellatrix Lestrange, who seemed to be constantly splitting into three until she gradually faded away. Intent on heaving breaths, Neville didn't hear Bellatrix's scream as she fell lifeless to the ground, her wild hair briefly illuminated by the deadly green spell that had killed her. He was too busy focusing on surviving, scratching desperately at his throat, to see Draco Malfoy, wand extended towards where his aunt had been, his eyes cold and gray. What he did feel was a sudden rush of warm, easy breaths as Draco Malfoy of all people, cast a counterspell to release him. Neville opened his eyes to see two rivals deflecting random curses, for a moment at a standstill. "How?" he croaked. "She taught me the spell and counterspell," Malfoy said curtly as he dove to the side to avoid the purple streak at his feet. As he deflected another stray spell and cursed an incoming Death Eater, Harry looked at Malfoy with astonishment. "Thank you."
He meant it.
"My debt to you's paid," he responded, not quite addressing Harry's gratitude. "Longbottom, though, he owes me a life debt. Remember that when this is over." Before either Gryffindor could answer, Malfoy had disappeared into the throng, leaving Harry to help Neville to his feet as they rejoined the battle. Back to back they fought, both boys chosen from birth, both christened the boy who lived, the savior, but there can only be one marked, and they both knew that, one more acutely than the other. So as they lost track of their friends, of the allies and enemies surrounding them, of the bodies they leapt over to save their own, they saw him, the one who'd started it all. They both knew they had to stop him, to stop the nightmare suffocating the air they breathed, the crunching gravel beneath their feet. But there can only be one, and while Harry could have easily given the burden to Neville, he knew the responsibility was his and his alone, and for the first time, he actually wanted it. Voldemort has hurt him, hurt his family and friends too much to be left to his own devices. "No, Neville." Neville Longbottom halted for a moment, ducking an incoming spell as he addressed Harry. "It's him. Harry, this is my destiny coming to take me. If I don't come back, well, tell everyone I tried." But Harry's insistent grip on his arm surprised him, so much so that neither noticed how they could no longer hear the cries of the dying or feel the cruel intentions of spells whizzing over their heads. "Not try, Neville," he said softly.
"Win."
He blinked. This isn't your fight." "Bloody hell, Harry, of all the people to. It's mine."
"What?"
"It's my fight, Neville, it always has been." He bristled, yanking his arm out of Harry's grip. "You're not the only one who's lost people, Harry." "I know." But out of the two of us, I'm the only one who truly understands what he's lost. That condescending son of a... You are this close to... I can't explain it, Neville. Honestly, you wouldn't believe me if I did. But one of us got the stupid scar, got the responsibility that came with it. Yeah, he sneered, jabbing a finger at the lightning bolt scar. But as his fingers brushed the ugly mark that had defined him for so long, had burdened him with a responsibility he never thought he could handle, Neville couldn't help but feel that Harry was right. He didn't want to be a coward, not again, but Harry wasn't giving him a way out, wasn't sending him off on the easy path. Nothing was easy. Not for them. Not for the two people who truly understood what it meant to be the boy who lived, and Neville believes his friend does. He had that look in his eye, that tired, old weariness that Neville couldn't quite explain. But he also had something Neville didn't have, purpose. Please, Neville. Merlin, he was pleading now. Neville knew just as well as Harry that, in a fight, Harry would have won. So why was he pleading? Because Harry wasn't that person. He would never be the person who took everything he wanted until the only thing he didn't have was the world. Neville had always thought Harry had been Gryffindor's golden boy, the one everyone loved, the one everyone would die for. Perhaps there's more truth to that than he'd thought. Maybe my destiny is different. It was almost too painful to bear. What had he suffered for? What was left? You're a good guy, Neville, meant to do great things. But him? He's mine. It's my fault Mrs. Potter died. Harry looked shocked. No, it wasn't. It was. If I hadn't been there. You didn't invite them there. It's not your fault. Neville stared at him, recognizing his unspoken guilt. It wasn't yours either. Suddenly both boys cried out as a splitting pain assaulted their foreheads, forcing flashes of misery and memory, hate and rage, exploding instruments and abominations until they were left with only one thing. Hope. My scar's gone. Harry reached up and ran his fingers along the familiar ridge, the shape that had started it all. It had been there all along, he realized, just hidden, just waiting for him to wake up. What the bloody hell just happened? Neville looked around wildly, finally absorbing his surroundings. What? Did you do this, Harry's? Maybe he had. Maybe it was because of him that time had frozen, leaving spells unspilt from still lips and flashes of color trapped in the air. Maybe he had made these eerie statues of bodies, bent over in ways they shouldn't, stuck somewhere between life and death. Harry beat him. I don't know what just happened. Why, he looked down at his wand. But it feels right. Like everything's been put back in the right place. And it had. Destiny had been reversed, but properly this time, restoring what always should have been, what had always been meant to be. Neville had been brave, had battled his own demons and won, but without Harry pushing him, without Harry leaving that one night to face his own destiny, Neville would never have found his. Harry nodded gravely, reaching out a hand. I'll win. They shook hands, these two boys touched by a destiny neither had asked for, lost more than they ever should have at the age of 1. But they had gained as much as lost, and it takes more than the dark arts to cure what the dark arts wrought. It takes love. It takes the determination of a single person to realize what he's lost and love his friends and remaining family, love Hogwarts, love the fractured ministry, love a world full of strangers enough to want to save it. To choose to save it. It takes a friend's quiet determination and willing sacrifice to prevent a terrible future from coming to pass. It takes 4 laughing friends, full of memories of a childhood tinted by an unpreventable war, split apart by betrayal, but still tied by hope. It takes a well-intentioned traitor to realize his mistakes, to look in the mirror and see what he'd become, and truly put himself at risk for the first time and sacrifice himself to save another like he never had before. It takes a mother's love, a father's sacrifice, a bond that cannot be broken but had only been recently realized. It takes getting to know a sister he'd never had, a sister who's all too aware of her non-existence, more so than he realizes. It takes a sister and ghost of a mother, willing to help as much they can in the limited time they have. It takes Harry Potter, shoulders squared and wand held tightly in his hand, to walk across a battlefield of soldiers, frozen in time, and face the one who aims to take it all. You will lose everything. Not if he can help it. As he stood in front of the door of the Riddle house, he heard the battle resume behind him, briefly deafened by the sudden return of screams and spells, knowing that Neville, his father, Sirius, Remus, and his friends were back there in the fray, giving everything they had, giving their lives for him, for everyone. How could he give anything less? His wand hummed with strength at the recognition of its brother, and he opened the door to see what? He was waiting for Harry, standing calmly in the middle of the entryway, looking positively serene next to a vase of wilted lilies. Harry blinked and blinked again, but made the first move, not to be tricked. But Albus Dumbledore merely watched as the spell went through his chest and hit the wall behind him. He looked at Harry with the same half-moon spectacles, the same crooked nose and sparkling blue eyes he'd had in life, and smiled sadly. Not what you were expecting, was it, Harry? What? Who? Where's Voldemort? Dumbledore paused, as if unsure how to explain. I commandeered him, I suppose. Excuse me? Harry's? He didn't need to turn around to see who it was. Instead, he moved to the side, where he could keep this ghost Dumbledore and his ghost mother in his eyesight. What is this? He demanded, utterly confused. Lily looked at him sadly, then turned to face Dumbledore. You figured it out then, Albus? Dumbledore nodded. It took a while to find him, but find Ignatius Fadum I did. They both glanced quickly at Harry as the vase of lilies broke with a burst of red light. He looked angry, confused, betrayed. What is this? Harry? Lily bit her lip, like Dumbledore, unsure how to explain. Do you remember us talking before you went into the orphanage? About how whether or not you might have gained something from this. You mean from being sent to an alternate universe? Yes. What does that have to do with anything? It has to do with everything, Harry. Lily closed her eyes tiredly. Merlin, sometimes I wish I could have just been with you in the beginning, but perhaps we should start there, Dumbledore said gently. Hold on, Harry said. How do I even know you're the real thing? How do I know I can trust you? Lily looked hurt, but there was also understanding in her eyes. Because I held you in my arms when you were born, afraid of having a child in a world wrought with violence. Because James and I used to watch you with amazement, wondering how we could have made something so perfect. Because we watched you grow up without us, watched you endure too much, too soon, and could do nothing about it but whisper to you in your dreams. Because I love you. Harry felt his hand shaking slightly, but he didn't know why. Slowly, surely, he lowered his wand. Why couldn't you have told me everything when you appeared? Because by then, we realized that this couldn't end that way. He scowled. But what does that mean? It means you control this world, Harry, with your mind, Dumbledore said. It means that none of this is real. What? He took a step back, his back pressed against the peeling wallpaper for support. No, you're lying. Not after everything, not after losing you. You tell me that none of this is real? That's Merlin. He felt betrayed. His head spun at the implications. He'd lost his mother again, and she couldn't have bothered to tell him that it wasn't really happening. Hermione had nearly died, had almost been broken, and the emotional turmoil in her eyes, the cynicism, wasn't real. They'd all lost their innocence, hadn't they? How could that not be real when he felt the truth in his gut, the only place where it really mattered? They had to be lying. If they'd told him that it really was an alternate universe, full of subtleties and history his bloody head could not have held on its own, he'd believe them. But not this. But something in their eyes made him realize that, reluctant though he may be to accept this, it was true. It was all for nothing. You manipulated me. Yes, Lily said. It was the hardest thing in the world, not being able to tell you, but yes, we did. He wanted to blow something up, but his hands were shaking too violently for him to risk performing any magic. And Violet? That means she really doesn't exist anywhere. Not even here. Technically, that's not true. Harry looked up, seeing Violet standing next to her mother. How'd you summon me? She replied, stepping closer to her brother. Her face fell when he stepped away from her. This place is falling apart, Harry. The rules are breaking down, so when you thought of me, I came, I guess. Did you know about this? He demanded, forgetting that she didn't exist, that she was only a figment of his imagination. Oh, Merlin. She wasn't real. How could he love something that didn't exist? She shook her head. No, I didn't, not until she, Mum, told me the night you left Hogwarts. Before that I only had memories of this place, of growing up with Mum and Dad, with you. But those memories aren't real, you aren't real. In a way, she agreed. It wasn't easy to accept, but I did exist, if only as a tiny little embryo, barely a few weeks old.
What?
Violet nodded sympathetically. Yeah, I was confused too. Mum hadn't meant to get pregnant, I guess, but there I was. Not quite existing, but not quite not either. I don't think she even knew about me. Even after she was dead, right? She asked, turning to Lily. Their mother nodded. I was a little preoccupied at the time. Dumbledore stepped forward. Harry, the human mind only uses about 10% of its full capacity normally. Sometimes we use more, but it doesn't exceed 17%. There's enough room for a world this elaborate to be built in the mind, in your mind. Using the connection and knowledge between yourself and Voldemort and the dead, this intricate world was created. There were things going on here that you were not aware of, but because of the scope of the spell and the sheer enormity of information that the dead have, this was able to be created. But we didn't do this, Voldemort did. Using the connection and knowledge between yourself and Voldemort and the dead, this intricate world was created. There were things going on in this world that you were not aware of, but because of the scope of the spell and the sheer enormity of the information the dead have, this was able to be created. Voldemort's. This was going to give him a headache, but he listened intently, determined that this was not to be a waste. Yes, Lily said. He used a spell, one that took advantage of your connection, to kill you. To create a world in which, slowly, your greatest fear would consume you, kill you here, and destroy your mind in the real world. The only catch is that this is a very ancient, very dark spell, one that, like most of these, required a connection to the dead. And for those of us paying very close attention to the actions of the living, we caught it in time to do something about it. That's stupid, Harry said skeptically. Why the hell would Voldemort risk that? Because he's afraid, Harry. He's an arrogant bastard, one that has a penchant for babbling on about his successes, but you scare him. You who fought his possession, whose soul had repelled him so utterly and completely, you scared the shit out of him, Harry, and he aimed to break you when you were most vulnerable. He wanted to catch you still grieving for Sirius, still grieving for Dumbledore, and destroy you with failure. We saw what he was doing, and did our best to help you win. Really, he said sarcastically. And how was that? By letting yourself die? By letting Padma die and Hermione get tortured? How was that helping? We had very little information about this spell, Harry, and very little time. I knew enough to know that we could insert one of us into the world the spell created. To help you. Dumbledore peered down at him with the eyes Harry had trusted so much, had instilled such confidence in. There is much about the world of the dead that we don't understand, and we weren't sure how to help, except to be there and tell you the truth right away. But then they realized that you had a sister in this world, Violet said softly. They realized that you did have a sister in real life, or you would have if Mum hadn't died. They decided that you would need moral support until they could discover what they needed to do to get you out of here, and they chose to give parts of themselves to give the opportunity to me, to let me live in a way I never could. Mum was pregnant when she died here, Harry muttered. Yeah, the spell's not exactly the nicest, is it? We searched for people who'd performed the spell in the past, or had studied it, Dumbledore continued. We discovered enough that, by the time Lily had died here, we realized that we couldn't do much more but guide you on the path you needed to choose to walk. Harry looked at Dumbledore in exasperation, recognizing that even the way he conducted his pep talks and explanations were the same. He felt overwhelmed, he felt Merlin, he didn't even know. As Albus tried to find a way to commandeer a person here, I came down here, Lily said softly. I wish James could have come down with me, and so does he, but there was only an empty spot for a Lily Potter. Were they real? Had he said, I love you to the wrong parents? Yes, Harry, they were very real. They were what we would have been, could have been had things been different, had destiny been reversed. But he realized that, even now, When all of this proved to be nothing but an illusion, it was enough. He would have loved to have experienced this family, these people for real, but this was real enough. This was enough to make him see, as he'd told Neville, what he'd truly lost for the first time. He'd told them, "I love you," and had earned their pride. He had been loved. He looked at Lily Potter and realized that they were one and the same. The mum who died here would have and had thrown herself in a pit of snakes for him, but this ghost already had. She'd never had those 17 years with him, but had never lost that connection with the living world. She had watched her son grow knowing that her sacrifice had saved him, but had also left him with very little but faded memories of a beautiful smile and green light. And love. Love that had coursed through his veins and protected him. So, you figured out how to commandeer Voldemort to what? Why now? I found Mr. Fatum, the originator of the spell, many millennia ago. It took longer than I'd anticipated, and a great deal more persuasion to jolt him out of listlessness. He doesn't have much of a connection to the living anymore. Although, I must say, it was quite an adventure. Death is but the next great adventure, Harry muttered, remembering the words Dumbledore had spoken to him his first year at Hogwarts. But they had to make a choice, hadn't they? Dead. They could have chosen to let go of all ties to the living, but they loved him. Loved them all enough to keep a close eye on things, to help as much as they could in their limited power. It all came down to choices. Dumbledore fixed his blue eyes on him with such intensity that he felt uncomfortable. As for the timing, you won, Harry. You beat this spell on your own, of your own volition, and for that all of us are extremely proud of you. But how? He said weakly. All he did was make the choice to win. He reached up and touched his scar, the one that had been invisible and hidden all this time. My greatest fear, he said, is losing the people I love. Is that why Mum died? Why this battle happened? Lily nodded. If Neville had walked into this room and he would have, thanks to you, if you hadn't stopped him, he would have died. Many of your friends, including Hermione, would have died. Hermione? Harry said sharply. But she wanted vengeance, and slipped past the others despite your precautions. His heart sank. He wouldn't allow this to happen again. He couldn't. It would have killed me for them to die. Yes. Violet had walked over to Harry without him noticing, but he didn't mind as she stood next to him. But they haven't, not yet, she said softly. This place was created through a connection between you, Voldemort, and the dead. These Horcrux locations, they're all real. Hardly any time has passed in reality, just a night and morning. You can stop this? That's why you didn't say anything. Because you wanted me to look? The only way out of here is for you to overcome your fear, to want to destroy Voldemort, not because you're the boy who lived or the chosen one, Dumbledore said, but because you know what he's taken from you, from so many others, and wish to prevent that loss from happening to anyone else. If we had told you that this wasn't real, that it had never came to pass in the real world or an alternate one, would you have wanted to save it? No, he admitted. But I would have liked the choice. I would have liked not to have been manipulated by destiny, by fate, by people I trusted. But you didn't trust me, Lily reminded him. You lied to me. I tried not to, but it's hard to explain, but you needed to come to this realization by yourself and believe it wholeheartedly. I couldn't risk compromising that by telling you everything. What good would it have done anyway? He scowled. Yeah, well, I did it, so why am I still here? Because you aren't finished yet, because you need to kill Voldemort. What? But Voldemort's not here. You hijacked. Oh. His heart sank. He had been prepared to kill Voldemort, to kill the man who had ruined his life, ruined so many lives and potential happiness, not his bloody headmaster, even if he was infuriating him at the moment. You can do it, Harry, Violet said, putting a hand on his shoulder. We believe in you. So did the people here, and apparently I was meant to fail them. Not yet, Harry, you can choose not to. He was surprised to find Violet hugging him violently, and when she pulled away he could see the fear in her eyes, the knowledge she must have had to carry ever since that night when Lily had pulled her aside and told her everything. She had known the terrible, terrible truth, yet she had been determined to help him as best she could. Would he have done the same, having already led a real life? All she had were false memories, but found that the only purpose, the only effect she could have on reality was by helping her brother. Would he have done the same? What will happen to you? I mean, where do unborn babies go when they die? Dumbledore shook his head. There are still many mysteries in death. The only thing we know for sure is that Violet here had never lived, but has, in a way, because of you. But will you just go back to wherever you were after this crumbles? Violet shook her head sadly, trying to smile but was not quite successful in eradicating the fear in her eyes. I don't know, Harry, she said honestly, but I'm glad to have met you. He hugged her in a way he knew he would never be able to again. He knew that, even if she was technically already dead, he was losing her. Me too, Vite, me too. Looking over at Lily, at her longing, Harry gave in to impulse, pushing away his resentments. This was the only chance he had, and he wasn't going to miss it. Ignoring the world's laws, knowing that the rules were breaking, he willed his mother, the one who had given so much for him, to be solid enough for her to feel his embrace. He didn't see the shock on her face as she put her arms around her grown son, the one she hadn't held since he was 1, since she had put him down and faced the green light that had ended her life. He didn't see the joy that his simple touch had brought her, knowing that not everything was lost, not yet. I love you, Mum. I love you too, Harry, so much, she murmured into his hair, the messy mop of black hair that reminded her so much of her husband. How she wished he could have been here too, meeting his son, but they would be reunited again, hopefully much further in the future. When he released her from his hold, Harry saw Dumbledore smiling at them, his blue eyes sparkling with hope. He squared his shoulders and stared at his wand, the one that he would carry with him into the final battle, into the final determination of the fate of the wizarding world, but more importantly, its millions of occupants. Don't get me wrong, I'm still kind of angry that you didn't tell Mebledy anything, but thank you, Professor, for coming back. For caring. He didn't like it, but he could understand their motivations, that they had been trying to help the best way they could, with as much information as they'd had at the time. Dumbledore inclined his head. I think we will all be thanking you very soon, Harry. He took one last look at his mother and sister, both waiting for the end of the world, for their return to the clouds and sky, where they can't do much but observe. He could see their hope and fear, hope that they had enacted some change, and fear that the world will fall. He wouldn't let that happen. It takes many men to move a mountain, but it may just take Harry Potter to prevent a single man, just a man, from destroying all that he holds dear. But he knows that he won't be alone, knows that he will not push Ron and Hermione away like he had in the past. Without his friends, he would have collapsed long ago. Love goes both ways, and he was determined to never forget that. He looked at Dumbledore, replacing the image of his serene headmaster with Voldemort's sneer, his pallid, stretched skin, and malicious red eyes. He thought of all he'd taken from him, of Bill, killed in this world, of Padma's broken body and Parvati's blood everywhere. He even thought of Malfoy, his unusually quiet admissions in the interrogation room. He thought of Neville, brave Neville who had been just as insecure here, of Hermione's wide eyes as she realized that someone believed her worthy of friendship, of Luna's eagerness to be accepted, of Ron's protectiveness towards his sister. He thought of Ginny, who, despite not being the girl in the Chamber of Secrets, was still so strong. He thought of his father's grief, the love that made him dismiss his suspicions about Harry, Sirius's shining, laughing eyes, Remus's smile, no longer old and sad, and Peter Pettigrew's determination to fix his mistake. He thought of his mother and sister, working to help him. He had once been told that to perform an unforgivable, he had to truly hate, to want to cause pain. He did hate Voldemort. He hated him with all his heart, but it was the faces of the people he's loved and lost that made his wand hum with expectation, the love he had for them that would allow the spell to release from his lips and choose to end an era of darkness. Harry Potter would take pleasure in the prevention of the loss of any more lives. He raised his wand. Avada Kedavra. 21. Destiny. Harry woke up. He was in his own room at number 4, Privet Drive, surrounded by a preening Hedwig, Hermione's neatly rolled up sleeping bag and Ron's wrinkled one, sunlight streaming through the window and Muggle novels lining the bookcase. He reached for his glasses and found that they were on the other side, the opposite side of the bed at his home with the Potters, with Lily and James and Violet. With his family. It didn't feel like his room anymore. Not this cold, undecorated room that lay above the scent of bacon already sizzled and eaten, above the atmosphere of grumbling resentment. He missed his Quidditch poster, the familiarity and comfort of pillow fights and pranks. Oh, wait, except all of that was in his head, wasn't it? Sodding spell. Harry flexed his palm, noting the faint reprimand of, "I must not tell lies," etched on his hand once again. He was the boy who lived, the chosen one once more, but hadn't he always been? In spirit, in the vivid world constructed in his mind. But he's had vivid dreams before. He hated the idea, but it made sense, didn't it? He'd never had a sister, never had a real blood family after the age of 1. He had Hermione and Ron and the Weasleys and Remus. He did Sirius, and it made his chest ache to think he'd never see him laugh again, made his head hurt that he was mourning him all over again. But what made him hurt the most was thinking how he'd never again taste his mother's pancakes or share a joke with his father. Hell, he'd take the lectures and the "are you on drugs" talk if only he'd see them again. It had never ached this much before. Never. He used to sit in his cupboard under the stairs and summon nostalgia for parents tragically dead, tragically young. When he was little, he had idolized them and wished for their resuming embrace and a mother's kiss as they took him away from his prison. But as he lay there on the bed of Dudley's second bedroom, he instead longed for their passionate imperfections just as much as the crystal perfect moments. He wanted his father's slightly undercooked pasta, so unlike Aunt Petunia's perfectly shaped specimens, and even their fights. He wanted to slam the door in their faces and make up later, sulking as he did so. He wanted the normality that came with his family, the pleasantly quiet breakfasts and security.
But he no longer has that.
And neither does his sister. He leapt up in alarm as his door slammed open, scrambling to his feet as he pointed his wand at a laughing Ron and Hermione. "Harry." Hermione's smile was wide and sincere. "You're up." "Finally," Ron added. "We tried to bloody wake you up 5 times. You mumbled something about flowers and—" Oh, Violet had said it had only been a night and a morning, hadn't she? "What time is it?" "Time to put on some pants, mate." Ron threw a pair of jeans at him. "Seriously, Harry, you were completely out. Feels like I've slept for half a year." That was a lie. He felt like crap. But even now, the feelings were fading away into memory, into something not quite real, not quite tangible. Hermione was looking at him shrewdly. He'd forgotten how perceptive she was. "Harry, did something happen?" He really wondered if it had just been a very, very realistic dream. But dreams don't hurt. Reality does. Looking at them, at the 2 best friends who had been through hell and back with him, Harry realized that he couldn't protect them by hiding that aching hole he felt in his chest, because it would eventually be them who patched it up. It would be them who would search for him after this was all over, trusting and hoping that Harry Potter had once again gotten himself out of a tight scrape. But his knee still hurt from the spell that had not caught and burned a hole through his jeans, had not hurt him. In his past dreams, he had always been invincible, and even when nightmares of failures, veils, and tall towers invaded his mind, he could reason it away into intangible threats. They were just dreams. They can't hurt him any more than reality could. But this one had. Ron just looked confused, throwing Hermione a side glance of concern. "Harry, did you go booty jumping while we were gone?" "Bungee jumping, Ron. Bungee jumping? What, like felly tones?" Hermione rolled her eyes. "Now I know you're faking." She turned to Harry. "Tell us."
He did.
He told them everything, receiving gasps and nods of approval at appropriate times from Hermione and laughter from Ron at inappropriate times. But Harry did see Ron's expression darken when he talked about Bill's death and Ron's demented being a dead, mangled Ginny. "That's a very, very long dream." "It's not a dream, Ron, it's a spell." "No, Hermione, it's a very, very long dream induced by a spell." Harry hesitated, allowing them to bicker a little longer. There was one question he wanted to ask, a reassurance he was afraid to get and not get. Hermione, do you think it was real? Any of it? She sobered, hearing the gravity in her friend's voice. Well, what do you think, Harry? I don't know, Hermione. I just don't know. It must have felt real to you then, to be so torn up about it. Harry chuckled darkly. Snape always said that I wore my heart on my sleeve. If I understand right, some of it was real. The Horcrux locations, even our personalities despite the changes. It wasn't just you, Harry. Information taken from you, Voldemort and the dead, all that was used to construct the most authentic world the spell could. And this old magic, the ones that use the dead's power, they're enormously complex, Harry, and enormously effective. Even if it weighs in your head, things were happening outside yourself. It was an alternate world, in every way possible. But how could this old magic know? Because, yeah, Malfoy hesitated in trying to kill Professor Dumbledore, but that doesn't mean he'd turn double agent. It doesn't mean that you're the brilliant one, Hermione. How could this thing in my head have known all that information? Your mother said that they watched over you, even after all this time. Who's to say that Malfoy's grandparents weren't too? Orb or my uncle or a relative of Ron's. It was us because all that watching, all that knowledge went towards the spell. Harry shook his head. You don't understand, Hermione. I cared about these people. Almost as much as their real versions, you lot. My mum, dad, sister, they were there. I could touch them. And now that it's not real, it hurts. He looked at Ron, wearing a rueful smile. Yeah, it hurts. I had my parents and Sirius back. For a little while. But isn't it better to have them for a little while than not at all? They aren't real. Harry fumed. It was just a bloody illusion. Your mum said they were as true as they would have been if that had been the real world. Harry looked away from his brown-haired friend, glaring at his nightstand like it had been the one that had cast an ancient spell on him, had given him everything he ever wanted, and snatched it away in a single swoop. A tight grip on his arm made him look up at the determined expressions on his friends' faces. Hermione explained to him that this was no talk for a stuffy bedroom, so they led him out the door and down the stairs. They didn't pass the cupboard, but Harry felt its presence even more than ever, the misery and loneliness of being Harry the orphan, Harry the freak, the victim of Harry hunting. Harry, being hunted by a far superior opponent than Dudley, a far greater evil and sadism than the fulfillment of an insecure and cruel fat boy. But he would turn that around. If there was one thing still lingering from the dream that seemed so real, was that sense of responsibility. He'd always thought that he'd had no choice. No choice because of a stupid prophecy spoken, logged and shelved before he could even speak coherently, let alone understand it. He'd always thought that he would be hunted by evil, or become it himself for the greater good. It hadn't been Voldemort's intention when he'd cast that spell, that curse and blessing, but Harry knew now that he did have a choice. He always had. He could take that power that the Dark Lord knows not, and use it to save a world from collapsing in on itself. James Potter had refused to use unforgivables, because to kill for hate, for a deeply buried pleasure of power and control, is unforgivable, no matter how good the intentions. A line would be crossed when they became the enemy, and all would be lost. That wasn't what he was struggling with. They stopped at the local park, deserted because the neighborhood kids would be tucked safely into their homes, into their families as they enjoyed their dinner. The sun was falling, and it felt like the sky itself was too, but there was enough light for him to see clearly his two best friends as they led him to the swings. He hadn't realized until now just how much he'd missed them. Immediately, he and Hermione claimed the 2 seats, smirking up at Ron. Well, he said, a bubble of laughter surprising him. Why don't you sit down, Ickle 1-1? Ron scowled at the nickname and eyed the tiny baby swing warily. Dunno, I think my arse is too big. You're bony, mate. Why don't you try it? Harry laughed again. Not bony enough. They lapsed into silence, enjoying the cool breeze of the evening wind, the rustling grass, and the sounds of being alive. He and Hermione swung lazily while Ron leaned against the metal bars of the swing set. It felt listless and easy, and he took the moment to close his eyes and collect his clashing emotions as he swung, his sneakers dragging back and forth against the bark and dirt. He was too tall and old for the swing set now, but its simplicity, its simple peace, still gave him pleasure. No one had taught him how to swing. He'd learned himself. No one had ever pushed him. He'd done that himself too. Him and the wind. He remembered wondering if he swung high enough, reached high enough, he could touch the sky and heaven or whatever is supposed to be there after death. He remembered wondering if the wind could carry his voice high above him and towards the clouds so his parents could hear him. "I miss you," he'd say, feeling nostalgia for these phantom people he hadn't even had a picture of, or "Please come get me. I'll be a good boy, I won't do any of those freaky things at school again. I promise. I promise." They had heard him. He realized they'd heard him very clearly. Every time he tried to communicate with them in his childlike way, and their hearts had hurt with him. He felt that continuing knot in his chest, that longing, and wondered if this is what they had felt every day for the eternity that came with watching, but not touching. He remembered hugging his mother, the way she'd melted against him in a wave of emotion, and he realized that that had been the first time she'd held her son since he was 1. All those years, longing with a knot in her chest to protect, to love, to comfort, and she'd finally been able to do so as a ghost. In his heart, he knew that, but his mind, the logical part of him that couldn't believe that all of this could happen in his mind in a fortnight. He needed to be convinced that this was possible, that love really could transcend the laws of reality, the laws of magic. Or perhaps magic was love, and that was what his thick brain had been missing this entire time. "You know," Ron said suddenly, "if it had been an alternate universe or whatever that you'd been in, wouldn't you be doubting the same things?" It surprised him that his friends would believe his crazy story unconditionally, but stranger things have happened to them. "I dunno, I guess." Hermione nodded eagerly, shooting a proud smile at Ron.
"He's right, Harry.
Because it would have been just as real then as your dream world had been, and that's what it was, Harry, a world. It was an alternate world that just happened to be housed in your brain instead of, oh, I dunno, the time-space continuum or something." Harry laughed while Ron shot Hermione an odd look. "Is that Muggle thing?" "That's beside the point. Anyway, Harry, you experienced it in every way possible, and now you're not there anymore. Now it's just memory, so it wasn't a dream, really. But it's not the same, Hermione. I mean, if Ron had, say, a nightmare about being eaten alive by giant spiders, it doesn't mean that he's made a memory out of it." Ron winced. "Thanks loads, Harry. Now if I scream in my sleep tonight, it wasn't just a dream, Harry." He felt annoying, like that pretentious nag who needed to be told, needed to be convinced. But for those people to have been real, it was too good to be true, or too terrible to be true. For him to have truly experienced having a family, to have gone through all that with people he'd known here, in reality, people who were really those he loved hiding behind the mask of a dream. Hermione, Ron, Neville, they had all been there, waiting to be woken up, waiting to be unveiled. "Harry," Ron said quietly, "you have those pictures of your mom and dad, right?"
"Yeah."
"Didn't you," his red-headed friend hesitated, "didn't you, I dunno, invent them in a way? Didn't you invent this hatred for Sirius before we found out that he wasn't the traitor? You had illusions of them, and who they weren't memories. Now you have some real ones. It wasn't a waste. It wasn't." Hermione nodded. "My dad always told me to trust my instincts. If your gut believes it, then it's true," he'd say.
His did.
"Thanks, you guys," Harry said. "You know, it would have been just as ridiculous if I'd come back with soot all over me instead of just bed hair." Ron laughed. "Mate, you always have bed hair." He grinned, relieved that, despite how many core similarities his Ron and the other shared, this Ron was here. Still, the essence had always been there, the protectiveness he felt towards his friends and family, towards those he loved. He let people laugh at their darkest fears, something the other Ron had not been comfortable enough around Harry to do so. The essence was there, and wasn't that what his mother had been saying? "It's getting dark." Harry pushed himself off the swings and placed a disillusioned charm on himself. "Harry, what are you doing?" Knowing that they couldn't see him, he turned. "Just temporary until we can get back to the Disley's house and get the invisibility cloak." He began walking away, sneakers cushioning off the bark. Ron hesitated before slowly following the sound of Harry's footsteps. I don't get it, but Harry merely smiled. I'm faking my death. Harry, I don't know what to believe. Harry sipped his tea before nodding at his former professor sympathetically. I had a hard time believing it myself when I woke up, and I actually went through it. Remus Lupin looked down at the careworn table of Grimmauld Place's kitchen, his eyes unfocused as he struggled with something inside of him. You saw James, Lily, and Sirius happy. No Azkaban, no young deaths. We'd been barely out of school when they died. I saw you too, Harry reminded him. You were happy too, and all of you were my uncles. Dad almost choked me to death because he thought that by trying to accuse Wormtail, I was the Death Eater that... He looked down, unable to finish. It still felt too raw. Well, Sirius and James always said that as a monster, I was more professor than werewolf. A sparkle of laughter brightened his eyes. I suppose they were right. Moony won't eat the children, but he'll fill their heads with so much fluff that their brains explode. They would say something like that, wouldn't they? Remus smiled. Yes. They never allowed me to go into one of those moods for very long. Before I knew it, my hair had turned bright purple, and I was too busy chasing them around our dorm to feel sorry for myself anymore. And there was James's whining about Lily, our ultimately failed attempts at helping him get her attention. Harry frowned, realizing he hadn't gotten many stories about his parents getting together when he'd had the chance. How'd he deflate his ego then? He showed her he could pull his weight in his head duties. He got to know her, and let her get to know him. But most importantly, he stopped listening to Sirius's suggestions. Sirius? I think the bugger might have been a bit jealous, not that I think he was deliberately sabotaging James's chances, though. In between his personal problems with his family, with what the world was coming to, there hadn't been much time for girls. So his terrible ideas had been more out of inexperience, if anything. He was really happy. I've never seen him looking the way he had here, like he was somehow still in Azkaban. Yes. It brings a strange comfort knowing that we could have had 17 more years. Or, had 17 more years if I understand what you're saying. One more year that I can remember. Funny how that works, doesn't it? I'm glad you got to meet them, Harry. Me too. With that, they began talking business, Remus listening intently to everything he said, everything he had concluded from his adventure. The orphanage, that's just willpower, and we can clear out the building beforehand. I'll know to bypass the labyrinth this time. Is there somewhere we can get a minotaur horn? Remus paused to think. There was a creature shop that I found in Romania on my travels. I believe they have one. And I've never known any of their items to be anything but genuine. Gringotts. Everything else I won't screw up this time. I won't. Harry told him of how they must act quickly, destroying the Horcruxes in separate groups around the same time so Voldemort would not suspect what they were up to. Yes, Remus mused. If he thinks you're dead, that his spell succeeded, he'll move all the quicker to capture the wizarding world now that the only person blocking him is dead. But does he know? Harry frowned. I don't know, I just assumed that he did. Dumbledore has put wards in place, so he cannot monitor you at the Dursleys. Those, of course, will not be in effect on your birthday, so he doesn't know. Can we leak it to the Daily Prophets? We could. We'd need to create a false body, a false memorial for you. But your connection to him is still present, is it not? How is your clemency? Harry straightened. He was more hesitant about this, the one thing he couldn't quite get right. I think I can manage. You need to be sure, Harry. There wasn't a lot about his life right now that was sure. But he did know that, unlike fifth year, he now knew the difference between fantasy and reality. Yeah, he said as Remus stood up to leave the room. I'm sure. But, Professor? The last marauder turned. Yes, Harry's? Promise me. What? Promise me that when we get to the end, and I can't get this Horcrux out of me, promise that you'll kill me. Remus's eyes widened in distress. Harry, don't. It might happen. I'll try my hardest not to let that happen, but if it does, promise me. Still, this man, this last connection to his parents, hesitated, shaking his head slowly at the absurdity that his best friend's son wanted him to commit. Harry must live. He had to. Promise me. If you ever escaped in your wolf form, without wolfsbane, you would ask the same thing, wouldn't you? He merely looked at him with sad eyes. It doesn't look like I have much choice, do I? But I'll never be able to forgive myself. No, Remus. It would be necessary. Harry sucked in a large breath of air. I'm ready. But Remus knew better. He knew that no one could be ever prepared for death, not completely. Still, he saw the logic of Harry Potter's reasoning, the same spark of determination that shone in Lily's eyes, the same stubborn stance as James. Merlin, it had better not come to that. I promise, Harry. He's been here before, but the battleground is different. Instead of the Riddle House, it's Hogwarts, the one place where he's been proud to call his home. This time, the finality had come quicker, sped up with the relatively smooth destruction of Voldemort's Horcruxes, all but one. All but him. All but the shard of soul and corruption inside of him. Everything was different, yet all the same. His friends were still throwing their lives on the line, still in danger of the permanence of death, the permanence of being suffocated and distorted by the bodies falling all around them. Harry could only hope that theirs did not join the fray. It has come down to this, after all. Harry Potter. The Dark Lord's flat nostrils flared. Faking your death? A cunning trick. Worthy of a Slytherin, I should say. He stayed silent, concentrating on his occlumency. Are you afraid, Harry Potters? You will lose everything. No. Voldemort sniffed.
Honesty.
I appreciate that, Harry. But do you really want such a negative word to be your last? Harry almost snorted. His mum was right. Voldemort really did like to talk. Surreptitiously, he waited for his window of opportunity, as he knew Voldemort was waiting for his. It had to be the right moment, the vulnerable moment from which Voldemort could not escape, and then it'd be the real challenge. Tell me, Harry Potter, how did you escape? Surely you must have seen terrible things. Yes. He'd seen his sister almost become consumed by darkness. He'd seen his friends changed and embittered by separate experiences. He'd seen his mother die and his grieving father accuse him of her murder. He'd seen the anguish in Sirius's eyes, the same haunting quality that had held and trapped them in reality. He'd seen Remus's sad smile, tired and worn. He'd seen that Muggle nun who had been touched and damaged by Tom Riddle's work as a teenager. As a kid like Harry, as a child who was not a child. But he'd also seen them conquer. So would he. Voldemort sneered as he circled slowly around Hagrid's pumpkin patch, surprisingly untouched by the destruction currently raging around them, in the distance. It was odd to be so separated, so detached from the mayhem and screams and lights taking place all around Hogwarts, in the Great Hall, at the Quidditch pitch. In the Great Hall, there were no witnesses here. But Hermione had never been captured, Neville had never changed into a Minotaur, Bill and Padma were still alive, Parvati had never been the victim of Sectum Sempra, and Draco had been offered a chance for escape. Even now, Draco, Narcissa, and Lucius Malfoy were fighting what had used to be their side. Even now, the Death Eaters were surrounded by the Order, and those the Malfoys had recruited, the former troops of the Dark Lord's cause that were brought to Harry's side by their disillusionment of Voldemort's cruelty, their pride and loyalty broken by the deaths of their family and friends. Voldemort had dug his own grave. Are you afraid to lose? Harry said quietly. It's always been between me and you, Harry. I thought this was appropriate. He who must not be named was scared, Harry knew that. That's why he had cast that spell on Harry, why he had hit him with a curse strong enough to propel him to such an isolated spot, away from the main battle. Still, Harry's chest hurt from the impact, and he could feel himself wheezing slightly. Strength. He needed to keep his strength. How did you escape? In that moment, Harry wanted him to know. He wanted Voldemort to know that the one thing he could never understand, the one thing he couldn't fight or destroy, had propelled Harry out of the nightmare, out of the fate Voldemort had in store for him. He wanted him to know that the very thing his cold heart couldn't feel or comprehend is what was going to defeat him once and for all, for good this time. Harry smiled. Love. Something unreadable flashed across Voldemort's flat, pallid face, and Harry seized his opportunity. "This is for you, Mum, Dad, Violet. All of you. Avada Kedavra." He felt no hatred as the spell eased from his heart, from the core of his magic to the tip of his wand. He felt nothing but peace and a sudden connection to those he'd lost as green light expelled from a stick of wood and struck a horrified Voldemort in the chest. He felt nothing but calm as his worst enemy's body lay sprawled on the ground at an awkward angle, reminding him uncomfortably of Cedric Diggory. He'd done it. The deed he had been expected to do, the murder that the wizarding world had egged him to commit. The kill the public had expected of him despite not believing him about Voldemort's return at first. He didn't feel evil, but he had to wonder if...
Arg.
His scar was on fire, splitting down the middle of his head, splitting his face into two. He recalled with horror Quirrell's two-headed monstrosity and clutched his face with his hands. Even through the pain, he was able to feel relief that there had been no physical change, but inside him, in his chest, he could feel it, that thing, rising. "Fight it, Harry, fight it." He heard someone screaming, but it could very well have been him. He felt that unexplainable presence gaining consciousness, gaining confidence as it began to fight him for control. There was a terrifying moment when he had no say over what his body was doing, nor was the knowledge of its actions known to him. For a terrifying moment, all he knew was pain and darkness. It felt like someone was grabbing onto his heart, preparing to rip it messily from his chest. He felt Voldemort and his sadistic intentions pumping through his bloodstream, through his arteries and veins, violating his very being. He fought this presence, waiting for the protection to kick in, waiting for what had helped expel Voldemort when he'd possessed him before. But it wasn't coming, and Voldemort continued crawling his way up, a squirming, greedy presence within him consuming all the darker parts of him, the arrogance, the anger, but most of all, the self-hatred. "All your fault," it whispered to him. "It's all your fault. Are you afraid to lose? Your parents, dead. Unborn sister, dead. Sirius, dead. Dumbledore, dead. And how many others, dying for you now. Dying for you to lose." "No," Harry mumbled, taking control of his voice. No. This wasn't the same, he realized. This was different. It wasn't just a simple possession. It was an army of his darkest fears and inhibitions taking him over. The Horcrux had resided inside of him for 16 years, lived inside of him greedily, quietly awaiting its activation. It was Harry's own wolf, waiting to be unleashed in the moonlight. And in that time, it had developed immunity to that blood protection. It wasn't going to be of any help to him now. "Harry." A voice, breaking through the haze, through the flashing images of flying bodies and veiled threats. A gentle, familiar tone tinted with an edge of panic. "Okay," Harry admitted deliriously. "Maybe a lot of panic." The werewolf. "A sentimental fool, just like your precious Dumbledore." Shut up, Harry shouted, groaning as he violently covered his ears with his palms. "Harry, you've got to fight it. Remember who you are, you can beat him. He's just a man who continues to live while others have died." It wasn't just Remus now. He felt Voldemort growing stronger, Harry growing weaker even as familiar faces surrounded him, watching in fearful fascination as the boy who lived, the chosen one, fought demons none of them could help him with. He caught a glimpse of Hermione, biting her lip as her eyes bore into him, tears threatening to spill. He saw Ron, grasping her hand as he yelled unheard encouragements to his best friend. Neville and Luna, solemn and hoping. Ginny, no tears in sight, but angry as she tried to help Harry fight the very being that had possessed her 6 years ago, a being that, in a different world, would have taken his sister. Strange that. Where were the Death Eaters? Why were his friends so close? They shouldn't worry about him. They needed to save themselves. Fools, all of them. Why should they put themselves in danger just to watch little, insignificant, weak Harry Potter die a slow death? He was losing Merlin. He'd been so sure that he could win, but he was just the little scrawny runt living in the cupboard under the stairs after all. hated by his blood relatives and ignored by everyone else. He was losing himself, his slippery hold already in danger of this invasive parasite within him, moving at a rapid pace. "Remus," he gasped, fighting Voldemort's attempts to grind his teeth together. "You have to now." His fingers were no longer his own. They twitched desperately as the two fought for control, his arm jerking roughly, gradually, towards the pocket where his wand had taken refuge. It hummed in recognition, in anticipation, and the magic drew his ambivalent fingers to grasp it. Shameful relief swept through him as he felt Remus's spell hit him in the chest, but it had only propelled him backwards, stunning Voldemort for a brief respite. "He believes in me," Harry realized. "He still thinks I can win." In the back of his mind, he could feel the dark presence stabilizing itself, and for the first time he realized just how much magical energy they had vibrating and pulsing around them, almost as if this clash of light and dark, this mingling of good and evil, and all the gray in between had a life of its own. The werewolf is mistaken if he relies on a faulty savior. It happened too quickly for Harry to react. He watched helplessly as his own traitorous hand swiped his wand and his own betraying voice call out the killing curse, ending Remus Lupin's life with a flash of green. Ginny was next, and Ron and Luna, before Harry managed to grasp his right hand with his left, forcing the other to the ground. He felt his eyes trailing back to the destruction, to the failing, to his failure. "That's right, Harry, your strength is gone now. They will hate you, they will."
"No, this isn't right."
He registered the scene before him, registered that he should be feeling grief, that he should be devastated and hating himself for being so weak. But he wasn't. There was no sorrow in his gut, in his heart. "You are weak, Harry Potter. You will never equal me in power, in the dark magic that ultimately defeated you. This wasn't real. This was no memory, no ghost of a reality. Merely a vision, a false vision created by Voldemort to unhinge him, to destroy him. That knowledge was a fragment of sanity, of anchor and stability, and he eagerly grasped it, as Sirius Black had once clung to the knowledge of his innocence. He'd already lived through a dream reality once before, and he knew in his gut that this wasn't one of them.
"No."
Yes. Harry seized control of his mind, his body, his heart, but in reality, it had always been his, had been waiting for him to wake up and take it back. His experience in a world where his parents were alive, the scar and muscle memory, the love he had for the people dead and alive, those were his, and couldn't be taken from him. Harry woke up. He opened his eyes and saw the others still watching him, still hoping and longing and loving. Still alive. But so was Voldemort, still. He felt rather than saw it, felt the chill and ice in the air and ground as one of the last remaining Dementors swooped down, drawn to the feast of dark magic and misery. He knew Remus wasn't going to kill him, wasn't going to go through on the promise he'd made to him, he wasn't going to put him down as a monster because he knew Harry was better than that. He knew Harry could win. "Don't do it!" Harry yelled, hoping against hope that they understood him. Because it would take all of his strength to do this, to confront fear itself. He'd fought his fair share of Dementors, even more so in the dream reality, where their power had seemed to touch everything terrible and cruel. Ironic, he thought. Maybe they'll finally give rather than take away. Salvation through destruction. He would protect his friends no matter what. He would not make his parents sacrifice, Violet's pain, Sirius's fall, and Dumbledore's memory worth nothing. He would pay back all those who had watched him so closely in death, watched and cared and loved him by saving all those who were left. With Voldemort still bragging in the back of his mind, still arrogantly trying to tear down his defenses and usurp his mind as he had a few months ago with the dream reality, Harry seized all the self-control he had in store and threw himself at the Dementor. It caught him with its dead, spindly fingers, staring down at him with hungry, soulless eyes that longed for what it did not have, what it could not have. Its great, gaping mouth gripped Harry in its horrible stench, paralyzing him with fear. It was easy to let go, to give control of his body to this final piece of Voldemort, to make him the dominant soul for the seconds it'd take to offer him as a sacrifice to the greedy, demented Dementor. Voldemort's screams echoed in his mind as his lips made contact with the mouth of the dry, corpse-like creature, sucking him up into oblivion, into endless hunger, into misery and pain and sorrow and a loveless existence Tom Riddle was already living. His mother was screaming as she died a double death. His father gripped his son's neck in unrestrained, feral grief. His sister tasted the rain on her tongue as she acknowledged her non-existence. Neville squirmed painfully as he transformed back from a minotaur. Ron writhed as he was captured by the living brains of the Department of Mysteries. Ginny laid pale and lifeless as water lapped around her body in the Chamber of Secrets. Luna, asking if Harry had seen her shoes. Sirius, alone and haunted as he was trapped in the childhood home he despised. Remus, hunched alone by the Weasleys' fireplace at Christmas. Harry Potter, the boy who failed. But he hadn't. He saw through the misery to see what had been gained, what had been saved. The last thought he had before he faded away was that, despite everything, they had won. He felt free. Harry Potter floated. He floated between worlds, between consciousness and unconsciousness, between dream and reality, not bothering to make sense of the two. It was white, rather too white, like the world had been blanketed in brilliant snow. He had no sense of up or down, right or left. It was merely existence and non-existence, and he was aware of nothing but the lightness in his toes and fingers, the lack of burden on his shoulders. He slowly blinked open his green eyes occasionally, catching bits and pieces as he floated. Do you think Remus was too late? Voldemort's gone. That's all I... Scrimgeour, you have no right to be here. I don't know, Nymphadora. Maybe I shouldn't have waited so long. Think he'll ever wake up? I'd say that's up to you, Harry. He wanted to turn around, but he felt so peaceful, so light, so lazy. Well, that can be remedied. His body awoke with a jolt as something grabbed his leg and pulled hard. Harry fell messily, seeming to be supported by nothing but white clouds.
See?
That wasn't so hard, was it? He really should be surprised, he really should. But turning around and seeing his father seemed natural. Almost normal. Hey, Dad. Hey yourself. James Potter crossed his arms and scanned his surroundings with a smile. Interesting. I prefer being on a broom when I'm surrounded by clouds. But that's just me. Right. Your mother's already spent time with you, so we thought it'd only be fair for my turn.
Oh, okay.
James grimaced sympathetically. Yeah, you've had quite an odd time lately, even by wizarding standards. I suppose. Do you know where you are? In a coma, I expect. Good, you've got some awareness. Harry met his father's eye. Did I? Is he?
Yes.
The Horcrux is gone. You mean Voldemort?
No.
It was a very dangerous piece of dark magic that had the potential of becoming Voldemort. Thanks to you, that soul fragment never completely manifested. Harry breathed a sigh of relief before laying back. Then it wasn't a waste then. No, it wasn't. It doesn't have to be if you don't want it to. What's that supposed to mean? It means you have a choice whether to fight or, well, die. Harry groaned. Great. More choices. More worldly duties for Harry Bloody Potter. This isn't a worldly choice, Harry. It's a personal one. The wizarding world couldn't give a shit about whether you live or die. Well, most at least. If you choose death, history will mark you a martyr. Choose life, and you're an international hero and celebrity. I'm sure Remus and your friends would prefer that you make it, but like always, it's what you want that counts. So you chose to choke me? Harry watched his father squirm, the guilt settling onto the features of a man 16 years dead. Sorry, Dad, that. No, you're right. Not my proudest moment, but it wasn't you. He shook his head. Oh, it was Harry, It's hard to admit, but that was a painfully accurate representation of what my reaction would have been. You are a different person than the dream Harry you supposedly replaced. The changes were small and subtle, yes, but they were there, and if I had been in that position, I would have spotted them. The world's full of liars and cheats, and I would have suspected that one of those lot had kidnapped my son and masqueraded as him. If I'd told you, the other you, the truth, would... Harry paused, looking down at his bare feet, supported by nothing. "Yes," James said confidently. "I would have believed you. Too many strange things had happened to, and you can't fake everything, not completely. Your eyes are too much like your mother's, too revealing, she always hated that. Besides," he added, grinning, "you're just too cute to reject. Lily would always pinch your chubby cheeks and make those funny baby noises while Sirius and Remus made fun of her for it." Harry could only nod, straining his ears to listen intently to the whispers that buzzed the back of his head, like an itch. Wish he would say something, scream in his sleep, even, to let us know that he's still there. Is it easier, dying?
No.
Not at all. Not when you're leaving something behind. He didn't particularly want to die. After all, he had his friends, his adopted families. He would never taste Mrs. Weasley's cooking again, which would be a right shame. And he didn't think he could stand seeing Hermione and Ginny cry, or Ron for that matter. He noticed James watching him intently, but for some reason he couldn't bring himself to care. "That's apathy you're feeling," his father explained. "The indifference that could prove to be a very real reality when you're dead. But I'm not dead." No. Harry's foot was asleep. Impatiently, he stomped on it, realizing that James was right. He did feel sluggish. But as the tingly feeling in his legs slowly went away, so did his listless movements. Strangely enough, the more focus he had, the harder it was to hear the voices on the outside, on the other side of his brain, mind, whatever unreal and existing place he was currently in. But it had made him more alert. And with that comes questions he needed answered, unfinished business that needed to be attended to before returning to life. "Is Violet okay?" "Yes, she's fine. I can't say more than that. Rules, you know." "What about Wormtail?" "I hope they caught him at Hogwarts." "No, he's dead."
What?
Somehow, death seemed too easy an out for the sniveling rat, even if he had saved Hermione at the cost of his own life in that dream reality. "You didn't see? It was before Voldemort whisked you away to Hagrid's pumpkin patch, during the heat of battle. You couldn't possibly, well, you were dueling a Death Eater when another tried to kill you, against his master's orders. I think he could see that they were losing, and wanted to finish you quickly. Peter jumped in the way." "No, he didn't. I didn't see. I think you were a little preoccupied." "Well, if he did, it was just because he owes me a life debt." James inclined his head. "That was a good thing for you to do, to spare Remus and Sirius from becoming killers. He got away, and saved your life in the end. It might have been because of a life debt, but I'd like to think better of little Peter. Could just be vanity, though. I don't want to think that I'd been so wrong about a person, especially a Gryffindor." Harry narrowed his eyes. "How do I know I can trust you?" James shrugged. "You don't. But if you really believed I was a figment of your imagination or a hallucination within the coma, you'd have stopped listening to me long ago." This was frustrating and annoying, especially since Harry had to make a deliberate effort to sort through his own thoughts. He didn't realize until he saw the sad expression on his father's face that his lips were pursed, pouting that the puzzle was not yet completely solved. "You should be allowed to do that more often. Be a brat, I mean." He laughed, but it sounded hollow. "If I were, well, I can't change that now, but you shouldn't have been expected to be an adult when you clearly weren't." "Weren't? You remind me of Remus. Far older than he should be, especially at your age. So, I should be a right idiot like you were?" Harry joked. James snorted. "Oh, maybe not then. But I think there might have been some denial of what was happening in the world mixed in with the immaturity. Don't try and make excuses now. Hey, you're focusing better. Feel easier now? That means you're getting close to getting out of here." Harry looked down at the hands that had murdered Lord Voldemort. It was murder, no matter what anyone said, murder done for the greater good. And though he felt an immense relief, a lightness in the way he now carried himself, his hands are now stained. "I think you were right to never use the unforgivables. It takes something away from you." James nodded. "It does. When I used the Cruciatus once, just once, for a few seconds, it couldn't have lasted more than 5 seconds, but it was enough. I cried like a baby once I got back home. To safety. It was to save your mother, but also not to. I saw them torturing her, and wanted to repay the favor. A simple stun would have done the trick, but I, for a moment, became one of them. You? Harry asked, surprised. You used one too? Why do you think I'm so against it? Harry looked down, suddenly filled with shame. There's always been something in me, that darkness that Violet had. The Horcrux, or the way I grew up, I don't know where it came from exactly, but it's there. And I feel like after I killed someone, it's just going to get worse. That I'll become the next Lord Voldemort. Is that why you're hesitating about going back? Maybe it'll be better if I died here. We're so similar, and I could easily become him, now that I've taken the first step. James shook his head, approaching his son and placing comforting hands on his shoulder. You're not Tom Riddle. You have something he doesn't.
Love.
I know. Then you know how that makes all the difference. He killed for pleasure and power. You killed to prevent those you love from having to do it themselves. Because it would have come to that, if you hadn't killed him. It would have been the beginning of the descent, where life is no longer sacred. Harry frowned, not quite believing him. A lot of people have died.
Yes.
And with one more permanent death, the killing ends. Most of it anyway. All the Death Eaters had been taken care of before you killed Voldemort, Scrimgeour's Oris arrived after all, though I don't know if it was his order, Moody's encouragement and threats, or of their own accord. Wasn't paying attention to that at the time, too busy watching you. Sirius wanted to sell tickets. Not that money's any good up there. Harry raised an eyebrow. He wanted to keep our minds off the danger, the reality that your confrontation would determine everything, but most importantly, the life of our son and godson. So you were there with me? In a matter of speaking, just like in the graveyard, 4th year, we're always with you, even if you can't see us. James smiled at him sadly, but not for the first time. That was one of the few times we could physically be of use. Otherwise, we're just whispers. In my dreams.
Yes.
Thank you. For there, and then. Tell Violet that. James nodded, but Harry found that he couldn't say any more, that he was slowly becoming aware of every ache and pain, the cotton brushing against naked fingertips. He watched as his father grew further away, and as the harsh lights overhead became more prominent. He wanted to open his eyes, but the lights, so different from the effervescent snowy clouds of before, refused to oblige him.
Is he Ron?
Ron, wake up. Wah, OW. That hurts, Hermione. Look. Something warm touched his hands, startling Harry with the contact. Harry? Harry, it's Hermione.
And Ron.
Harry blinked, just barely making out the blur of Hermione glaring at Ron if he squinted. GL, glasses. Someone gently placed his glasses into his awaiting palm, but he didn't put them on. Instead, he allowed himself to be strangely comforted at the touch of familiar plastic and glass, the mended edges that, before magic, had been haphazardly kept together with tape. And even then that had come to him second-handed. There was nothing second-handed about this. Harry Potter, the Chosen One, had been the first and only to defeat Voldemort, to lift the wizarding world from its perilous descent. He didn't know if it felt all that great, finally coming up first. His friends were starting to get past their joy and relief, stumbling into uncertainty and concern. How could they be so concerned for him? He thought mournfully. They'd lost so many. Too many had not lived to see this day, including people Harry didn't even know about, Order members and Aurors and Death Eaters who had fallen, unwatched, unnoticed. Because even the dead had not been paying attention to or given importance to their deaths, no. They'd been watching Harry Potter. Harry, mate, come on, look, a 7-foot-tall spider. That only works on you, Ron. Shut up, Hermione. Harry, please, you're still in there, aren't you? His mind felt strangely clouded, groggy. He'd had that wondrous moment of clarity as he'd first become aware of waking up out of the coma, but that seemed to be leaving him now, failing, abandoning. Now he no longer felt light and protected, but weighed down by the world's wearies. Perhaps he'd made the wrong choice. Who'd we lose? His voice was still hoarse, still cracked and broken. He hated it. Harry, Hermione said gently. You've been out for almost 3 weeks. We were afraid the Dementor had gotten some of you, Or brain damage or something. Harry registered her sniffles and the beginning of glistening tears, Ron's silent hand on her shoulder.
What?
He felt, slowly, pulled out of his apathy. He didn't like seeing his friends, and especially girls, cry. That just made him uncomfortable, and he'd never had a particularly good experience with crying girls and… "Stop, Hermione," he said rather desperately. "Don't cry. Just, hold it in or…" But before he could even push his glasses on the bridge of his nose, Hermione had launched herself at him, mumbling incoherently in delight. Ron caught the glasses that had tumbled out of Harry's hands and looked at his two best friends quizzically. Oh, bloody hell. Harry wanted to laugh, feeling a bit of joy and life flow back into him as Ron joined the group hug, sure that he would suffocate if there were a fourth. He did laugh, thinking about what would happen if Hagrid had come in at that moment, giant tears spilling messily down into his beard. When the friends broke apart, grinning stupidly at each other, they couldn't help but indulge in their happiness, their miracle, no matter what had befallen people they knew and didn't know, loved and never loved. They rejoiced because they had lived, they had Harry back, they were complete, they no longer had an aching hole in their sides. Because no matter how badly they felt for those who didn't make it, they couldn't help but celebrate that it hadn't been them. Or perhaps it was that they chose to do the dead the honor of not wasting their sacrifice, of wasting away the chance they had, perhaps that was their prerogative, and what had made them get past the nagging guilt to something like recovery. They knew that people had died, knew that their world, their lives, were in shambles. And for an indulgent, precious moment, they allowed themselves to be scared. They let their hands intertwine and lock, overlapping their past, present, and future as they sought strength from those who understood. Hermione and Ron had been with Harry from the start of his rebirth into his magical heritage, and they'd grown old too, far older than 17, then seventh years gathered around the common room fire, or sprinting down an empty corridor laughing because, well, why wouldn't they? So they sat there in comfortable silence. No heavy questions, no inquiries about the final battle or death, or what the hell they're going to do now. Just the innocently pure, white walls, the soft privacy of the curtains, and the over-bleached sheets. They could carry their burdens later, together. They had time. It's been years, decades, since Harry Potter lay on the brink of death and had the conversation with his father about life, death, and purpose. Now that he's back to the crossing, after living a fulfilled life, he can't help but feel mixed emotions. All he could have asked of his life, and death, was that he fulfill it to the best of his abilities and to have no regrets, in the end. So here he was, many, many years after the defeat of Lord Voldemort, finally entering the place he had chosen not to go, where the family he'd lost at the age of 1 had resided until a dream reality had brought them briefly back to him. Upon his arrival, he was met with familiar faces of Hogwarts classmates, order members, distant relations, people he'd encountered over the years. They all seemed to pass by him quickly, smiling, knowing that he had somewhere to be. There was time for reintroductions later. He passed by Professor McGonagall, who clasped his hand in hers and gave him a little push in the right direction. He saw Severus Snape, who merely scowled at him, though Harry thought it seemed less menacing than usual. Neville, who gave him a mighty smack on the back as the two smiled at each other. Each had bore the burden of being the boy who lived, the chosen one at a point, and Harry could never forget his friend's bravery in either realm. He saw so many others, those who had fallen during the wars, who had died in the aftermath and the decades of relative peace after that. He saw Professor Dumbledore, still wearing half-moon glasses and bearing a prominently crooked nose, beaming at him. "They're waiting, Harry." He felt his heart swell with joy as he spotted the familiar figures he had been too young to know, too stubborn to believe a dream could possibly give him the family he wanted so much. James, Lily, and Remus and Sirius. No matter how unreal it seemed, no matter how long ago he'd lost his parents and godfather, how recently Remus had passed, they were here, they were familiar, like whispers in his dreams. Harry. With that, they rushed at each other like they hadn't seen each other in years, hadn't touched since that reality-defying hug, the hands on his shoulders. They mumbled incoherent things to each other, things that could be clarified later on. They had time. As he was lovingly embraced by his mother and father, another flash of red caught Harry's eye. Stunned, he slowly pulled away from his long-dead parents and squinted, needing to see her clearly without his glasses, without the impediments of reality and dreams. Violet. The 16-year-old smiled and approached him silently. She looked the same, he didn't. You're not.
I know, she said.
Thanks to you and, well, Voldemort I suppose, to an extent, but let's not count him, yes? A sudden surge of emotion rushed through him, the same emotion that had told him all those years ago that what he went through had been real, had been as real as his heart could tell. I never forgot you, you know. Violet smiled. I know that too. It was true. No matter how much he had known it was a spell, no matter how long it had been since that half a year and single night, he had never forgotten the phantom sister he should have had, the parents who should have survived. It would hit him at random times, stunning him when he looked at a family photo and realized that he would never have nieces and nephews on his side of the family, only on his wife's. He didn't mind, of course, there had always been plenty of little ones to spoil, but sometimes he couldn't help but think of what could have been. What would have been, had destiny been reversed. He'd always known that, despite the ill intentions of the dream reality, he had taken something good out of it. He'd gotten to know his family, but he'd always felt a nagging pull of selfishness. Sure, he had gotten to see them, but what had it cost them? Would Violet go back into non-existence, knowing that she could have had life, or some form of it? Would his parents continue to watch, his mother having held him that one time, his father having spoken to him, guided him in his coma? Would they continue to be observers to Harry's life, the life that the dead could not have? But now, seeing Violet here, 16 still, but here and his parents' happy faces and the wet tear tracks on his mother's cheeks, a smiling Remus and an overjoyed Sirius, he knew that it had been worth it to them too. It had not been a waste. Hey, come here. Harry suddenly felt himself in a bear hug with Sirius Black, who was smiling at him broadly, looking more like the version of him in the dream reality, no longer haunted. He looked positively youthful. I see you were still using your old firebolt, to the end? Yeah, Harry said, grinning. It's the best model, no matter what they're coming up with these days. Better for backyard pickup games, I think. He turned to Remus. Hello again. Remus smiled, the age around his eyes lifting. You've done a good job, Harry. Well, of course, James said proudly. What else do you expect from my son? Lily punched him in the shoulder. He practically rebuilt the ministry, James. I don't think you can take credit for that piece of genetic brilliance. And you can? Harry shook his head. I had a lot of help. But Lily wasn't paying attention to the conversation any longer. Instead, her eyes trailed to something to the right of him. Harry shifted his gaze and spotted Peter Pettigrew standing off to the side, away from the smiles and sad regret of their reunion. He saw Lily Potter notice him, her eyes indecisive, until she surprised him and approached the traitor who had tried so badly to be a hero. Harry knew better than anyone how emotional, how confusing it was to see people who had been dead for 17 years suddenly in front of him, suddenly real and solid, and made the things he'd done in the past suddenly part of the present. He wondered how they could not have crossed paths during such a long period of time. Wormtail certainly looked shaken up. He hoped he had been in purgatory, or somewhere painful. Lily stood in front of the man called Wormtail, the one who she had told the day of her own funeral in a world inside Harry's mind that she could never forgive him. He looked shocked, devastated, scared, but most of all, guilty. I'm sorry, he cried, tears spilling messily down his cheeks, his teeth irreversibly chattering from his 12 years as a rat. I'm so sorry. I wasn't going to come, but something made me, and oh Merlin. I'll stay away forever, if that's what you want. I don't even know why I'm here all of a sudden, with all of you, instead of hell, or... You're here because you did the right thing in the end, she said. You hurt us, but you protected my son and his friend. In another time. It doesn't make what I did go away, he said miserably. No, it doesn't. But it makes redemption possible. It was true. Peter Pettigrew had a lifetime, one in which he had been accepted into a group of pranksters, whose bond had been so strong that it had shattered at the very idea that one of the four was a betrayer. Because of him, James and Sirius had suspected Remus Lupin and inadvertently treated the werewolf like the monster they'd always sworn to never see him as. After their betrayal of his friendship, Remus had been seen as the dark creature whose deliberate isolation after a decapitating loss could only indicate his guilt, his ill intentions. Because of him, Lily and James had died too young, their lifetime cut short, and a daughter left unborn. Because of him, Harry Potter had grown up in a cupboard under the stairs, knowing his parents as ideas rather than people. Because of him, Peter became Wormtail, cowering as a rat for 12 years as he slowly lost his humanity. They only have one lifetime, but death is but the next great adventure, and they have all the time they need. Eternity is a long time to spend alone, locked away in the clouds, separated from the world they'd once loved until they completely forgot the events of their lifetime. It had taken Dumbledore a long time to find and coax Ignatius Fadum into caring enough to divulge the information they hoped would save Harry, to look up with his old, empty eyes, part the clouds, and see for the first time in a very long time how important the ancient information stored away in his memories were. Lily had found Fadum again. After Harry had won, she'd wanted to thank him for giving them that vital information. But his eyes had been vacant, and though he had inclined his head at her in acknowledgement, her gratitude meant nothing to him anymore. Peter's betrayal was still very, very fresh, even after so many years, and she still remembers the guilt, the terrible gnawing feeling in her gut when James had softly told her his suspicions about Remus, her prefect partner, her friend. She was glad that, at least, Remus Lupin had gotten his happy ending, something that had been held out of his reach for so long. But she also remembers the Peter from school, the one so eager to please and make her laugh at his antics. She knew that she wouldn't be able to forgive herself if Peter became like Fadum, if he lost whatever else was left of who he used to be. In happier times, she would have grabbed his arm and yanked the smaller man towards the group, towards her husband, son, and friends, but the thought of touching him disgusted her now. So she merely inclined her head and began walking, feeling his hesitant steps following her a few seconds after. Lily saw the confusion in Harry's eyes, the flash of hatred as he watched Wormtail approach. She held her son's gaze, slowly reminding him of forgiveness, of what the traitor had done in dream and reality. Harry turned away, not quite ready to forgive. Everything was still fresh for him. He had been active, not observing and reflecting, but there would be time for that later. Instead, he averted his gaze to his father, whose eyes held ambivalence and indecision. He turned to Violet, his partner in crime, and the only one who had felt as acutely as he had the death of their mother in the dream reality. But she shrugged, inclining her head at Remus, who had extended a hand towards their wayward friend. But he was the most inclined to forgiveness, and it would be a long road there if it ever happened. They had time. Harry turned to Violet. "I missed you," he said. Violet grabbed hold of her brother's hand, laughing as she pulled him towards the ever-expanding landscape. "Come on, Harry, let's go on an adventure." Thank you for joining us at Grimoire Audiobooks. We've reached the end of Destiny Reversed by Chattypandagurl, a heartfelt journey through twists of fate and the enduring power of choice. This incredible tale brought us closer to the characters we love, reminding us that even in a world of magic, the strength of the human spirit shines brightest. If you enjoyed this audiobook, don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit that notification bell to stay updated on all our magical adventures. Your support helps us bring more captivating stories to life. And remember, every end is the beginning of a new journey. Stay tuned for our next tale that promises to sweep you off your feet and into another world of imagination and wonder. Until then, may your days be filled with magic and your nights with dreams of new adventures. This is Grimoire Audiobooks, signing off.
See you next time.